Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Trump, Trump, Trump. Kamala, Kamala. Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton's emails. Trump. Patriotism. Flags. Kissing flags. Kissing trucks. Kissing pew-pews. Deep throating pew-pews. Tax breaks. Debates. Hello, y'all. What's up, Jennifer? What's up, Jason? Tanya. Hello, y'all. Whales with cancer. Whale oncologist. Whale oncology. Debates. Hello, Empress. I'm sorry. Hi. Does anybody know a whale oncologist, chat? We need one. Stat. Did I see it? No, I didn't, Tanner. Okay, chat. How's it going, guys? Sorry, I was just reading a message. I got you, Tanner. Guys, if you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Otherwise, tap the screen. Let's get to 10K like really quick. Let's do this. Why is my shit fogging up, bro? What's going on here? Any chance you could switch your YouTube stream to landscape? I think I'm gonna start doing both. Argent, damn it, I need Argent's gonna help me do this later. I can stream to both. I can do both. Congrats, Texas cat lover. Congrats on getting into grad school. How's it going, y'all? Let's get my guest window up. Here we are. Guys, how have the debates been today? L2 do 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 do. It's my song to MAGA. All right, y'all. Here we go. There we go. Now we're here.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
You are?
Yes, I am. I actually wanted to ask you a question on New York politics, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So regarding Mamdani, right? Mamdani versus Cuomo. Are you aware of New York politics or not so much?
I mean, kind of. I'm in Texas. I love Mamdani.
You love Mamdani, gotcha. Okay. I'm just curious what you would say. I'm actually asking you genuinely. Do you know what happened in 1991 in Crown Heights?
What happened?
So I'm a Jew, so I'm talking from that point of view. I don't know what that face was for. I said I'm a Jew.
Yeah, I
Um,
know. I feel like there's going to be some anti-Jew stuff from
no,
that
I
you're going
have
to
a
put on
question. I
Mamdani.
have a question that I want to ask. What happened was that someone Jewish hit a young boy, I think a 7-year-old, I think African American, and there were riots in 1991 where I don't know who was rioting. It was like a massive riot where a lot of Jews were afraid to leave their houses, and a Jewish guy was stabbed, and like a whole massive, massive, massive messed up situation. I forgot who was mayor at the time, but what he said was let them vent. Like he didn't let the police prevent the riots. They went on for 3 full days.
Okay.
So that's just a fear that I'm thinking of right now, since people tend to confuse anti Semitism with anti Zionism, and people tend to turn hatred towards Jewish people, whether or not they support Israel or anything like that. And there have been a lot of pro Palestinian riots that have turned into violence against Jews all over the country, all over the world. And if something like that would happen, who's to say that Mamdani would not be preventing it? Like, you get
I
what I'm
don't know.
saying?
I think that's it's a wild allegation. I think he would do whatever it takes to keep the peace. I think he's done everything he can to express that he would treat everyone equally, especially when it comes to Israel or Jewish people. I don't feel like he would be one to advocate for more violence. I don't think that's the case. I do know that Trump literally did this.
Wait, no, no, no. My point isn't that he is advocating for violence. My point is that he did, whether or not he understood what he was saying, he did say stuff like globalize the intifada, right? He's approving of that and things like that. And the word intifada literally means, like, if you look into the first intifada and the second intifada, it was violence. That is what intifada means. That is what that usually means. So if he is okay with that, and he did say he is, maybe he was defining the word wrongly. I'm not saying he didn't, but he did say that. Who's to say that he won't prevent the police from standing up? I'm being very genuine here because it is a scary
Yeah,
moment, and that's what a lot of Jews are
so Trump
thinking.
literally did that January 6th. So
What is that? I'm
if
not.
like I'm just
Yeah.
saying, if you're looking for one side that actually does that, it's Trump. And then he also pardoned them.
Yeah, I'm aware of what happened on January 6th. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
Yeah.
about this.
So I mean, I don't know. I mean, I I don't think he would do that. There's nothing about Mamdani that makes me think he would do that.
Except the only thing that's making me think that is the globalized intifada thing.
Yeah, it just means uprising.
But it doesn't. It's the same way you could say like Zionism just means I love the Holy Land. No, it doesn't, right? It means more than that. The word intifada does mean more than that.
Okay, and I literally it blows my mind to see anybody that's Jewish vote on the same side as all the Nazis. Does that not blow your mind?
You're not answering the question I just asked.
What's the question you just asked? You didn't ask
I
me, but
just
you just
said
clarified what antifada means.
right. So you didn't respond to my point. You're
What?
pivoting
Why
to
would I
another
need to
point
respond to a statement? You didn't ask me anything.
because that's how debates work. You respond to statements, right?
You clarified something that didn't need a response.
It does need a response because I'm saying that the reason why there is fear is because of the globalized intifada statement, right? Which is kind of
Nobody's afraid of globalizing. Like Trump is literally doing the same thing. Nobody's worried about little old mayor in New York. I'm worried about
except for
Trump
the
and
New
his
Yorkers.
dangerous politics. Trump's dangerous politics. Do you think that it would be dangerous for Trump to stop sending aid to New York, which is what he threatened to do? Isn't that a little bit more worrisome if Mamdani won? I don't know if she ran or what. Like Trump is literally talking about weaponizing the federal government and the government. And she's like, what if Mamdani does this? Chat, tap the screen. I don't know. If you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Mamdani has them shaking in their boots. I hope so. I hope so. I hope there's... the thing about Mamdani is his politics are great, but he's also just such a good speaker. He's such a good orator. Like once in a lifetime, like Obama level, I think. Almost. If there were more of him, that would be so awesome. That was great bigotry on her part. I mean, it's such a stretch. Hey, remember that one time in like 1980s or 1960s when something bad happened? Maybe that could happen again. Hey, remember something like 4 years ago with a president you voted for like tried to overturn the whole election and advocated for rioting and pardoned all of them? Yeah, rooting for Cuomo to win is just wild. Yeah, I know. He's not going to win. There's no way. There's no way. He's losing by a landslide right now. Cuomo. Hmm, uh, maintains double digit lead. 42 versus 28. Get it, Mom Donnie. Get it. One of his J6 pardons was put in jail again today. Why aren't the Republicans using the nuclear option and passing their bill? I don't know. As long as Sliwa stays in the race. Yeah. Mamdani slayed that. He slayed that debate. Just huge bangers all the way around. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box and tell me why you like Trump. Yeah, Mamdani is he's a 10th degree black belt in debates. He's really good. The news had J6 writers put in jail again. The arrest of pardoned Capitol rioter. Death threats against Hakeem Jeffrey. Trump has radicalized people so far past the time of saving. Chat, if you're a radicalized Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. He's a socialist promising free everything. Trump just spent $5 trillion giving y'all free everything. Tax breaks for everybody. Don't worry about the bills. Don't worry about the bills, y'all. Tax breaks for everybody. $5 trillion. Most of them to your rich friends. Y'all, where are the debates at? And why aren't we at 20K? Tap the screen. You like my hat? Thank you guys. I love this. I love Tellerico. No Diamond Dave, just 2000 at J6. The picture of the East Wing being demolished got me in a depressive funk today. Crazy. Crazy. Let's do this. Is that Pickle sleeping? She is. Did I not make my bed today? I didn't. Whoops. Shame on me, y'all. Maybe this will help. Democrats are pro-crime. Movement's too radical and extreme. Trump pardoned 1,500 criminals. And he pardoned George Santos. Like, what was the point of that? That's just literally straight up pro-crime. He'll pardon Diddy by the end of the week. He hasn't said he wouldn't, right? A favor to Marjorie, you think? Maxwell too, yeah. I was thinking about it this morning, how bad he scammed Elon Musk, and how that was just another Tuesday for Trump. Trump promised Elon Musk to balance the budget. Elon Musk donated $200 million to him, and then Trump went behind his back and passed a $5 trillion deficit. Or deficit spending. I still can't get over that. That's crazy. In the open. It took 2 months. Musk got his money in his contracts. Did he, though? Weren't they going to use Starlink for... What was it for? They were going to use Starlink as, like, the FAA official internet and something else. And didn't he just get rid of Elon Musk's $7,500 subsidies for EVs? Yeah. Yeah, Trump got rid of the EV $7,500 tax credit. I bet he gained more than I'm sure he did, yeah. No matter how crazy these people are, they do in their own way. Maybe Elon cares about the government, and I just think that they do in their own way, and I think that Elon actually did want to balance the budget. I still think he's a big, huge piece of shit, though. No debate because you guys are so way out of your minds. I'm literally just center. I am literally conservative in any other developed country. In any other G7 nation, I'm conservative. You guys are very far right. If you guys can't debate with us, that's you. That's on you. If you guys are too, I guess, tired of getting embarrassed by finding out that Trump has just lied to you over and over again, that you come up here and you talk and you run into dead ends every 5 minutes because you find out that what you're saying is just not true. There's fear magas every day. I'd like to think that. I don't know. Let's see what's going on my YouTube. They have to be embarrassed, yeah. Half of them do come up, and I can tell they know. I think they know. Like, they're like, I don't support everything he does, but I really like forcing women to have kids. I don't know. The Singer's Girl last night blew my mind. Yeah, me too. How exactly would our country look like if you guys had your way? We'd have universal health care. People would have fair paying jobs. We wouldn't be using an egregious amount of money to chase people around and kick them out of the country, we would, I don't know, feed kids or something. Free. I mean, you guys want everything free. You guys don't want to pay taxes. You got to pay taxes, bro. You guys can't just keep running on tax breaks. We're going to go broke. That's all you guys run on. You guys spend way more than us. We balance the budget, and you guys are just fucking deficit spenders, dude. It's insane. Restart. All right, guys, I'm going to restart. When you get in here, just tap the screen. Tap the crap out of the screen. I'll be right back. Yo. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Did I restart? Yeah, we restarted, guys. We restarted, guys. Tap the screen and let's get some people in here. Let's send this out. Get some more coffee. Is it Taco Tuesday? No. No, we're doing noodles today. Yum. Can we get David as a mod? Politics, debate. Trump, Kamala. Friendly debates, friendship, sunshine, puppy dogs, rainbows, ice cream, stolen elections. Hello, Miss M. Radical left. Vote for Pedro. Radical left. Chocolate chip ice cream. Golfing. Orange. Face paint. January 6th. Kissing flags. Making out with flags. Kissing Bibles. Holding Bibles upside down. Necklaces. Magnets. Waterproof magnets. Waterproof magnets. One day we will find waterproof magnets. Whale oncology. October 7th.
Paying jobs.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going, Pickles? How's it going, brother?
What's up? I can hear you watching one of my videos.
Is that better now?
There you go.
Fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic.
What's
I
up?
really appreciate you bringing me up. It's a complete honor to speak with you and have all of the people in your chat listen to me. This is fantastic. I really appreciate it.
Anytime. What do you like about Trump?
Well, I think Trump is the greatest president that we've had in the past 100 years. I think he completely solidified our border after the Joe Biden invasion over the past 4 years.
The Joe
Joe
Biden
Biden,
invasion.
absolutely. He completely opened up our border. He created or actually modified an existing app to make it so illegal migrants are able to just at the tap of a button claim asylum and get entered into our country and
That's not
await a
exactly
court.
true either. You're talking about the CBP app.
The CBP One app, that's 100% true.
That's not 100% true. They vetted these people.
Of course. Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, they didn't vet the people in the way that the Americans actually want them vetted.
What was the way they vetted them?
Well, Americans want them to be vetted while they still remain in the country that they're originally from.
That's what they did.
No, okay, so what is all the migrants hosted up in hotels in New York City
Those were people
for?
approved through the CBP One app.
Oh, okay. So they were approved, and we were still paying for them to live in these hotels. That's even worse. So these people are.
You guys, we were not putting them up in hotels.
For them.
We pay for them. We pay for them for a few
what
weeks.
Did New York City have to cut
Excuse me.
5% from every department for to pay for?
That was. We had such a high influx because of COVID, right? So we had a lot of asylum seekers.
Oh, it was COVID's
That is
fault.
a legal process. And
Not
Trump.
the fact that there was an app to tap two buttons.
Can I
and
ask
become
you something?
inside.
When was the app? When did it come out?
Well, when did the app come out? Because I feel like you're gonna try and do a trick question. I don't know. The app probably came out in 2017. You
Came
understand
out
it was
October
repurposed for this.
2020.
Great. And
Who was
that wasn't
president?
the original. Okay, again, you're doing your liberal mind games right now. This originally was not for asylee claims, and you know this. You're trying to lie to your audience right now. Under Joe Biden,
again-
it was repurposed for asylee claims.
Again,
You know this, and I know
you're
doing your
you're
little
lying.
Christmas thing.
First of all, here's the lies you
Oh, I'm
said.
lying?
You
Okay,
said
so
you said that
so
Joe
Google
Biden had a
CBP
completely.
one.
Hold on. You said
Just
Joe
Google
Biden had a.
CBP one
You said that Joe
and look
Biden had
up
a.
the Wikipedia. Hello.
You said Joe
just said
Biden
I'm
had
lying.
a. You said that
Let's
Joe.
Google CBP one and let's read the Wikipedia page together.
Okay, let's talk
do
about.
it. No,
let's talk.
before you change topics right now. You just said I was
I
lying.
acknowledge that that's true. I acknowledge that what you're saying is
why'd
true.
You say I was lying. That's weird.
I didn't say. I said you're lying about the wide open border.
You said I was lying.
Yes,
You
the
did
wide
say I
open
was
border.
lying.
Did we
No,
actually
no,
have
no,
a
no.
wide
You
open
just said
border?
that's not true. That it originally wasn't for
I
asylum.
want you to have an
claims. You
adult
just said that.
conversation with me, okay? I want you to have an
You
adult
just said I was
conversation.
lying.
You were lying. We do not have
Okay,
a wide
so
open
I wasn't
border.
lying. The claim
Did we have
I
a wide
made
open border?
was CBP one was not originally for asylum claims, and you said no, that's not true.
I
Actually,
did not
you're
say
lying.
that. I did not say you're lying.
Let's
I said you're
rewatch the
lying.
tape.
I said
Let's
you were
rewatch
lying
the tape.
about the wide open border.
Let's rewatch the tape.
Stop it. Let's have it.
I'm calling you
You're
out for
literally
you saying I'm lying
obsessing
when I
over he
wasn't.
said, she said. Let's keep going.
Yeah,
Let's talk
because we're
about
having a
migration.
conversation, and I'm calling you out when you say I'm lying. And I'm
Okay.
not.
Okay. I said you're lying about wide open borders, and I'm showing you proof
Oh, no,
right
you
now.
didn't say that. Let's pull
Yes,
up
I
the
did.
tape. You're still
You
lying about
interrupted
what
me.
you lied
How would I
about.
even finish my sentence?
You're
gonna
lying about what you lied about.
listen,
now. How
Dirk.
pathetic is that?
You're obsessing over he said, she said. Let's talk about the
Yeah.
border.
Well, because we're having a conversation.
I
and
know
you're
we're trying
saying
to.
False claims.
Are we going to keep
Yeah,
talking
and
about
I-
I said? What makes you happy? What
Okay,
makes
so-
you? What's going to make you move
Because
past
I
this point?
said CBP one was not originally for asylum claims, and you said actually that's not true. You're lying right now. That's literally how that.
That's not how that conversation went. No,
Of course it is.
no, it's
Of
not.
course it is.
No, it's not.
You're lying now. You're lying about how the conversation.
I
went.
literally just admitted that CBP One app was not for that, and you want to go
Yeah,
back and
after
talk
I
about
called
it.
you out and
Do
said,
you
"Look
want
up
to
the
talk? Do you want
Wikipedia for
to? You're the worst guest I think I've ever had. Do you want to keep
I
talking?
called you out, said Google it, and then you panicked, and then said,
I
"Oh, okay,
told
actually,
you that.
know
I
what?
admit it. I don't need to Google it.
So
let's-
why'd you say I was lying when I told you that fact?
I said you were lying about the wide open border, and I'm about to show you
You're
why.
such a liar, dude. You're such a liar.
Data shows
Bad
Trump
faith.
was more likely to release migrants.
Complete bad faith.
Uh-huh.
Data. You're really gonna try and convince me that Donald Trump let in more migrants than Joe
No,
Biden?
this
what
is
you're really
just
trying to
refuting your
prove to me?
claim that the border was wide open. Biden
Right.
expelled people at a
You're not
rate of
gonna convince a
50%.
soul that this is true.
This is from Customs Border Protection.
So is it good that migrants come in or bad?
I think that people coming in that are vetted, that are allowed to be here, is fine.
Yeah. Okay, so you think Donald Trump did a better job on the border than Joe Biden because he
No,
let more
Biden
migrants
vetted
in?
harder. Biden vetted harder.
Oh, Biden vetted harder. What policies did he put in place to vet them harder?
He just literally did 50% expulsion rate, and Trump did 47.
Oh, so he expelled more people than Trump. So
Yes.
Trump
A
allowed
rate.
more people in.
Even
But you're
with
saying
a
that's
higher
bad because there
even
were
with the
criminals
higher
that were let in?
even with the higher volume, Biden had a higher an expulsion rate. So we've never had an open border, and this is the lie Trump has
Okay.
brainwashed you with.
Right. This is all. Don't believe your lying ears and eyes.
Yeah,
Right. So okay.
you
So, yeah,
literally
the
think that everyone
hotels
was
that
just
were
allowed all the way through.
the
Those are all
hotels that were
legal.
crammed with illegal migrants. New
Those
York
are all
City getting
legal.
overrun by
Asylees,
illegals.
right? Those are
Yeah.
asylees.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. And
You
the
just
American
lied
people
again?
voted.
Did you just lie
The
again?
American people
You know
voted
that
again
they're.
that they don't want that.
Hey, you just lied again, right? Those are asylees,
Yeah,
not
we don't
illegal.
want asylees either. Illegals or asylees, we don't want them.
We love that.
At least in the numbers
You
that
don't
they were
like
brought in.
you don't like
past 4
obeying
years.
the law? We've been
No,
doing this since
well,
1952.
well, I'm an American citizen, and I, along with other American citizens, want sovereignty over the country that we live in, and we don't want
They're not
people just
taking any
coming in
sovereignty
the
away
tens
from
of
you.
millions. Oh, of course they are. Yeah. Have you ever lived in a city that is overrun with these migrants? Have
Hey,
you ever lived in
Bub.
one?
Hey, Bub. I live in
Hello, can you
Dallas,
answer the
Texas.
question?
I live in Dallas, Texas.
Oh yeah, and it's overrun. What were the names of the hotels that they were put up in?
Well, I don't know. I don't
Oh,
care.
so you don't know. So you weren't affected by this.
No,
So you're
nobody's
speaking to
actually
somebody who-
affected by this.
Oh, nobody was affected by it.
Nobody's
What about
actually
Eric
affected
Adams,
by
the
this. No,
Democrat-
you had to
the
look at
Democrat
people.
Mayor, the Democrat mayor who is preaching to the choir that this is actually an insane issue. 5% of all of the departments.
You're
in
just
New York
playing
City
to some
had
dude
be
who said
cut.
something.
Well, the mayor of New York City, yeah, the biggest city in the world,
Mm-hmm.
who is actually affected and saying how horrible this program is. The fact that the budgets of 5% had to be cut of every single department in the city in order to pay for this crisis.
Oh no.
Yeah, real world people were. Oh no. Oh, who's the caring libtard now? 5%.
You guys,
is a
yeah, you
huge
guys
number
don't
in the
care about
biggest
doing
city in the
anything.
country.
You guys have
Every
literally,
single department.
Dirk,
These
you
are
guys have
tax
literally
dollars that
exploded
are
the budget.
paying for these.
When
These
you
are
guys
tax
learn how
dollars
to,
of real
okay,
people that are paying for people to get housed for free in hotels and pay for their food and their shelter and their clothing.
all right, I'm going to help you out. First of all, when these people are here for 180 days, they get a work permit. And then they work. And then they pay taxes for 6 or 7 years.
We don't want them to come work. We have enough.
They come work
here.
and they pay taxes for 6 or 7 years waiting for trial. So they are net
We don't
benefit
want- we
in
don't
every
want
way.
that. We voted for that.
I
not
know
to be
that
the
you guys
case.
are doing this like nativism, like Nazi movement or fascist movement. But
Yeah, over
and
the
I know
past
this
4
was a
years,
wrench in
we
it.
had enough of it.
And then here's my other point. These are all these red states. These states are insolvents. These states that are color red are also mostly Republican states, besides maybe New Mexico and I don't know, a few more. You guys
And if
do
it
not
weren't
pay.
for those states,
Excuse
you
me.
wouldn't eat.
Excuse me. You guys don't pay any of your own bills. New York, California,
Yeah,
they pay
we're
most
part
of this
the United
nation's
States
bills.
of America. I don't think you know
All
that.
right, all right. And
Yeah,
70%
this
of
is not
these
state
bills,
versus state.
70%
I know.
of these
we
bills.
live in a big country, though. I don't know if you know that, and we all work together and have interstate commerce. Do,
Uh-huh.
do you realize
And Democrats
that? Yeah,
who and the Democrats who are paying all these bills for these migrants, they want them here. So I think our vote matters a little more in this, especially when you guys can't balance your own budgets, and we have to pay your budgets every year. We have to pay the balance on your fucking state's budgets every fucking year. So if you think that's bad and enabling, I think we should stop. We should stop paying red states' budgets because they can't fucking balance a budget at all. All they know how to do is tax breaks. They want to tax breaks everybody so they can continue running on and running their deficit into the ground. That's all they got for you.
Are you done yet? Yeah.
Yeah.
So once again, you're comparing people having control over the sovereignty of their country with a state in the United States of America benefiting from other states. Wow.
They're benefiting from us,
What
too.
a great analogy you did there, man.
Yeah, you're sitting here crying about having to pay bills for these migrants, but it's us. It's us paying the bill. So you can just chill. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep being a leech.
My internet cut out. I didn't hear the past like 30 minutes. Or 30 seconds, I should say.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Say that again.
What's up, Nikwan?
Hey, Pickles, what up? I need your big screen real
Go on that rant again.
because they love to lie on my city.
Immigrant New Yorkers are more likely to be employed. They're more likely to create jobs by starting a business, contribute millions or billions of dollars to New York economy and spending, power and tax revenue. In
We know
2021,
they're more
immigrant New
likely
Yorkers
to be
paid
employed.
$61 billion in taxes, constituted $138 billion in spending power. And you guys want to eject them out of the city
What is
because
this,
of
an immigrant or illegal
Yeah,
immigrant?
so this
Both.
is you can actually find this on our website. New
So
York
we're not
City,
talking about legal immigrants.
So no, hold on, because y'all love to lie on my city. So you can find this on your New York City
Yeah,
website.
nobody
See, the
cares, man. Thanks.
problem is the little bitch mayor only switched his attitude up to say shit like that because he needed Trump on his side.
Yeah.
Once he got goddamn
Conspiracy theory.
a court case. Before that court case, he was all for
Conspiracy
migrants.
theories.
He
I
was
thought the
all,
right was
he,
supposed
he
to be
was all, he was
conspirators.
all for migrants.
bro, he's
until
buddying
he got
up
a
with
court
Trump,
case.
and he's a
Yeah,
Democrat.
he was all for migrants to get elected, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, he was all for migrants until he got a court case. Then it's, oh, these migrants are bad. Trump, come get them. Come do this. All of a sudden, his court case
Yeah,
disappeared.
the American people were sick and tired
All
of
of
it.
his, all of a
This is
sudden,
not
his court
something that
case.
we want to
I'm
deal
sick
with.
of
again,
I'm sick of hearing Trump cry about this all the time, making y'all upset about it. This is literally, it's so silly to
we're
me.
the ones upset about
Hey,
it.
Pickle,
ICE was given
you,
what, $30
Pickle,
billion?
you want to know what's so
ICE was going to be coming into these cities
$140
and
billion.
actually demolishing. Oh,
$140
even better.
billion.
Even better.
$140 billion. That's bigger than
Thank
any
God.
country's military. This is how much
This is what we
you guys
voted
care
for.
about this. It's too silly to me.
Absolutely. But,
It's-
but you just said we're crying about it and
Yes.
pouting.
You
This
are.
is exactly what we voted for.
Hey,
Why would we
Pickles,
be
you want to
crying
hear
about
something
it?
funny, Pickles? Migrants in New York City pay more taxes than people in red states.
This
Than
is
most
exactly
red
what we
states.
voted for. Nobody's crying about this.
I know that
Like- like-
that's all
the
you can
people
say when
throwing
you have
bricks
no
at
ground to
ICE
stand
cars.
on. That's
You guys
exactly
are
what you would
standing
say.
outside of ICE facilities throwing bricks at these cars.
And you guys were standing outside of the
threatening to kill
Capitol
ICE
trying to
agents.
overturn
You
the
guys are
election.
disgusting.
You guys tried to overturn the election. Standing outside the what's worse than
Are
that?
there more people at these ICE protests or more people at January 6th?
I don't know. Is it a contest? Who is more
Well,
violent?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, well, I'm saying the left is more violent, being that way more people are at these ICE protests rather than the number of people at
Okay,
January 6th.
we
who are
actually
violent.
have the arrest records, and it's 70% of the domestic terrorism is done by right-wing domestic terrorists.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, look, all these studies are flawed. You could look in these studies
all
and you
fraud.
could see very major cases that are not listed in there.
Okay.
So do you agree
There's
with
been
Cato?
cases of Antifa.
Have you
in
guys-
Portland
you guys have any
shooting a
good-
guy wearing a MAGA hat, and that's not included in
You,
these
you
studies.
guys have any good data on what it actually should be, rather than what the prosecutor
No, I
project,
mean,
the prosecution
No, I
project,
mean,
or the
we have
FBI?
lived experience. We see on
Just
the news
lived
every day
experience.
Yeah, and seeing videos of all these leftists being at rallies, stabbing a Trump pinata.
Yeah,
Like, you guys are deranged.
That's not violence, but again, do you?
Oh, that
agree-
is violence, actually.
Do you
Threatening
know what the
to kill the
Cato
sitting
Institute
president.
is?
Yes, that's
Do you-
called
do you-
violence.
No, that's not.
And the fact that you're defending it shows why you guys lose in a landslide
attacking
and lost in a landslide in
attacking
2024.
attacking a pinata is not violent. I don't
Yeah,
know
when
what the
when
fuck
it's
you thought that
depicting the
was.
president and when you're stabbing
That's
it with a
still not
knife,
violent,
then yes,
but
that is
okay,
violent.
that's
Okay,
still
well, like
not
I said,
violent.
you're not convincing anybody normal.
Okay,
to
Dirk,
vote with
Dirk,
this
Dirk,
logic.
Dirk, Dirk.
You're
Kash
not convincing
Patel,
anybody
Kash
who's normal.
Patel did the exact same thing with multiple legislatures' heads on this log as he chopped off parts of the log. Do you think that's violent?
What did Kash Patel do? Say again?
He did a video of him chopping logs, and
Let's
on
pull
the
up the
end of the
video.
log was multiple different politicians' heads that he
pull it up.
yeah.
I never heard this. And if it is as you're depicting it, then I absolutely say that's violence, and he should step
And he's
down for
he's
that.
the head. Oh my God! Here it is.
Video of Kash Patel chainsawing the heads
Oh,
of people
my
who were
God.
on his.
There's
You're
one.
saying a
There's a
meme
head.
of this.
There's another one.
Oh,
There's another
God.
one.
You can't really.
Wow.
There's
You
another
guys are
one.
pathetic.
Is
You're
that
resorting
violent?
to a meme.
Is that
That's
violent?
full of creepy people who might do things
You
like
guys
that.
are psychopaths, man.
Except for
You're
the fact
comparing a meme
that
on
Kash
Twitter.
Patel
No, this
to
is
people
something he.
being in the
This is something
streets
he.
stabbing
Posted that
a
imagery
picture of Trump. I mean, you guys are
to his-
insane.
This is the stuff your side loves. Trump just did a video of him shitting on all of the people protesting.
Yeah, normal people listen to you and go, "Whoa, you guys are nutcases."
We're
Literally,
nutcases.
Yeah, you guys in ICE protests and at the No Kings protests, stabbing depictions of Trump,
Oh, okay.
interviewing people who say they can't wait to wake up and see Trump's obituary. Like the right doesn't do this. The right when
They absolutely do.
When Joe Biden was diagnosed with cancer, you didn't see people celebrating.
No,
When
we
Charlie
had
Kirk
Trump
was-
making fun
was
of we.
assassinated in the street. You
Stop.
guys,
No,
you
no.
particularly,
We all denounced.
and
We
the
all
people on the
denounced it.
left celebrated, laughed,
didn't
celebrated,
celebrate.
danced.
No.
Okay, so now you're doing revisionist history. I see people in the chat right now saying,
What?
"Thank God he's gone."
No,
You're
I
gonna
don't see a
say
single
the left
person saying that,
didn't
and the chat
celebrate?
is recorded on my
You're
YouTube
gonna
channel.
say the left didn't celebrate? You're gonna try and lie
No,
to me like that?
I didn't celebrate.
Yeah, I mean, you're
I
pathetic,
can.
man.
All right,
You're
I
arguing
condemn.
in absolute bad
I know this
faith
really
by
hurts
saying
your
that.
narrative, but I didn't
No, it
celebrate.
doesn't hurt any narrative.
I know
Like
it really
said,
hurts your
normal
feelings.
People listening to this will look at you and laugh.
Okay.
Everybody saw
All
it.
right.
Nurses,
And then we have
teachers, people
you're
going on Facebook
you're
and
gish
LinkedIn
galloping.
saying, I can't
You're gish
believe he's
galloping.
gone. This is great.
You're gish
Yet
galloping.
another Nazi
Remember?
guy.
Okay. Remember when
No,
Trump?
this is
my turn.
factual
My
truth.
turn. My turn. My turn. Remember when Trump celebrated the Nancy Pelosi attacker? And same thing with Charlie Kirk. He said they were going to bail out the attacker, and they also perpetuated lies that he was the gay lover of Paul Pelosi. Remember that?
Yeah, and what was worse, that or Charlie
That-
Kirk getting assassinated?
that
was
by
worse,
the
that.
president of the United States, the one cheering on the political violence, and
No,
then
Trump
also
never cheered on it.
yes, he
all
did.
he said is, "How is he doing?" You're gonna
No.
say he cheered
No,
on.
no,
You're
no.
pathetic, man.
And then
Okay,
he
pull up the
also
video.
he never
Hang on.
even
Pull up
mentioned
the video.
Melissa
Okay,
Hortman.
great.
He never even mentioned
Pull
Melissa.
up the video. That's
Melissa
not true at
Hortman?
all. He sent a tweet out.
He
right
sent a
after
tweet
that.
out.
Absolutely.
What did he
Pull
say?
up the video. Pull up the video of him celebrating Paul Pelosi. Let's see that first. Let's go in order. I know you're just repeating talking points from Soros or wherever you get your money from.
Soros. That's how y'all are
Absolutely.
crazy. You guys think everybody on the left is paid by Soros and
Was
undercover.
Soros involved in funding these NGOs that supported the No Kings protests? Yes or no?
I don't know. What were they?
Oh, you don't know? Well, it's a verifiable fact that the Soros Foundation did
NGOs.
fund-
God forbid,
Yeah.
nonprofit organizations that like give people water and like safety.
Oh yeah,
stuff?
that's all they do. Just give
Wait,
people
Pickle,
water.
are we
yeah.
are we
But-
still getting our
But my claim
Soros
was that
check during the
Soros
shutdown?
directly funded them, and you're saying, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Elon Musk directly funded Trump.
That's great.
in the
yeah.
open.
And you could say Elon Musk is this big bag buddy.
Okay, so you guys can stop crying about Soros, right? Because Elon Musk just did in the open. You guys cheered it on.
All I said is how much is Soros? You could have
Okay.
said how much
All
is
right.
Elon
How
paying
much?
you?
How much are the Russians paying you? How many
there you go. See?
rubles did you get from the Russians today?
So like I said, you could use that insult if you want. Mine is actually verifiably true.
Okay, and so
Yours
is mine.
a conspiracy
Yours-
theory that
no,
there
it's
was
not.
a case that
Tim Pool.
completely admonished Donald Trump.
Tim Pool and
Tim-
multiple
oh,
other
wow.
Benny Johnson. All these
Right.
creators were getting hundreds of thousands of dollars from Russia.
Yeah, and
Proof,
I don't think
proven.
that's a good thing.
Okay.
I don't
All
think
right.
that's a good
So
thing,
you
yeah.
could stop crying about one side, right?
Well, no, I mean Soros is funding millions and millions and millions of
And
dollars.
so is
worth of
Russia, and
protests.
so is Elon.
You're going to say it's on the order of magnitude of Soros? a
Yeah,
billionaire?
Elon's richer than Soros, right?
Yeah, but Elon is not funding anti-Joe Biden protests right now.
Okay, Trump is.
Trump is funding anti-Joe Biden protests?
Trump is definitely using tax dollars to send military to our streets to spark
This
to
is what
spark
we voted
protests
for?
and
This is-
escalate
he's
things.
The president of the United States. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good analogy.
I thought
He's using
state
tax
sovereignty was a big
dollars
deal
to
for
do
you.
his job.
I thought state sovereignty was a big
State
deal for you.
sovereignty is a big. When did I say state sovereignty is a big deal for me when it comes to enforcing?
What
law
about
and
states'
order? When did I
rights?
say that?
What about the whole states' rights thing with Roe v.
You
Wade?
think that's a valid dichotomy there? Where
I think Trump definitely said that.
What do you mean Trump definitely? You're talking to me,
He's all
and
about
you're just
states'
putting
rights until it
claims in
comes
my mouth.
to everything else.
You're putting claims that I never said out into
So
the
Pickles, I just
So-
checked.
so-
and I found no proof that Soros.
Yeah, no proof that Soros funded all these different organizations.
Yeah,
yeah.
no proof whatsoever.
Even though it's all public information, you said
No.
proof.
So where you getting that from? Because literally, I just
Literally
checked the
just
internet.
Google it. Literally just Google it.
Where?
Yeah, I'm googling
Where's
it.
your source?
Okay, Soros funded No Kings protest funders.
So they just fund protest movements and civil society organizations, influence political outcomes, organize protests in different countries. Open
they
society
sources
foundations
are,
are
though,
established to
people.
provide grants to numerous non-governmental organizations, NGOs worldwide.
Yeah, see, so exactly what I said.
And you can paint that in a horrible light, or you can paint that in a good light. That just means that he's a good guy.
Pickles.
Right.
Look what
yeah,
they
he's
two
a great
sources
guy, man.
are.
Yeah,
Both of they
he
sources-
helped out Nazis, right? You think he's a good guy?
Pickles,
And,
both of they
and
sources-
Elon Musk does the same thing. He is literally funding the far right
Wait,
movement in
hold on.
Germany.
You just said he's a good guy, but he was actively during World
He's
War
Jewish.
II helping out Nazis.
He's
Yeah,
Jewish.
He betrayed his Jewish brothers and sisters and turned them into Nazis. Do you not know this is true?
Let's Google it.
Pickles,
Oh
you just see
man, what do you know?
my broke best friend keep calling? Did you see what
They've
they
literally
just
interviewed
they
with
saw?
him talking about this and smiling about it, and he said he would do it again.
It says no, George Soros did not betray Jewish people or help the
Oh, you're
Nazis.
such a
A false
liar,
narrative.
dude.
I'm a liar.
What?
Just
You're
Google. You told me
such
to
a
Google it, right?
liar.
You told me to Google
Yeah,
it. This is
what
what
are
it
you looking at?
says.
BuzzFeed?
BuzzFeed. This is from the ADL, actually. Anti-Defamation League. They are vehemently anti-Semitic or against
You could go on
anti-Semitism,
YouTube
right?
now and see an interview of him talking about this.
Nice. And you just told me I was looking at BuzzFeed,
Yes.
and I'm sure you
Because
didn't
I'm
get any
looking at an
creatively
interview of
clipped,
him in
creatively clipped
1998,
interviews.
a 60 minutes interview that's 4 minutes and 50 seconds where you could see him actively bragging about this, saying he would do it again.
Okay, as a teenager in Budapest, Soros and his family, who were Jewish, went into hiding to survive Nazi persecution. To conceal their identities, his father used false identity papers and arranged them to pose as Christians. Taking inventory, on one occasion, Soros is sent by his supposed godfather, an official in the Hungarian government who was hiding him, to deliver notices to the Jewish council. He also accompanied the official once he was ordered to take inventory of a Jewish family's confiscate estate. While this is the basis of false claims, Soros did not participate in the confiscation itself.
Oh, he just aided them in confiscating them. Got it. Oh,
Yeah.
that makes it so much better. You proved me wrong.
Dang, I know.
Whoa.
I guess it really hurts
didn't
when you get
actively
fact
pick
checked
them up
live
and
on stream. It
Wow,
just sucks real bad.
That really proved
Sucks
me
real
wrong,
bad.
Pickles. You did great, man.
I thank you.
You did so good.
Thank
during
you.
that. He didn't actively pick them up and bring them to the camps. He just took inventory on who
I
to
don't know.
bring.
Maybe he just didn't want to die.
Holy shit. He just inventoried on who to capture and bring
Yeah.
to Auschwitz. Yeah, great. That was a great fact check.
Thank you.
for that.
And then we have Elon
Fantastic.
Musk, who literally did a Nazi salute on stage, and it was at Trump's inauguration, wasn't it?
Literally a Nazi salute on stage. You're still running
Yeah.
with that now.
And he supported the like the
You
far
guys
right,
are
the
an
ADF.
absolute mess.
Is it the ADF? The
You
far
guys are
right.
a mess.
All right, let's see this. Did Elon Musk fund the far right party of Germany?
Yeah, it's the ADF. He actually did a video call with them, and
Oh,
he
the,
gave
oh,
that's
them,
for Street Financial.
He actually
Far right
told
The
party.
AFD.
Yeah.
Sorry, Musk posted AFD Conserve Germany on X. Later, wrote an op-ed published in German newspaper Welt am Sonntag, reiterating his support. And his first, he made it. He made a special appearance.
The Liberal Party in America.
Oh, you got to be kidding me! Literally the centrists or the far right in Germany
They're labeled far right because they say we don't need to bring in more migrants. That's
exactly.
their definition of
They
far
have
right.
the same
most Americans
anti-migrants.
Think that. Are most
I know.
Americans far right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
According to
Didn't
Grok,
say
they
it.
are right.
According to Grok, you libtards always love your AI references. You're looking at Grok and Gemini trying to prove me wrong. I'm looking at a video of George Soros smiling, saying he would do exactly what he did again.
And I'm sure they took it out of context for you, and I'm sure that they twisted it
the
in some way that
60
makes it
minutes
really
of-
believable.
Well, I know 60 Minutes likes to doctor their footage, but I think back in 1997, I don't think they did that practice.
Yeah, and we have the fact check right here from the ADL, who would be extra interested in this,
Yeah, the ADL,
considering who
definitely.
they are.
Right. Definitely no funding from Soros to the ADL.
Okay.
Yeah. No conflict of interest there.
Okay.
Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, like, is this like I feel like I'm learning more about like what you don't know rather than what you do know. Every single thing that you say, you're just like, oh, I don't know about that, or oh, let me just contradict myself every 2 sentences.
Oh,
Isn't
he
this
doesn't.
what you
He
do for a
doesn't
living?
actually. He doesn't even support or fund the ADL.
Yeah, right. Got it.
So
Okay, another Gemini overview for you. Good.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you.
No,
You're just.
no,
You
Gemini
literally
is
just
the
said this.
all-knowing
You
oracle.
said this
You're
from
right.
the hip, dude. And I'm supposed to believe you
Gemini
over
is this
Gemini.
all-knowing oracle. No, you're right. Yeah.
There you go.
Gemini
Poison the well,
Gemini
muddy the
knows
waters. Yeah.
You're
Just tell me the
literally
proof. Show me the
you're
proof that he
looking
did
up
it.
the Gemini overview and concluding the
Listen,
research.
you're just grandstanding on how I proved you wrong. Why don't you just prove me
Imagine-
wrong?
like, have
Why don't
you
you just
ever
prove me
done
wrong?
a
Pull me up a
degree?
good source, man. Pull me up a good
No,
source.
I don't need to pull up a source to say that the
Got it.
ADL is a left-wing rag.
Got it.
And they're funded by left-wing organizations.
Mhm. That's
And
a good quote.
Soros funds left-wing organizations.
Anybody
That's his-
who's
that's
left
his
wing
job.
just lies about all the time. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, ADL says that Turning Point is a fascist organization.
They are.
Anybody with a brain knows that that's not true. And I know you're going to say
They're
they
a-
are
they're
because your
far right.
audience is brain dead and you're trying to get tips and all that stuff. But anyone
Dirk
with a brain knows
Dirk,
that
we
that's
can
not
talk
true.
about fascism. You want to?
I mean, sure. This is your
What do you
favorite
think
topic in the
fascism
world.
is, man?
I mean, I think I have like a colloquial definition,
What
which
is that?
is like it's I guess a right wing party that silences its oppositions in order to win elections.
And that's it?
Yeah, and they're basically very authoritarian, and yeah, I mean, there's traits of their leadership.
We can go through the
style.
list. I'll show you.
Well, I mean, this list by Umberto Eco or whoever you're going to bring up, I mean, you understand that that's a subjective list, right? I mean, all of this
Yeah.
is subjective.
Yeah, this is agreed upon by all the scholars. In fact, most of the
All
scholars
the
that believe in
scholars
this
agree.
have fled
Scholars
the country.
also say that a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man. So I don't necessarily believe scholars.
It's not.
all the
That's
time.
not what they say at all. But
That's
let's
not
go.
what they say. They don't say
No.
that a man can become a woman. They don't say that.
No.
Do you believe a man can become a woman?
No.
Oh, okay. There you go. Oh, so wow, the one liberal on TikTok that doesn't think that.
No, that's
And
not
let's
true.
see if the people in the comments. Do you agree with him?
Comments. Do
think
you
a man
agree?
can
Type
become a
one in the
woman?
comments if you
I
agree.
one in the comments if you agree. A man cannot become a woman. Let's see those ones. I don't see any. Do
There
you
you
see
go.
ones?
There you go.
You see ones? Oh, I don't see any right now.
Oh wow. Oh wow. There they come. All right, are you ready? Powerful
I
and
see no
continuing
shot one.
nationalism. Powerful and continuing nationalism.
I
Who
see
kisses
2-1.
flags? Who kisses flags? Who holds the Bible up
Oh, he's
and
a nationalist.
says that
Don't
he
get me wrong. He loves America.
Yeah, he who wraps
That's a tenet of fascism?
who wraps their trucks in flags, who dresses head to toe in flags, who swears they're
already
the most
this
patriotic
list is not-
out of the two, who just swears the most patriotic out of the two.
You
It's the
understand?
right.
All Americans were like this, like 15 years ago.
That's not true.
It wasn't until Trump ran where Democrats began actively, openly hating America.
We don't hate
This is a-
America.
this is-
We
this
love
is a new
America.
recent
That's why we
phenomenon.
hate Trump.
This is a new and recent phenomenon where you guys are saying you guys are the fuck America party. You will never be caught dead.
Nobody's the
wearing
fuck
an
America
American
party.
flag. You guys will never be caught dead supporting the American flag. You guys have become the fuck America party.
No,
I mean, this
it's
is a
because we're
recent
turned off
phenomenon.
by the ultranationalism. You guys have completely fetishized the flag
So was JFK
and made
a
it
fascist?
disgustus. No, it's what Trump has done to it. It's what Trump has done
so
to it.
JFK wasn't a fascist. I would say JFK was the most patriotic president we've ever had. You don't think so?
No, I'm talking about the whole sentiment of obsessing over nationalism. America
JFK
first.
obsessed over America and having American
Okay, this is one of 14 tenets, right? So you can cherry pick and
would
just
you,
say,
would you
"Oh,
say that Trump is a fascist because of this one point, or we're going to
no,
have to
this
look
is
at
going to
all
be
14?
this is going to be one of 14 things where he checks off, okay?
Well, how many does it require for
It doesn't matter if he hits all 14, he hits all 14.
So all 14 means you're a fascist. So if he misses
Absolutely.
one, he's not a
Yeah.
fascist. Got it.
Disdain for recognition of human rights. We've got him
Okay.
taking away women's
Well, there we
rights.
go.
We've got him
Oh,
convincing
I would say
you.
that's pro-human rights, by
Okay.
the way. You're,
And
you're the
then-
one who likes killing millions of humans every single year.
Right.
because you're pro-abortion.
And then we have women who die giving birth.
So already number 2 is disproven. He
Okay.
of course cares
And
more
and
about
do
human rights than
do
Democrats.
do undocumented migrants have rights? Do they have due process rights?
Yeah, they have the right to go back to where they came from.
Okay, that's what I thought. There you go.
What do you mean? There you go. Do
they
fetuses
do
in
they
the
have
womb
rights under the Constitution?
Hold on. Do fetuses in the wombs have rights?
No.
No. Okay. There you go. What's worse, sending somebody back home or killing them? What's worse?
Okay, literally, legally, fetuses do not have rights.
Literally, legally, yeah, and literally, legally, slavery was legal. Is that cool? Is that moral?
What are you talking about? No, it's not legal
You're
anymore.
referencing laws of the current time and using that
Yes.
for your morality?
No, you're
Okay,
talking
so-
about
okay, so back
legality.
then,
We're not
you
talking
just
about
said
morality.
literally, legally. That's
Yes.
what you just said.
Literally,
So that's why-
legally,
that's-
fetuses
that's
do
why
not
I'm
have a
talking
social.
about
They do not
legality.
have
You
rights. They
understand
do not give. They do
You
not
do
get
this
child
for a
support.
living, by the way?
Yes.
This is your living?
Yes.
You're really bad at this, dude. You're horrible at this.
Thank you.
You go literally, legally.
Yes.
A human in the womb is not a person with rights.
Correct.
Why are you talking about legally? Like, how retarded are you? Holy
You can't
shit.
slur. Can't slur. All right. Identification of enemies and scapegoats. We've got trans people. We've got Nancy Pelosi. We've got immigrants. I don't know.
What about the whole Democrat Party calling every Trump supporter a fascist, a Nazi?
Because this is your
literally
movement. This
Hitler?
is y'all's politics. Y'all are fascists.
Oh, so,
So-
they're not demonizing more than half the country. They're not.
No,
doing
I mean,
that?
if you guys are fascists, you're fascist, right? Trump calls us radical
So
leftists.
you don't think that's demonizing?
No.
No, we're trying to determine what fascism is.
Yeah, and you
you're-
are
now
literally
you're
doing it.
self-referencing.
Yeah,
You're
so here we go.
self-referencing it.
Supremacy
We're
of the
on
military.
list.
Supremacy of the
You're on
military.
list of what is fascism, and you're saying, no, but you could criticize people if they are fascist.
Mm-hmm.
That makes no sense. So
you have to be able to
anybody who
call out fascism.
criticizes-
When fascism finally here, can we call it out? Are we allowed to?
Say that again?
Are we allowed to call out fascism when it's finally here? Is that against the rules?
Well, if it's actual fascism, but everything
All right,
that we
let's
went
see
through
if
in this list
let's
is
see
not
if it
correct.
is. Let's see it is. All right,
Well,
supremacy
we're going through it,
of
and every
the
single thing besides the first one is not applying to Trump at all.
a disdain for recognition of human rights. You are along with
Of
half
course,
of the country.
yeah, Trump is anti-abortion. So
No.
he's
I
absolutely
talked about
multiple human
migrants too. We can talk about migrants
rights. Yeah,
and
I
how
said they
you
have the human rights to go back to where they came from.
exactly. You don't think
Yeah.
they have a right to due process.
That's moral.
And
That's
that
absolutely
is
moral.
that is
The due
othering
process
a whole
is
class of
sending them
people.
back. That is the due
He
process.
has trouble. He has othered a whole class of people and convinced y'all that the Fifth Amendment doesn't exist. So
Well,
this
he didn't-
is
he didn't
mass
convince all of us.
delusion.
This is what all of us were already thinking.
This is
We
mass
just so happened
delusion.
to realize that.
Okay, disdain for recognition
you
of human
guys-
rights.
you guys
This
have
is
a complete
you are so
misunderstanding
on
of the
board
MAGA
with
movement.
disdain for recognition of human rights. It's insane. You are so on
No,
board with this.
I'm
So there you go.
anti-abortion and you're pro-abortion. I think human rights is way more important than you do.
Okay, no,
Because,
you don't
because
give
you're
us a
supporting
whole
millions
class of
humans in the
people.
womb
You don't give a
getting
whole class
murdered.
of people human rights. All right.
Of course you do. If they're
Identification
human,
of
they have
enemies.
human rights.
Identification
Hold
of
on.
enemies
If
and
they're human, they have
scapegoats.
human rights. Do you disagree?
I'm sorry.
If they're a human, they have human rights. Do you disagree?
Yes, but I don't grant humans
You
personhood.
disagree? You disagree with that?
I don't give humans
So
personhood
when do you,
until
no,
23
I
weeks.
said if you're a human, I didn't say a person.
I
said a
don't consider
human.
someone a human until 23 weeks.
Oh, so you disagree with 100% of biologists that a
No.
fetus is a human?
No,
You just said you don't consider them a human.
no. I'm talking about
until how many
personhood.
weeks?
Talking about personhood.
No. We're talking about humans. Why do you keep shifting the topic and talking about person? I'm saying human. You
Hi,
understand?
Artemis.
I'm saying human, and you're saying
Hey,
you're
that's
talking
not
about
what that
personhood?
study says.
yeah.
That study references
That's not what this.
specifically.
Okay, who is this person just randomly
That's
joining? in?
somebody
When we
Way
talk about
better
abortion, I
at
bring
this
a
than
woman
you
up.
Okay,
Chat,
so what do you
cash
mean
up and
that's not
Venmo
what
are in the
we're talking
bio.
about? 100% of biologists.
It doesn't say
consider-
100%. It says 96%. Let's get it
Oh,
right.
96%,
Yes,
not 100%.
and in that study, it
Okay,
specifically is
gotcha.
only taking it. It's only looking at a small.
Gotcha.
It's only looking at a small portion of biologists, and they were asked about cellular life, not personhood.
Right. And again, another person, a second person, using the word person, which I never used. I used the word human because we're talking about human
It's
rights.
Human cellular life at conception.
We're talking
Great.
about human rights. So I'm
Yes.
saying I
Just give it to
believe
you.
that all humans have rights because I believe in human rights. You don't. You believe in personhood rights.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
So
I
you-
was
so you're
explaining to you the
anti-abortion,
study
right?
that you were misquoting.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for interrupting to say only 96%.
I
think
mean,
it
you haven't
starts at
shut up the
conception.
entire time you've been up here.
Well, I'm getting 2v1'd right now, and I'm absolutely demolishing
Pickles is
you
literally
guys.
doing something else. No one else is talking to you.
Yeah. So so you're anti-abortion. That's fair because you said you're pro-human rights, and that's not true. What I just said.
No, I'm
before.
not anti-abortion. I don't believe that a fetus gets
Oh,
special
okay. So it
rights.
was 100% true what I just said. That's weird.
No,
Why'd
wait,
you
hold on,
say
hold on.
that's not true?
You're not even paying, Dirk, honey, sweetie,
Why'd you
pumpkin.
say that's
I need
not
you to
true?
listen. I need you to listen, okay? Because
Yeah, go
all you
ahead.
do is talk, 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 talk.
Well,
and
you're
you
not
never
making any
shut the fuck
points.
up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there you go.
Go
So
ahead.
I don't believe that a fetus should have special rights over the woman's
Special rights,
body.
the right not to get murdered. Those are special rights.
That's not no, that. So if you want to grant special privileges to a fetus to allow them to have resources,
How is that special privilege not to get murdered?
it is
What
because
is special about
because
that?
the rights of another cannot override another person's rights. Your rights can't override
The
another.
rights to another cannot override another person's rights. What
Yes,
are you even
a
talking
fetus cannot
about?
have special rights to the bodily resources.
Hey, Dirk, can I
Essentially,
come up to you if
That's what a woman's body is built
All right.
for.
I-
So
No,
why
it is not.
No,
Of
Dirk,
course it is.
can I come up to you and
that's
just
the entire purpose of being a woman.
can I come up to you and just start jabbing you and taking some blood from you because you're a perfect match for me?
Well, was my body designed to get my blood extracted?
My body is
It
not
was
designed
designed. It was
for birth.
perfectly designed to match
Oh, it was
mine.
designed to get it extracted to be given to a libtard
Are you
like
are you
yourself?
religious?
No, I'm not religious.
Then why are you saying designed?
Yeah, he's just dumb.
Well,
Pickles.
There is
What do you
no
mean, why-
design.
Yeah, what do you mean design?
Was there were we designed?
We evolved to have
So we're not
a
designed.
bodily structure that has certain duties.
Mm-hmm.
Our body parts have a
My
purpose.
body ain't doing shit like that.
What's the pea spot made for then?
Your body. Your body ain't made to have
What's-
body parts that have.
No,
a
my
purpose?
body was not made to have a child. No, it was not.
There,
Do you have a
there is no
uterus?
intention. What's the pinky toe for?
Wait, Pickles, hold on. Can I
To-
answer
to
this?
help
No, I don't have a uterus. Dirk, I don't have a uterus.
Stabilize when you walk.
No,
Dirk,
it
I
doesn't
don't
do
have a
that.
uterus.
What do you mean? No. Yes, it does.
No, we can literally see it's just DNA, junk in our DNA. It does. We don't need one.
It's junk DNA to have a pinky toe. You're insane.
Yes.
It helps.
Literally,
stabilize
it's
you when you
non-existent.
walk.
For some people, it literally doesn't do anything.
There are,
Uh,
if you're talking about
makes them walk.
Enjoy your kick. Thank you so much, W. Sarah's in the chat.
he has to be single. Nobody can put up with that shit for more than 5 minutes. My God. Also, I just wanted to bring this up. I hope he is hanging around. For you to accuse a 13-year-old boy in World War II of helping the Yahtzees, you need to get your fucking brain checked. Because he was a child. He was 13. And you're going to sit here and blame a 13-year-old child for your fucking anti-Semitic bullshit because you don't give a shit about anybody but yourself, Dirk. So that was pissing me off. He was 13. So, thank you for letting me come up. My God. He's single. I know he's single. I love you, Pickles.
Love you.
Bye.
Yellow.
Yeah, who's that know-it-all bitch? Dirk was mopping the floor with you, dude.
He was mopping anything. He was just over talking.
You overtalk, and you're rude, and you're ignorant. And then you were the best.
I'm rude and ignorant.
Excuse me. The point you were trying to debate that Donald Trump let more people into this country than Joe Biden. Did I get that straight?
No, I said he had a lower rate of expelling. You were more likely to be able to get through during Donald Trump.
It's the same shit, you fucking pinhead. You are so here. You know what? Here,
That's what the data says.
Wait,
That's what the data says.
Here's what I asked, and I think I've asked you this before, but of course you're too smart for anybody, including yourself. You know, you got two ears in one mouth because you're supposed to listen more than you talk, right? Have you ever listened to Mark Levin? Have you ever listened to Jesse Waters and watched when they come out their monologue? Have you ever done that? Probably not.
Jesse Waters, who made fun of Biden for drinking out of a straw.
Yes or no? Him. That's the guy that made fun of the retard that was supposed president.
You cannot say that word, Bozo Biden. That is a slur.
Have you ever tried to do that? Yes or no? I asked you.
Have I ever tried to listen to Jesse Waters? Yes.
Yeah. How many times have you listened to him?
Enough to know that he is disgusting. He sucks.
5, 10, 15, 20. How many times?
He's on my dad's TV all day, every day.
God bless your father, dude.
Dude, I was watching when excuse me. I was watching Jesse Waters. Hold on.
Waters is sick.
Yeah. Okay. So I will. When that huge balloon was coming across the sky. By the way, who also Trump let a weather balloon get across the country twice in his administration, or once at least. Yes, he did. And what he was alluding to is, what if there's a virus in that balloon? He was saying all of this huge fear mongering. I was watching this on my dad's TV.
Show me video. Sure. Yeah. When Biden let the a balloon fly literally across the entire country, then when it was passed, had gathered all the information, then shot it down like a tough guy. Those are the guys. So that's your example. You said you watched him plenty of times. He's always on the phone on the TV by your dad.
He wasn't,
and that's what you gathered.
Yes.
That balloon.
Yes.
Tell me one more.
Yes, he was fear mongering. He's like, what if it's this? What if it's that? He was sitting there trying to make you guys so scared.
Dude. Tell me another example.
Okay.
Pickle tickler.
Hey, could you?
No, I won't deal with you. You're a loudmouth. You're a loudmouth, ignorant witch, dude. Go ahead, dude. Give me one other example.
I know that you like yelling at the phone, but could you insult me to my face, please? I like it when people do it straight to my face. Because if you've got a problem, then I'm right here. Also, we've got to create a new TV channel for some of y'all because this is getting ridiculous. You need to stop yelling at the phone just like old man yells at cloud, because that's exactly what I'm getting every time, Pickles. Like the meme, right, Pickles, from The Simpsons? Like old man yells at cloud. That's what's happening right now.
Also,
Pickles.
I have a good one from Jesse Waters. This is an insurrection. What we need to do is either leave the UN or we need to bomb it. He suggested to bomb the UN because of the escalator failing for Trump.
Well, here.
That's wild.
That's how disgusting. Here, do you understand? If you know Jesse Waters and you watch him with an open mind,
Oh my God.
anyone would. Excuse me. I'm not done yet. Don't interrupt me, dude. Anyone would know he is somewhat funny, or at least tries to be. I think he's funny, but I like
Woof.
him. You
He's
may not like
radicalizing.
him.
He is
You
literally
think
a
you're funny,
radical,
but I
disgusting
think you should
person.
have been a blowjob, like I told you. So
Okay, and
once
I think
again,
you're
what's
disgusting.
another example? Good for you. What's another example?
Didn't Jesse Waters' mother like completely obliterate him on live TV one time?
Yeah,
That was a good day.
she's liberal.
How does it like feel
Americans
to see a
like watching
disappointment
men
of a
be
son?
men, competitive, tough, and violent. But 60 Minutes thinks sometimes men are a little too masculine. Jesse Waters championing toxic masculinity. Oh my God. He's just so gross, man. The way he like inflects his voice, the cadence of the way he talks, he's just like a little shit. He's just like a little shithead.
Who do you look up to? Like probably one of the girls on the animals on The View, if you want to call them
I've
women.
never
I
watched
don't know.
The
That's
View.
on you.
He brings it up
I've-
Where
every
do you
Yeah,
get
I know.
your?
I've never
Where do you
watched
get
The
your?
View.
Who would I know that you think? Wow, this is one of like my top 5 people.
You know who's a really good
that I think
journalist?
are really
Don
smart.
Lemon. Don Lemon's great.
Dude, you are retarded.
You can't
Honey, do
say
you
that,
know what a
Bozo.
slur is?
That's a slur. You can't say it. Bozo Biden, we're in 2025. We've stopped saying the N word. We've stopped saying like the F slur. We can't say the R slur anymore. Can't say these words. I don't know who downloaded TikTok for you, but the rest of the world has decided on this years ago.
Why can't they ever insult me to my face, though? That's my problem. They have to wait till I'm back in the comments. Well, and, he'll be here tomorrow, as always, yelling at his phone, yelling at you. Somebody get that man a cloud. Anyway, I will hop back down. Bye. Love you.
Love you. Hello? Don't Don Tirolov. Don't Tirolov. Shannon, I see you. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm trying to ride this algorithm, love. Hello? Vicky?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to add, didn't Jesse Waters also cheat on his wife with a producer on his show?
Oh, should see that.
I think it was a little while ago, but I do remember hearing about that. You can go ahead and drop me. I'm sorry,
Nice.
my hands are a little busy.
Anytime. I thought that was Pete Hegseth. It is. He had an affair with a staffer, which led to the end of his first marriage. Stand up guy. Stand up guy. Hello.
Oh shit, that was quick. Pickles, what's up, dude?
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Well, I was, and then me and you talked a few times on here, and I ended up voting for Harris. But can I just talk for a second?
Sure.
I'm conflicted. I'm a moderate in North Carolina. Obviously, fascism is here, and I'm with the. I think the midterms Republicans are cooked. However, I will say, and maybe I went down the rabbit hole, but I don't care if you're a MAGA Republican or you're a DNC Democrat. If you're funded by AIPAC, I can't support you. So I'm kind of on that wing. So give me your opinion on it because you're one of the smartest people I ever followed. So
For
I mean,
AIPAC?
just in general, like I think that they're all on the same side, man. And I hate to say that, but I think it's good versus evil at this point.
I
Now,
think
help
when
me
it
out with that.
comes to Israel, there's a lot of people who would vote pro-Israel, but I don't think that is all of our politics. I do think Israel has a horrible government. I think they're committing atrocities. But I don't think that's everything. That's not the end-all, be-all. I think that it's really hard to condemn Israel, considering half the country is Christian. So that's why you see these people so openly do it, because it's a huge turnoff,
that's-
even for Democrats.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And before you drop me, that's why I kind of wanted to hop up on here. That was really fast, by the way. I figured I'd have to wait for a minute.
You're good.
When I met you, I forget her name. She's from Texas. The girl you used to have up here in your panel. But I
Oh,
follow
Kristen.
her.
Okay.
Yeah, Kristen Rader. Yeah.
Yeah.
your thing was like election day. Tell me why you voted for Trump, and I was like, hey, you're like, hey, you're a Trump supporter. I'm like, no, but I just voted Kamala, and blah blah blah. And we talked about it. But my thing is like, again, with the APAC thing, dude, the politicians are corrupt. Now, obviously, the Democrats are fighting for the release of the Epstein files. That's great. I think they're cooked in the midterms. I think the seat in Arizona is going to be a big flip once she gets sworn in. I think now I will say this. I never thought I would find myself as a country boy from North Carolina aligning myself with Ro Khanna from California and Representative Thomas Massey. Like it's so
Nice.
I'm so divided, dude. I don't know if you feel that way sometimes. It's crazy. So like in North Carolina, we got Roy Cooper, who was our governor. He's gonna win. We're gonna flip North Carolina blue this upcoming cycle.
Nice.
But we can't keep voting on these stupid CR resolutions that just keep putting us more in debt, that keep sending money overseas. I understand where a lot of the MAGA people come from. Like they are tired of their groceries and gas, all these things being high, yet we're sending billions of dollars to Israel or to Ukraine, regardless, whatever country. And
I think we need to just realize that anytime we do this, both sides are going to politicize it. I don't like sending money to Israel. That's stupid. That sucks. Whatever. I can see how that might not end soon, and I can live with that. But like when we send money to Ukraine and one side goes, "Don't do that," and they run elections on that, that's terrifying. That is such a little part of our budget, and that is dangerous politics. And I think Trump spending $5 trillion is far more troubling than sending somebody $75 billion. Like that's nothing.
No, and I agree, and that was one reason I took up for Harris in the election. I would say because all the MAGAs would say, "Oh, they're sending our money to Ukraine," right? I would say, well, we spend $5 trillion a year. Here's how much we sent to Ukraine. That's like pocket change in your floorboard of your car. It's not really a lot of money if you look at it. So,
like it is, but like in comparison to where we can see where priorities lie in each party, and it's like
hold on, Pickles. As a veteran, I would say this: the reason Biden did send that money. So I will take up for Joe here and old Sleepy Joe. He did that because he wanted to keep NATO from invading. And if the day that Poland was to say, "Hey, we're gonna put boots on the ground," that makes us to put our troops on the ground. So we sent them supplies, humanitarian aid. Yeah. But I just wanted to pick your brain on that, man, because I'm out here. I'm trying to get people to register to vote, veterans to get voting, working with the VA, and that's one of the questions I get. Like it's from all the time. They're not MAGA. They're not Democrat. I think they're all corrupt. I'm just not even going to vote. How do you persuade people to just get out to the polls? We have low voter turnout in all 50 states, man.
It's wild.
And that's the problem.
I would say there's only one side openly, brazenly doing things to enrich themselves, and we need to take the country back from the hands of the oligarchs running it right now. We have 15 billionaires in Trump's cabinet. Never seen this before. It's insane.
But you would agree we got to get more aggressive. Like, hey, it's more than Epstein. It's more than your Social Security. This is either like democracy or fascism. That's what we're up against. Would you agree to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your time, sir. Pickles, I'm gonna keep sharing and supporting your live, dude.
Appreciate you, man. Much love.
Appreciate your time, buddy. Love you too.
All right. Just a W guest. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. I do have a Cash App and Venmo in my bio. There's a link tree on my main page. That's the best way to support me. If you guys are trying to buy me a cup of coffee, I'd kiss you on the forehead. Definitely wasn't a David. They're tearing down the line. Dude, that actually honestly did make my stomach turn into knots when I saw that picture of the White House. You owe me a forehead kiss? You're going to get two, Jason. You just wait. I saw that. The Trump wants the DOJ to pay him $230 million for like restitution, I guess, for fucking Shannon. Thank you so much for the $10. You are the best. Thank you so much, Shannon. It looks like we're running out of MAGAs, y'all. MAGA, if you want to debate, hop in the box. Let's try pushing the likes. It's like 100K. We have 400 people in here. It's not that many taps. Same price as the ballroom. That's so true. Oh, I did not think about that. Oh my God, dude. The DOJ, Trump's DOJ, one of the two people are like Trump's personal attorney for years. If you got Dean put out a nice video about it, so I'm plagiarizing Dean on this. Trump's personal attorney be one of the two people authorizing this. We are the private donors. I just came from that video, yeah. Tweet says, I love your voice. Thank you so much. Chat, are we cooked? Possibly. We're so ass backwards right now. What's up, Miss Chandler? We're so ass backwards right now, and people are so oblivious to where their position like lies in the Overton window. Like that guy's like, we're not far right. Buddy, mass deportation, nativism, sexism, ultranationalism, protectionism, like tariffs on the entire world. How further right do you get? How do you go further right? Military in the streets? I couldn't even get through I didn't even get through the third point. Bro had to pivot to Schmishmortion. And at the same time admitting that there's a type of person he wants to have less rights. A type of person that actually gets rights, less rights. They're hanging a swat. What? Can 13-year-olds debate? There might be some good 13-year-old debaters out there, but you can't do it on TikTok. Woof. Woof, cockatiel. I was told this weekend they like Fox because they give both sides of the issues. Oh, God. I saw that. And he claimed that it was like somebody vandalized him or some shit. Dude, when you're staring at yourself in a phone call, surely you'd see that. Did you guys see the troublesome text leaks? The more recent ones? Pickles, it's bad when DJT adds $5 trillion over 10 years, but universal healthcare isn't. Like, bro, dude, universal healthcare would save Americans money. It wasn't. It wasn't young Republicans. It was a guy that. Hold on. Why isn't coming up? He's a potential appointee. He was someone pretty closely tied to Trump. Nominee for special counsel. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Ingracia, 30-year-old lawyer nominee, lead to the lead office of special counsel, was slated to appear before senators on Thursday. His move comes after Politico reported comments he made in a text chat. He's no longer being nominated, a White House official said. Using Italian slur for black people, Ingracia wrote in December 2023, per the text, no, I don't know what this word is. This. Let's Google this. An English black person used by Italians in the U.S. is a corruption of melanzane, the Italian one for eggplant. Okay, so it's just a very racist word by Italians. The next Mexican Congress, former Indian Republican candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, according, never trust a Chinaman or Indian. Never. In all caps. Yeah, yucky. The difference between us and them, if someone said that in a text with a group chat, like I'm in a group chat with a bunch of creators, if someone said that in our group chat, we would immediately crucify that person. We'd be like, excuse me? That's the difference between us and them. J. Jones murder texts. I'm going to go do so. Okay, I'll catch you later, Shannon. Thank you so much. Siobhan, thank you so much for the PayPal. Thank you, Siobhan. Am I saying that right? Thank you for the $32. Thank you so much, guys. Means a lot. Taking kids in my neighborhood right now. Cockatiel, where are you? They tear gassed our neighbors. Jesus fucking Christ. Am I going to comment on the J. Jones murder text? Is he still a good candidate? I'm still trying to figure out what he said. Animal. Trump calls Jay Jones an animal. Says anybody would be put in prison for what he said. What did he say? Oh. Mentioning the legislative leader alongside Schittler and Pol Pot. Now the Democrat Party, Jay Jones is his party's candidate in next month's election for state attorney general. And the recent revelation his 3-year messages have sparked a fierce outcry from Republicans around a Democrat ticket in a state where the party is commanding edge and closely watch race for the governor. The messages have prompted Republicans to demand that Abigail Spanberger, Democrat candidate for the governor, withdraw her support for Mr. Jones, who has apologized and vowed to stay in the race to be the state's next AG. In a statement, Jones referred to the messages as a grave mistake, and he said that he was ashamed to have sent them. It emerges in the incendiary text, first reported that National Review comes the country is grappling with the growing specter of political violence, particularly since January 6th, attack on the U.S. Capitol, a Democrat, her husband were killed at their home. Yeah. Discourse, American politics turned vulgar. The exchange in question took place in August 2022 as Republicans in the House of Delegates were offering to praise Joe Johnson, a former delegate and a moderate Democrat who had recently died. In response to Mr. Jones, who had resigned from the chamber several months earlier, texted Kerry Coiner, a Republican delegate and one of Mr. Jones' former colleagues. The text, which appeared to have been at first intended for somebody else, initially criticized Mr. Johnson for having been too closely aligned with the state's Republicans and insinuated that Mr. Johnson had only received the praise because he had leaked information to them in the past. At one point, he remarked that he would piss on the graves of certain Republican delegates when they died. He went on to posit the hypothetical scenario in which he had a pew-pew, 2 bullets, and the choice to shoot Hitler or former Cambodian dictator Pol Pot, and then House Virginia Speaker Todd Gilbert, and a Republican. And in such a scenario, Mr. Jones, he would shoot Mr. Gilbert twice. We got to condemn that. If the president of the United States won't condemn violence, I don't know what to do. I don't know if it does any good. I think the right thing a few months ago would be to definitely turn away. But if this is a matter of winning a race for governor, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. I leave it up to the state. I don't know. Things are going to get violent whether we want them to or not. I think Trump is literally just stoking the fires of a civil war every day. He so badly wants one. Radical woke Democrats are turning to the same dry well that lost them the election. Dude, you guys had nothing until a game show host came along and said such horrible things that it got him news coverage day in and day out. That's how he won. And then you guys kept buying into the crazy shit he says. You don't care that he tried to overthrow an election? You said vote for Trump no matter what, because I like my guns. I like my guns and national security, and I hate my migrants. Chat, if you are a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Yellow.
Yo, can you hear me?
What's up? What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the border.
Okay. Why are y'all so obsessed with the border?
Well, because it's in beautiful shape, it's secure, it's safe. Just people aren't climbing over the wall.
Okay. And what does that do for you?
Well, it keeps me safe. I live near the border, actually.
Keeps it safe? What do you mean safe?
Because there's not dangerous cartel groups and trendy Aragua coming anymore.
That's who was coming in.
Yeah, they're everywhere in New York City. If you haven't heard.
Right. Right. We've gained 1.5 million undocumented migrants over the last 4 years, And in a country of 350 million people, I just don't think you can see that.
Yeah, so it was actually 11 million under Biden. I think your numbers are wrong.
Okay. Where do you get your numbers?
Um, get it from many different places.
What's one of them?
The New York Post.
I just get mine from Customs Border Patrol.
Yeah, and there's a record low on illegal immigration happening in like 40 years, I think, 50, 40 years.
You guys are obsessed with immigration. Yeah, immigrants are good. They're good. They help our economy.
Yeah, but not the illegal ones and the dangerous groups.
Yeah, they do. There are very little dangerous actors. Out of the 13 million undocumented migrants present, they only did 29 murders last year. Very, very little. Almost none.
Yeah, but if we're being honest here, some of these people aren't even from South America, and they're from the Middle East, and they hate America, they hate the West.
And they still do no crime. It's crazy.
Yeah, but there's been even in Europe, there's been attacks by these illegal immigrants.
So if somebody did something in another country, therefore we need to spend $140 billion on ICE.
Yeah, Leek and Riley too, and Dublin is on fire because of illegal immigration. Sweden, Belgium, all these countries.
Sure. That's what every right-wing politician and news group, that's what they tell you guys. But we all know the reality of it. These people are just regular people. They're just over here working and paying taxes. The world's not on fire, man. It's okay.
Well, no, it's true because Dublin's on fire. You saw with mass protests, over the illegal immigrant who raped a kid who should have been deported 7 months ago.
Yeah.
Ireland is.
You guys care more about children when they're raped by a migrant than you do when they're raped by somebody else. Why do you do that?
Like who?
I don't know, like the thousands of other kids who are raped by Republicans or clergy of the church. That's actually a pattern. Like if you're a Republican, you're 65% of the people who make the news for fucking children, and you guys somehow still point to the one thing happening 3 years ago.
Yeah, but it's been happening all over Europe, Western Europe especially. Western civilization is falling. Muslims are taking over. And,
okay, we're America. What do you want us to do? That is called a cultural war. They are trying to do the white supremacy thing over there. That's their flavor of white supremacy. You're just chanting that to me.
Yeah, but we're in a global world, and the Western Europe's very important for us. For trade and everything.
Yeah, that's why we just fucked them over with tariffs.
Well, tariffs are actually designed to bring back American manufacturing jobs.
They don't like those, do they? You don't think our trade partners over there, they don't love those tariffs, do they?
Yeah, but it's actually bringing in trillions in revenue, so it's going to work out in the long term.
Yeah, but you're so worried about our relationships with these people, even though Trump is just a big, huge shit talker on the world stage. Doesn't really give a fuck what people think, right?
Well, it's all going to be okay. We're still in NATO.
We're still in NATO. That's a great benchmark for us. Yeah, because we were worried that Trump was going to fucking pull us out, weren't we?
Yeah,
you guys you guys didn't know it. You guys didn't even know your own position on that until you figured out what Trump was going to say. You're like, NATO sucks. And now that we're standing, you're like, NATO's great.
Well, to be honest here, I think Trump is making Spain pay their fair share of defense spending. Spain shouldn't even be in NATO.
You don't even know what that means.
Current president. Well, you have to spend on defense, okay, if you want to have a stable country.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean we had to spend more. If other countries were lacking, it doesn't mean we had to spend more. And when they spend more, it doesn't mean we spend less. It's just a little game Trump is trying to play with you to make you feel like we were getting ripped off. So, and when he said that he suggests Russia do whatever the fuck they want, if NATO doesn't pay their bills, that was extremely inflammatory. And what did Russia do after that? They took over Ukraine, didn't they?
Yeah. So, what are you talking about? What year are you talking about?
That was 2019.
2019. Well, actually, no new wars broke out under Trump's first term. But wars. Crimea was under Obama, Georgia under Bush, then Ukraine, the full-scale invasion.
Yeah, and we can see now that Trump is in office, Putin is just doing whatever the fuck he wants. He's got drones in Poland. Doesn't give a fuck, dude. He even was 45 minutes late to a meeting with the United States president. Rolled out a red carpet for him and spoke for an hour and a half uninterrupted before Trump Trump is literally glazing him, and he's still bombing the fuck out of Ukraine and still just terrorizing them. Even on the phone with Trump, he's like, yeah, I promise we can work out a deal. And he's bombing them while on the phone with Trump. He doesn't give a fuck what Trump says. He knows he can play Trump like a fiddle, and Trump admitted to it. He gave Trump gave Putin a deadline of 2 weeks. This was in like June or July. He hasn't done shit, dude. He's gone right past that deadline. He's gone past every deadline that Trump has given him. He doesn't give a flying fuck about Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you think Biden was going to get peace in the region, hell no. I mean, he was funding almost 200 billion to Ukraine, continuing the war.
Yeah, that's 0.5% of our military budget. Trump has spent $5 trillion. If you actually cared about the budget, you would never vote Republican.
Yeah, but you think Biden was going to end the war? He didn't even talk to Putin in
End
like
the
3 years or
war?
something.
Dude, Trump has talked about ending the war in 1 day. That was the promise he gave, and you guys moved the goalpost every day since. You've moved the goalpost.
Well, at least he's trying to end the war. I mean, Biden didn't talk to
You
Putin in
think
like
you
2
can
years.
negotiate with a guy that's broken like 25 ceasefires? You think you can negotiate with that guy? A guy who's been in power for 20 years?
Well, then how are you supposed to end the war then?
Yeah, we should
I'm still
stop
trying
that
to
guy
end it.
from getting 1 inch more of land. That's what we should do. On the world stage, we should say, hey, all of you fuckheads out there thinking about doing this, don't do it. Because this is what will happen. You will get fucked, gorilla fucked, into the corner of a couch if you try to take over a sovereign country.
Yeah, I mean, you don't talk about there was a China was spying on us. They sent a balloon in 2023 when Biden was president.
We
China
had a
and Russia
balloon
didn't
during
take us.
Trump, too, and he didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, but China and Russia didn't take us seriously when Biden was president. He was like sleeping and like
Are
half
you
of his
serious?
presidency.
Trump is the actual person. He was the only person actually caught sleeping in court.
Yeah, but Biden slept like, I don't know, many hundreds of times more.
He didn't get caught. When was Biden sleeping?
He was sleeping many times, even in the debate. He was sleeping in Vietnam.
He didn't
was
sleep during a
sleeping.
debate.
He
He did not
was
say there was
sometimes.
no time in which Joe Biden fell asleep on camera or during a time he was supposed to be awake. Never happened. Trump actually multiple times shit his pants. We have multiple reporters talking about how he smells like shit all the time.
Yeah, Biden. You have to be honest here. You cannot hide the cognitive decline of Biden after that debate.
Yeah,
It's horrible.
you can't, especially when he starts talking about sharks and batteries and about how Hannibal Lecter loves him, or I don't know, all the other things Trump says about how we should nuke hurricanes, that there's the wettest hurricane from the standpoint of water. When you start saying all of those things, do you have dementia?
Well, let's be honest here. Biden couldn't even remember his own name. Come on, let's be serious here.
Okay, and Trump did the same thing.
Yeah, but I think have we continue talking about Ukraine? We're kind of going off topic. So this is all because of Obama. Obama was sending Ukraine blankets. Trump sent them shrapnel, whatever it's called.
Javelins.
And that was weapons. Javelins, yeah. He was sending them weapons. Obama sent them blankets. And what a blankets
So
did
now
they do?
you're proud that Trump sent a lot of funding to Ukraine, but 30 seconds ago you were crying that Joe Biden did?
Yeah, but he was doing it in a smart. He wasn't sending too much. He was sending like just enough, not
Dog,
too much.
he's sending random. He sent 40 billion to Argentina. That's like half of what we've sent to Ukraine. And for what?
Well, because Argentina, that's going to actually bring in trillions, by like 2035, I think.
Trillions, huh?
Yeah, for soybean trading.
Soybean trading?
Yeah, people need soybeans. It's food is in high demand.
Yeah. We grow those here, and Trump just completely fucked them over. All the
Yeah, but it's
soybean
gonna
farmers.
be a lot of investments coming.
So I thought
in,
America
actually.
First was our deal. I thought we were doing America
Well, there's-
First.
Well, there's going to be a surplus of soybean. Of giving Argentina that money, it's going to be really good for the economy. You're going to have
It's going to drive soybean profits down, flood the market.
you're going to have a surplus of it. Actually,
That's not good.
no, you're going to have a surplus in advantage of the United States.
They're Argentina.
Yeah, because you're gonna. That's actually pretty smart. You give them 40 billion, you get like 10 trillion in return.
Got it. 10 trillion. That's crazy. 40 billion to 10 trillion. That's crazy. That's great. That's great math. Anyway, Trump
You're
spent
making
$5
games.
trillion. All this magical math. Remember when he told you that he was going to save a bunch of money with Doge, and then he was just kidding.
Yeah, I did save
And then
money.
Elon Musk found out that he was lying about that, so they broke up.
Yeah, you know, Elon Musk was like always like a Democrat anyway. So you know,
He's
and
literally a
and
groiper. He's far right.
yeah, but you know the thing is, you know, he cried about his electric vehicle credit. Nobody even drives those cars. You can't even find a charging station, and they don't even like go enough like mileage anyway. They're like
They have the
it's too
same
slow.
mileage as a regular car, bro, as a combustion vehicle.
Yeah, but you have to charge it too frequently. And that's the problem.
Okay, and a lot of people don't drive giant long distances. EVs are up. EVs are up. Purchases are up on EVs. Tesla purchases are down for sure. EVs are up 10% year over year. You're just saying bullshit. You're just saying China is literally exploding their EV market. They make EVs so fucking good and so much cheaper than us. We will be buying them from them soon. We'll be buying their batteries, all this stuff, because Trump has sabotaged all of our subsidies in the alternative fuel industry. We will be at the hands of China soon. Trump is getting played. Trump acts on his emotions very openly as the president. We will not win this trade war if we let Trump pull the levers on this.
Yeah, but it's very costs a lot to get electric vehicle chargers, and also solar panels are nobody can afford solar panels
All right,
for
dude.
renewable
You're
energy.
you have like a 5% knowledge on this. I can tell you don't. Nobody likes solar panels are up. They're completely recyclable. They pay for themselves. They have a 20-year lifespan.
Expensive.
They pay for themselves in 3 years. They are a fantastic option for everybody. Expensive. Okay,
actually
gas is expensive. Gas costs people on average, I think it's like $8,000 a year, $3,000 to $8,000 a year.
It's actually down under Trump. Biden was spending too much.
Biden was spending too much, and that's why gas was up.
Yeah, he was spending like all of this money. Like we didn't even have this money to spend. He was just
Trump
spending
has
money
already
out of
doubled
nowhere.
what Biden spent just already in his 200 days. Trump has doubled what Biden spent in his 4 years in the first 200 days. He spent $5
Yeah, but he's
trillion.
helping overtime
Biden
workers.
spent 2.2. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. So you look at it, Trump is at least, helping out, people working overtime. He's cutting taxes for middle class people. He's
We
doing
would have given
things,
our
very
tax
good
breaks
things,
would have
actually.
been much better for the middle class. We actually have the numbers on this. Trump has spent like an idiot, and he's given most of those tax breaks to the top half. The top 5% get 51% of his tax breaks.
Yeah, so, you look at it, actually, the middle class are also getting tax breaks at the same time,
Yeah,
simultaneously.
yeah, baby ones, and then we get to pay tariffs.
Well, you might have to pay tariffs, but you're gonna get trillions in revenue. You get like a tariff refund.
Trump
Actually.
gets trillions in revenue, not us. Not us. Trump emptied the bank account and tricked us in the bottom half of the economy into paying more taxes, and you're glazing him for it.
Yeah, but let's be honest. In New York, they're giving like inflation refund checks. Kathy Hochul's doing it, and people are gonna get refund checks again, probably. Just like the stimulus.
Okay, so stimulus that caused inflation, they're going to do more stimulus to cause inflation?
Well, actually, you look at it. Biden was printing out 10 times the amount of stimulus checks. 2021, the dollar was losing its value rapidly.
That's not how that
And,
works.
yeah.
I don't think you know how inflation works. And Trump printed $5 trillion. He added $5 trillion to the M2, and Biden only added $1.5 trillion. That causes inflation. And Trump caused gas prices to skyrocket. That caused inflation.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Look at it, look at the facts. You look at the
Yeah, like the
limited.
facts I just said, that's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Well, you're saying Biden did a good job, but then why did Biden lose? Every branch in the presidency. Why did that
I
happen?
don't think that points to whether or not he did a good job. I think that just means Trump did a good job campaigning and telling everybody, brainwashing them into thinking things like drill, baby, drill. Biden was drilling more than Trump. He was far better at drilling than Trump. He was saying things like he was going to reduce gas prices and grocery prices. Instead, he added tariffs to those things. He said he was going to end the war in one day. Didn't do that either. He just lied to get elected. That's why he won. It doesn't mean he's right. He just lied, dude. He told you guys that tariffs were paid by foreign countries. No, it was a tax on you and me. That's why he lies about it all the time. He can't admit that it's a tax on you and me. He just lied. He got conned. just like Elon Musk got conned. Elon Musk said $240 million, I got you. As long as we start balancing the budget. And then Elon Musk found out that that's not what Trump was going to do at all. Even Elon Musk got conned.
Yeah, so it's very interesting what you said. Um, but if being honest, Musk was a Democrat. He endorsed Clinton and
He is no longer a
60.
Democrat. He is far right. He is also endorsing the far right party of Germany and Britain. He is involved in their politics constantly.
Well, actually, reform is trying to keep illegal immigration out, and that's actually a good thing. You don't want your
So
country
now
to
he's
be
not
overran
left
by.
wing. He's right wing, right?
Well, he's not left wing. I would say he's like a centrist, to be honest.
He is not a centrist. He is far right. He's a groiper.
Yeah, I'm sure you want to grow people, but Elon Musk doesn't grow people.
No, a groiper is somebody who follows Nick Fuentes.
Well, Nick Fuentes actually, if I'm being honest, I'm actually Jewish myself, and I'm actually a fan of Nick Fuentes.
That's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, look in your comment section is, definitely in the tears. They're scattered all over the place. I'm voting them. We're voting the Democrats. We're going to win every election. Trump's going to get a fourth term, by the way. So he will run in 2032. So you're going to get ready for maybe another,
So
8 to
you
6
guys are
years of Trump.
at the same time not far right, also wanting an authoritarian leader. Definitely not far right though.
Well, if people want to keep him in, people want to vote and keep him in,
Yeah, that's far right.
that happens.
That's weird.
It's called
We
it's
loved
called
Obama.
democracy.
We didn't want him to be king. We loved him. Didn't want him to be king though. That's a far right thing. That's how you know. That's where we're at. Where we're at. People are conditioned, and this happens every time in history. You look at the party that is voting this in. They literally do want this. They have been conditioned to want a king or an authoritarian. That's where y'all are at right now. That's where you're at.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not sure if you're, being accurate here.
What's inaccurate about what I said?
Well, I think you're bringing, pretty biased, the Democrat rabbit hole in general, because I think, many people were saying that Obama should be president for a long. I mean, Obama said he would have ran for a third term if he could have.
Okay. Yeah, but he didn't sell Obama 2028 hats. He didn't joke about it. He didn't put King AI images out from the official White House page. He didn't retweet horrible things with very far right ideas.
Yeah, but Obama, Crimea was pretty bad. He went to Libya for no reason. He had the Burisma killed the United States diplomat. That wasn't good stuff.
Benjamin, are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
All right, American Edits. I think you're laughing. I think you're a troll. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna pass. Hello.
Well, I kind of feel bad you kicked him because I was just gonna ask you the question. Do you find it concerning that in our current day and age, we can't even have a gooning session without someone saying we essayed them in our own house?
That's tragic.
Yeah, you
Did this happen to you?
No, dude. There's that video of the girl, the DoorDash girl.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, dude?
I heard about that, dude. Yeah. I don't know. W gooning.
I just I kind of feel.
Gooning rights are human rights. But we're gonna move on to the next guest. Hello. What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
What do you like about Trump?
Trump, is big on anti illegal immigration.
Didn't Trump marry an immigrant who lied about how to get? She lied to get the Einstein visa, and his parents were immigrants, and his grandparents.
Yeah, but they were, they were legal immigrants. That's the difference.
Trump is even undoing people's legal status. 500,000 people.
Well, I mean, they were probably criminals, to be honest.
What makes you think they were criminals?
Well, I don't think he would revoke it from like just like anyone off the street. For example, like if you take a look at the colleges, the people that were proclaiming death to America.
That's a huge straw man. I don't think a lot of people were doing that.
Well, if you take a look at the New York colleges, it was actually happening. So
Now, it doesn't give you the right to do extra stuff or extrajudicial stuff. And that's what Trump is doing. Trump is actually just arresting people for having these opinions, like Mahmoud Khalil. He didn't say death to America or anything like that.
okay.
And revoked his visa. But no, I'm talking about he widely revoked Venezuela and I believe Ukrainians and Haitians visas, just with broad brush. These were not just criminals or anything. These are just regular people.
Yeah, well, honestly, like I'm glad he did do that to the Venezuelans because like they were taking over New York City, and that was pretty bad.
What? Okay, first of
Yeah.
all, Trump's the reason they're here. Trump is the reason they're here. First of all, Trump did a coup on Venezuela right before he left office. Tried a coup, failed, and then on his way out of office, he gave Venezuela. He put them on the TPS list, which means you get temporary protection
I know what
status,
you're referring to. Yeah, but
and they all flooded our border.
Yeah, yeah, but that's the thing, right? He realized it was a huge mistake because if you take a look at the especially like the 2020 migrant crisis that took place in New York City. I mean, it was costing the city like billions and billions of dollars, for like shelter and food and
We have reports now
healthcare.
that they are a net positive. So what it was doing was it was just a big surge, and they had to expand services for that for a little bit, and that's already back down. But this ultimately helps our economy. So you can point to that. But in general, blue cities, they're usually sanctuary cities, and it's because they've done the math
Yeah,
and they said, oh look, hey, these people here they actually help with creating demand in the economy and all this stuff. They
Right.
create jobs, so that's why they keep them there.
Well, I disagree. I feel like a huge portion of them are not like law-abiding citizens. I mean, if you take a look at the gangs that came here, the Trendaragua, whatever it's called.
We have the statistics on this. It's literally they almost do literally almost nothing. They literally have no presence in the crime and
Well,
reports
they
at all.
actually they literally assaulted cops in Times Square. I don't know if you saw that.
That's
They
one thing,
killed,
right?
and they killed two
That's
people.
that's
And it-
2-3 murders. Okay, we're
Well,
a
that's
nation
just
of
one
350 million.
Well, that's just one example. I
Exactly.
can probably look up all of them, but
I'll do it for you.
okay, yeah, look it up.
All right. This is from fiscal year 2024, 2023, 2022. These are murders right here. Homicide, manslaughter, 3, 2. And Trump has updated this. This used to say undocumented criminal statistics, undocumented whatever person's criminal statistic. Trump has changed it to criminal alien statistics. This is brand new. And these are the stats. They literally do almost nothing. So you can point to all these gangs and you can put these on repeat on people's social medias and campaign on it, but it's literally nothing. It's just propaganda. All these little singular incidents. Lake and Riley, you guys played that one for 2 years because you had nothing else. They do nothing.
Well,
There's 17,000 murders every year, and you guys saw these on repeat. You guys are looking at
Well-
2-digit numbers.
Well, I guess the point is, like we already have enough problems here. Like we just don't need to add more. Like
That's not
just,
adding
the
more.
bottom
So
line.
like the more people present not committing crimes, that's reducing crime. So
I
there's
mean, you literally
13 million
have-
people who don't commit crimes and 29 who do.
Yeah, but I mean, you literally have like people like Mamdani, rising up in the ranks. I mean, he literally wants to push Albany to close Rikers Island, which is just gonna make crime worse. He's also gonna decriminalize misdemeanors and other stuff. That's just gonna bring the crime level up. These and we've seen this right with like Eric Adams and like De Blasio. Like they literally just like let these criminals like roam the street with like 50 plus priors, and you can blame Cuomo for that for passing bail reform as well. So like, yeah,
I
we
don't.
just don't.
So do you think cashless bail is bad?
I feel like you should just.
What are the bad outcomes of cashless bail? Can you tell me with data?
Well, cashless bail has its cons for sure.
Like what?
Well, for example, like, if it risks,
No, there's no bad outcomes of cashless bail. It's just demonized by Trump and Republicans to make us look like we're pro-crime. But it saves the city tons of money, and it keeps people employed.
Of course it does, because it lets people walk right back to the street.
If you if you're jaywalking, if you steal something from a store, does it matter if you're in jail for 24, 48 hours before you're bailed out, or can you just get out? Like, it doesn't fucking matter. What matters is they can continue, like, go back to work, not lose their jobs, not fuck up the economy in that sense. Like then start collecting unemployment.
Like, do you remember that viral video that was pretty recently? Like this girl, from Live Action, she was like interviewing on the street some pro-choice person, and she literally assaulted the pro-lifer that was doing the interview, and she literally got bailed. She didn't even get any charges, so they were all dropped. She was literally out by,
you remember the guys that stormed the Capitol that like hit police officers with flagpoles?
Why are you deflecting? Why are you deflecting?
Like, who's pro-crime? Trump did this 1,500 times in one sitting.
No, I mean Trump didn't like call these people to like go and
He pardoned them, and he did. Yes, he actually knew they had guns, and he told the Secret Service not to give a shit and just let them have guns.
I mean, well, it's your right to bear arms in this country. It's Second Amendment,
Yeah.
But like, anyway, like we're talking about, like, specifically, like, these sanctuary cities, not J6. I don't really want to get into that right now, because if you take a look at that situation, it's pretty iffy. So
listen, the second we need help from Republicans to run the economy, we'll let you know. But you guys are horrible at it. Every Republican state is upside down, and blue states have to come in and pay their bills every year, dude. When you guys want to start when you start running your own states, let us know, and we'll take a look at what you got. But until then, I don't think you can.
Well, I mean, that's mainly because the blue states are more populated. So I mean, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? And also, I mean, when you have like these states like California and New York, like, where the taxes are just like absolutely astronomical, like, it's just like,
yeah, it just so happens that's where they pay all the country's bills. We pay 70% of the country's bills. It's just so high, the tax is so crazy, but we're still not even balancing the budget, and Trump's still cutting everyone's taxes. It's irresponsible.
well, I mean, like, it helps the people, right? You got to put America first,
That's not America first. What about the budget?
Well, that's why he has the tariffs implanted, because
tariffs are only 10% of the federal income each year.
Well, yeah, but we're making like deals with other foreign countries.
We're also seeing a rise in unemployment. We're seeing a rise in companies go out of business. We're seeing a decrease in GDP growth. We're seeing an increase in inflation. All of these things from the tariffs. And for the foreseeable future, Trump even admitted that we might see unemployment numbers go up for 2 years straight. He said that we should be ready for that.
Yeah, that's just like a caution, just in case. But that's probably not what's going to happen, because, Trump is if you see the deals that he's been making with Japan and all these other countries, China.
Yeah, we're completely fucked right now. We are completely fucked when it comes to chips. Biden did a great deal with the Chips and Science Act. We were on our way to start industrializing, creating more chips here at home, and Trump nuked it. And now we are in this standoff with Trump getting raw materials to make microchips. And basically, we are at the mercy of whatever the fuck China wants to do with us at this point, because Trump has played so bad with them. He has played so ugly. They are doing whatever the fuck they can to win a trade war, and they probably will.
Well, I mean, I feel like we're still the superpower. We did put like 155% tariff on China, so
yeah, they're about to be their trajectory. They're going to have a larger GDP, I think, within the next 7 years. They will be the world superpower.
Well, but as it stands, we still have the highest GDP in the
Not for
world.
long. Their trajectory is about to skyrocket past us. Skyrocket.
Okay, I mean, who knows? I mean, it's unpredictable, to be honest.
It's very predictable.
But getting back to like the migrant situation, like that last guy that was up, like he was literally attacked by an illegal alien in Midtown. It's just pretty crazy. Yeah, because we do like real estate, and this like illegal like just I think that's what I said, like that's what I mentioned, like the those gangs like Trendiagua, because I think like I think it was probably them, because it was like a mob of like a group of Venezuelans.
Venezuelans. Okay. I think
I could probably find an article.
I think still we don't have enough. Like I have a lot of friends too, and none of them have ever been attacked by an illegal alien. So who's right? Like we just look at the data.
Well, that's an anecdote, right?
Yeah, so and you have an anecdote as well.
Right, but like if you like I can
so who's right?
I can tell you the data.
I just showed you the data. It's literally they have no presence in our criminal data. They have no presence.
I mean, they do. It's just
here's the amount of assaults.
Wait, is
assault and battery.
What is that?
This is nationwide. 533 year to date. 1,000 last year total. Total. Out of a country of 350 million people. How many assaults do we have nationwide yearly? How many assaults in United States yearly? Oh man. What's the actual number? It's just 5%. Uh, 5.4 million. They are 1,200 of the 5.4 million assaults that happen every year. They're the safest community of people I've ever heard of. Ever.
Well, yeah, but you have to remember, the NYPD, they don't really report like all the crime.
Every crime they don't get to choose that. All crimes are reported. When you are assaulted, you report that crime.
That's not true, actually. They don't report everything. And then if you take a look at the numbers, like for example, like just like in this 2022, like we had like almost 300,000 migrants that came in from Texas.
Yeah,
alone.
those were legal, right? Asylum seekers?
No, they weren't. They were illegal.
Yeah, if they were on a bus, they are legal.
Well, not all of them were legal.
100% of them were. If they're getting help from the United States, they are present legally.
No, that was just the governor kind of like handing the plate to like the Democrats. You deal with it. You want the illegals, so you deal with it. It was just kind of like that.
Yeah, no, that's not what happens. That's what they wanted you to think. But those were all legally present, asylum-seeking people. And as a political move, he kidnapped these people and told them they had a job and shelter waiting for these people, as we usually do. And he sent them as a political theater to Martha's Vineyard in Chicago to make it look like we are so bad. Here you go. No, he just knows that y'all have no idea what the fuck is going on, what a legal migrant is, what any of this is.
Well, in order for you to claim asylum, you had to come illegally. So they were illegals.
That's not true.
Well, the majority of the cases.
If they showed up at the port of entry, that's probably how they got in touch with Abbott and the NGOs and all those people who put this together. Those people show up at the port of entry.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why like Trump is, he removed catch and release.
No, he didn't. He's still doing catch and release.
Well, he's limited it. Because Biden, like, he ended the remain in Mexico policy.
Yeah, it was horrible. It was dumb. It was because it only affected 70,000 people, which is, as we both know, that's nothing at all. And 3,500 people out of that 70,000 people, 3,500 were victims of rape, sexual assault. They had 10 cities just right outside the wall, and the cartel would come and fuck with them because they were starving, hungry people in the sun with nothing. And if you actually care about these people getting raped and assaulted on their way here, you wouldn't want them outside in the tents like that. You just let them in. And what Trump coupled that with was Title 42, which allowed people to basically just have infinite numbers of tries or attempts to cross illegally, because you could only get a ticket the first time. So
Wait, but,
having
like,
that in place, people
how is
just
that? How is that the U.S.'s fault that that's happening? That
our
they're cutting
policy,
stuff?
our policy creating tents outside in Mexico, who did not want to do this ever again. Mexico had to cooperate for this. They'll never do that again.
Yeah, well, I mean, Trump already, he already called the cartels. He basically already claimed that they are being labeled as a terrorist group. So
Yeah. All right.
war on terrorism is basically what Trump is going to do. Yeah, he's already blocking the amount of fent and like heroin that's coming and coke that's coming from Mexico. He's cracking down, and that's why he's deployed the National Guard to the border. So
Yeah, it's cute. It's political theater. It's costing us tons of money. And like I always point out, 83% of the F drug was coming through by U.S. citizens, like legal U.S. citizens. So I don't know if you're just randomly talking about the cartel in this instance, but I don't think he's done anything actually in Mexico to the cartel. He's just done this. He's also labeled me a terrorist group, and he hasn't done anything to me. So,
well, I read it in the New York Post about it actually that Trump was already like like apparently like the illegal drug operation coming into the U.S. is pretty significantly down thanks to Trump. And his
we tried to stop it earlier, and it could wait, right? Trump and Republicans didn't give a shit. They wanted to use it to get Trump elected. If it was so urgent, if it was killing so many people, we should have done it back when Biden proposed the bipartisan legislation that would have put money towards the F drug scanners at the border. And he didn't do that. He didn't want to do that because it would have given Biden a win. And it could have waited. I can't imagine how many tens of thousands of people died waiting for Trump to get elected to do this.
Yeah, but let's be honest. I mean, Biden wasn't going to win again. I mean, his performance at the debate was just.
I'm not talking about Biden winning. I'm talking about signing something into law that would have stopped people dying, that Trump stopped people from voting on in Congress.
Yeah, well, I mean, he had his reasons. Trump is a pretty smart guy.
I think he's the most profoundly dumb politician we've ever had.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Trump isn't really like a true politician. He's kind of an outsider as
he is now the most politician-y person ever. He owns all of Congress. His niece runs the treasury of the RNC. He literally, if you did not say the election was stolen or that COVID vaccine was bad, he did not endorse you. He did not pay you, and he paid the person to run against you. That's what happened. He's the most politician-y person ever.
Well, I mean, you literally have the Democratic Party being funded by George Soros to lie.
This big bad boogeyman. Yeah, we have billionaires, and you guys have billionaires. You guys were funded by somebody who did a Nazi salute and funds the far right of Germany and Britain.
Who, Elon?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the UK Reform Party isn't even far right. They're actually like pretty center right. He just basically wants to do the same thing that Trump is doing. Nigel Farage,
Yeah, the nativism movement, like no matter how real the threat is of illegal immigrants, that flavor of politics is highly advantageous. Elon Musk doubled his net worth during the election because of this. So yeah, of course he wants to do it again. It makes it's his fiduciary responsibility to do this.
Well, yeah, but also his stocks went up during this whole election shit. So
yeah,
that's how he made it.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of grifters.
I mean, I don't really know how that's like necessarily like a bad thing. I mean, it doesn't really affect us.
Yeah. So you think they're making decisions for the best of the rest of us, not for their pocketbook?
Well, I mean, you can say the same thing about the Democrats. You have like people like Nancy Pelosi and AOC, making millions of dollars.
AOC's $60,000 net worth. She's not rich. Nancy Pelosi's been rich her whole life. There's an entire roster of Republicans and Democrats in Congress who make absurd amount of money in the stock market, and this is just a common enemy that Trump has pointed to make you guys obsess over her.
I mean, to be honest, like she's pretty delusional. I mean,
I just think she's great. What's so delusional? She tore up a speech. That's about
she
it.
She literally said, "Oh, no one's illegal on stolen land." Like it's just
That's what we all
delusional.
say. Yeah.
Like, well, like if this is like truly stolen land, like why are you still here? Like that's my point.
Why am I still here?
Yep.
I don't know. I think we live, like, we cohabit, like, I don't know. I think it's not fair to even say that we're fair to the indigenous people that we came and slaughtered and like left 2% remaining of. But I feel like having a policy that is a little more not antithetical to that is kind of gross. And we can't even point to like you can see how this works in other countries like Sweden or something else where they have like more homogenous population, or Denmark or something, and be like, oh, these people are different and we've been here forever. But no, we've only been here for a few hundred years. We're kicking out people at the Texas border who are just trying to come home. Like, these people had this land before I did, for sure. So
Great.
yeah,
So why
I
don't
think
you
it's
give
just
them your
I think it's
home?
stupid. Nobody's trying to give like our private property away. This country like is
your so-called quote-unquote private property is actually their land, buddy.
okay. And what I'm saying is I'm not acting like I'm better than thou, like y'all are, and that's why I'm not leaving, because I can coexist with these people.
Yeah, sure. So like, okay, well, I mean, and now talking about like Native Americans, like literally like their population is like tripled, like in the
Okay.
last decade.
Still that still
Yeah,
doesn't
so
mean
like
there's a lot of them.
they're pretty strong. So like, I don't know what you said. Like you said, oh, like we left like 2% of the population.
We slaughtered 98% of them. Yes.
I'm pretty sure it was like a little less than that, but you know, they're pretty strong. You know, over here, they are integrating into society, and a lot of
What
them.
the
A lot of them
fuck
are
does
pretty
that
based.
mean?
Well, a lot of them are pretty based. They voted for Trump. A lot of them.
No.
Did you know that?
No. There's some outliers that are very loud, but no, a lot of them did not vote for Trump.
Yeah, and I bet you guys would. I bet you guys would hate them just for voting for Trump.
No, I would call them hypocrites.
Hypocrites? What?
Yeah. Because Trump
How?
has said very racist thing towards Native people.
Well, he actually said, "I love the Native people." You know, he said that.
He's also talked about Native people who own casinos don't look Indian enough.
Well,
why does he get a casino? Like, he was the same child baby-headed bitch then that he is now, saying that shit, and it was like some sort of hearing. It was in a meeting that awarded casino licenses. Yeah. I don't know. He probably got a phone call. Fee, I see you in there. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm going to try to keep going with debates. We are hurting in views today. I'm trying to get back in the algorithms. Good graces. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, man?
Hey, I fell asleep. I was waiting so long. I forgot what I was going to ask you.
Sorry, bro.
Oh my god, I got a headache too. All right, I'm going to have to regroup.
All right, girl. Love you.
Okay.
American Edits is still in here. Fee, I'll let you come up and say something.
Ruin your algorithm.
You okay? There's
But
no one
next
else.
time, let's just get, New Yorker to New Yorker, because that kid was full of shit. And so, because you're not native, no offense, there are certain questions that he was just so incredibly wrong about. And I hate when this city and this New York metro area is defamed that way. And next person you get up, and I'll drop, can you please bring up the $230 million he wants to now approve for himself to be paid? And
I
that's all. I'll
will.
drop down unless
I
you
will.
an abortion.
I brought it up a little
Popeyes.
earlier, but thank you, Fee.
Yeah, that's pretty gross. So I'll drop
Yeah.
out.
Thank you. Much love.
Cheers. Okay.
Cheers.
Yeah.
American Ed says back in the box. Chat, if you're MAGA and you want to debate, the box is open. There's one other person, and I think we paid to kick. Did we pay to kick him? Come on, tough guy. Is native not a derogatory term in the U.S.? I think what we use is indigenous. I think we use indigenous, but there are certain times where native makes sense to say. I think I improperly used it, though. First Nations. Jazz, did you just accidentally drop? That's who we were just talking to, right?
Hey, what's up?
Yo, you back?
Yeah, sorry. Actually, my phone died.
Okay.
Yeah. So Trump loves Native Americans. He literally told Washington. The Washington NFL team to bring back the Redskins.
Bro, okay. What?
He has great respect for their legacy, and
You can't be serious.
he did. He said that.
I know, and that's a slur, man.
Wait, why? I mean, wait. Okay. So you know that a lot of Native Americans were actually cheering Trump for saying that. You were like, yes, bring it back. Like it's
Okay.
it's
All right. No,
it-
okay.
it
Well, and
represents
then
a-
there's even more saying no. Don't do that. That's a slur. There are even more saying no. That's bad. Do you think what? You think a minority group enjoys the slur we call them, man?
Well, we don't really it's evolved. It's not really
We're not bringing it. There's no bringing it back. There's undeniable bad history about that term. We're not going to bring it back. I think it just points to the fact that he doesn't care about these people. That he just likes things the way they were. He's just a conservative.
Okay, fine. Well, it's okay. Fine. Forget about the Redskins, right? Even for the Cleveland Indians, he wants to bring that back as well.
Oh my God!
And
Did he
that's not
say
a
that?
slur.
The Indian is an impro. You gotta be fucking shitting my dick. Are you trolling me, dude?
I'm not even trolling. Like you can look this up. Trump has said that.
You're not even a real debate, man. There's no way. There's no way.
Howdy,
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I wouldn't say I support Trump. I don't really support either side. I'm kind of like antidextrous, or however you say that word. I see views on both sides.
Okay.
So, first thing, just to get it out of the way, that the whole NFL thing he just talked about the skins. You know what I'm saying? What's the difference between that and calling a hillbilly a redneck?
So rednecks are not a minority group. They are not in any way oppressed. So it'd be the same thing. So would you ever feel the same way that a person who is black, when you call them the N-word, is there any word that somebody can call you to make you feel that way?
No, I don't let words get to me. I mean, that's
all right. You're also not an oppressed class, so you just have no understanding how it feels, and that's what that's why we have historically oppressed minority groups. And there's no way to say a slur against the oppressing class. That's not a thing.
What about when the Spanish, back before we were, the full 50 states, and Spain owned some of America, and they enslaved the white people? What about that?
Okay, during that time, you could maybe have said slurs to those Spanish people as a slave, but that's it.
I mean,
not right now.
The Spanish to the white. I mean, because if you look, no one's enslaved in. I mean, they might be a minority, But
Dog, we are literally, Trump is literally out there calling them vermin and poisoning the blood of the country, and that they have bad genetics and that they're
but
criminals.
I'm not even talking about Trump. What he
Okay.
says is what he says. I'm not on his side about some of the stuff he says.
All right.
I'm just saying that like I don't think that people should be letting words get to them like they are. Like I get they're bad. I get that's uncalled for.
This is called white privilege. What you're saying right now, you cannot put yourself in someone else's shoes because you've never felt like this before. You've never walked through a Walmart or filled out a job application and prayed to God that they don't know you're white. They've never done that. You've never felt that.
I mean, that is true. You are correct. You are speaking facts. But off that topic, illegals. I don't have a problem with Mexicans coming into the U.S. I don't have a single issue with that. I love Mexicans. They're a great group of people. But whenever they're coming in illegally, I get it's a long, long process to get it legal way. I get it's a long process. I get Mexico's all sorts of fucked up. But when I have a job that I depend on and it gets taken, I get one guy replaced by two illegals because it's cheaper labor that's not documented. What do you do? That's an issue. I was building luxury pools.
Okay.
But
and you did the labor?
Yeah, I was a laborer. Yeah, I was working alongside illegals. I mean, I have no problem with them, but like the fact that not just me, other guys at that company got their jobs taken by illegals because it's cheaper labor, and that's happening all across the U.S. So what do we do about that? What is your thoughts on that? About
So
jobs
this is
being
what's called
taken
competition. So whether these people were illegal or not, these are people who are willing to work for less money. And what this does is this means that you need to specialize in a skill set to make yourself better than those people. So whether it be being bilingual or maybe even just speaking English, that puts you head and shoulders above most people. But if you do not have a specialized, this is what makes the economy better, right? Like everyone that's in your shoes now has to go be competitive and better yourself. And if
But
you
do you
can't
think that's right?
if you can't compete with somebody who's simply just a unskilled laborer, then I don't know what to tell you, man.
I mean, I'm a very hard worker. I mean, I bust my ass every single day.
I'm not
Like, I
saying you
still
not
do.
work hard, but it's
like,
unskilled labor if
it's
you're competing with people
Do you think that's
who are just
that's okay? Do you think that's okay that somebody who's not even a documented resident of the United States can come in and take someone who is documented in? I mean, because they're not paying taxes on the money they make; it's all under the table. So they're not really
So,
helping the economy, and
both
they're just building rich people pools. I mean,
It's
that's
not.
all that.
It's not true. So when they get paid under the table, somebody pays the taxes. Usually, it's through an ITIN. And if
I
that
was the
if
one getting fucked on the ass end of that entire deal with all the illegals. I was the tax cover. Me and all the other.
for the sake of
documented
this
employers.
conversation, can you just call them undocumented migrants?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Appreciate it. Again, so like if I pull out cash as a business owner and I'm going to pay somebody under the table, I have to pay a full 30% tax on that. So they are paying taxes. It's still cheaper to do that as a business owner than to pay them full sticker of that plus taxes.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense, but it's just the simple fact, like morals. Just throw everything, competitiveness, but morals. Because I mean, we're a country that was built upon morals, but terrible fucking morals.
Morals, you guys champion the guy who is very famously
Don't say you
immoral.
guys.
The people
I
on the
didn't
right
vote.
championed the guy who has 34 felonies and is the most immoral person we know on earth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he has very good. If you take you could take the best person, the nicest, the most respectful, the most loyal. You put them in any power position like that, they're going to become corrupt. I mean, that is time and time again. Every single president
nice
we've ever
people-
had has been corrupt.
I don't know about that. I can agree with you that maybe there's like a scale of corruption, right? Like I don't know, pardoning your son. I would say that's abusing your power, but like, are you now saying that felonies are bad? Like,
Oh, no, felonies are bad. I mean, they're bad.
We
like-
got a guy with 34 felonies in the White House.
Yeah, I mean, you're literally like I don't know how the fuck he pulled that off. I don't know how, because you cannot have felonies and end up in office. That's just not good. But I mean, I don't know. Trump is very egotistical. He's all about his ego. but he asserts dominance. And with
I think
Russia,
to
I
smart
think
people,
we need dominance.
I think to smart people, it shows weakness. So like it's a
calling me
weak
not
man's.
smart, bro? You
I
calling
think
me not smart?
let me say this. To like a weak man's idea of a strong man, that's what Trump is. But to anybody else like me, I look at Trump and see how things like pictures of himself really bother. He's deeply insecure and he lashes out at people. You can make fun of him and he will attack you on social media, even as sitting president. He doesn't give a fuck. He is so insecure that he has to do this like a child. So for people who see that, they're like, that's so strong of him. Look how badass that is. And to somebody who's more mature, you look at that like that guy's deeply insecure. He has problems. He's a narcissist. He's malignant narcissist, most likely. And our country's, like the world's peace is swaying in the wind with Trump's feelings. If you make fun of him, he will write a whole executive order taxing you and tariffing you at 100%. He did this to the CEO of Mattel. He is completely flying by the seat of his pants, and his feelings are dictating law and order around the world. And you can see it. He's completely unstable.
What was the last president we had that was stable?
Trump, Biden.
Biden was stable? You're going to say he was stable?
Yeah,
Couldn't get through a press conference? Name one press conference he got through very clearly that people understood 100% of the time what he was saying.
Any of them besides the three you bring up that are bad? I can name every single time Trump has gotten a microphone, he has said something incoherent. He has said something wild, outlandish, things that don't make sense. He rambles. He talks about 3 different things in the same 10 seconds. He's weird.
You were saying everything that every single person on the right said when Biden was in office.
Yeah, I know. This is called projection. This is called projection. And what Trump does is he breaks the law and then he points at people and says they're breaking the law. You guys are like, Biden, Hunter Biden's laptop. Meanwhile, he's pardoned everyone in his inner circle. George Papadopoulos, Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon, everybody in his inner circle is literally felons that he's pardoned for lying to Congress or not reporting to FARA or something like that. And then he's pointing at everyone else saying, look at Comey. Look how you did this to you.
I don't know, man. I just don't think we should ever. I don't think there should be one person that's a shot caller in the U.S. I understand it goes through a judicial branch. I just don't. I personally don't agree with either side most of the time. It doesn't. I really don't see a whole lot of effect on me. I just wanted to bring up the fact that I think it's wrong that an illegal can come in and take jobs. I think it's wrong that illegals can come in and do pretty much whatever they want undocumented. Like everything they do is like undocumented.
That's not true. That is not true. What is this? The word undocumented is so misleading. The word undocumented is so misleading. 60% of these people came here on work visas, meaning they were checked, vetted, and let into the country to work, and they just overstayed.
Yeah, that's,
and they don't commit
crimes.
crimes.
Every single day you overstay, you're committing a felony.
That is not a it is not a felony. No, it's not a felony. In fact, it's like a civil offense.
No, it is every single day you stay in the U.S. Without any papers, without your green card, and
what's
if
the
your work
offense?
visa expires.
What's the offense?
Isn't it go through a tier system? You get sent back you
what's
get a
the
ticket,
penal
you get
code?
sent back.
What's the code? What? I know the law that they're charged with.
I know you seem like a very educated man. Like I'm here to learn stuff.
It's not. So what they usually get charged with is entry without inspection. 8 USC 1325. It is a $250 ticket. It's a Class C misdemeanor. It is not a felony. You only get it once, and the second time you try it, it is a felony. But that means you were kicked out and then tried again. And during Trump's first term, there was none of that. He had Title 42 in place, which meant that if you tried infinite amount of times, you still only got the one ticket.
I don't know, man. It's just a crazy world we living in, isn't it? Just a crazy fucking world. The U.S. has fallen into the pits. Has been for years. And actually, this got brought up before, about the like natives or whatever. Did we steal land from them it wasn't colonized. I'm native myself, but did we steal land or
what does colonized mean?
colonize. Whenever you come in and you set up a government, you set up this and
Yeah,
that.
of course they had their own thing. Yeah, they had tribes, they had a hierarchy, they had chiefs. Yeah,
An individual, and it was not one big colony. It was not colonized.
I don't think we get to make the standard of what's colonized, what land is taken and not. I think that is a horrible reason for us to go around just killing these people.
I mean, yeah, I mean there's no reason that they went around killing all these people. I mean, there's no excuse for any of that. No one deserved to die during that. They should have come to a peaceful agreement, but that's not what happened. That is not what happened.
They literally saw them at the first time they saw one of these people. They're like, they would make great servants. They make great slaves. These are the super most Christian people we could ever think of too. They would make great servants. We can come and teach them about Jesus and how they could either become Christian or die. And they chose not to, and they died.
Man, I don't know. I don't think we stole this land. We got what we got. I mean,
That is completely horrible revisionist history, man. You are literally like a equivalent of a Holocaust denier, right?
No, I don't deny the Holocaust happened.
But this is the same thing. Millions of people, 98% of an entire race.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, I'm not saying it was all right. I'm not saying that it was
It's exactly the same thing as the Holocaust.
Yes, it is, but I'm not saying it's all right. You're trying to make me seem like I said it was all right.
You said it wasn't bad.
No, I said we didn't steal the land.
Then what was it? A gift?
No, it was, we came and we wanted it and we took it. It was ours. I mean, there was no government.
This is wild. This is horrible. There's an island off the coast of India that's about 4 miles out. They don't have a government. Should we go take that?
Shit. I mean, fuck. Why not? But make it part of the U.S. Build the U.S.
This is called imperialism. This is violent. This is what you're doing is what our forefathers did. That was violent. That we speak out against.
But like I'm
good.
American. I mean, I'm American. It's in my blood. I mean,
that is not a thing. Politics is not in anyone's blood.
I'm not talking even politics. I'm just if this is how the founding fathers were, the forefathers were. That's how
you can't dude. They also had slaves. You want some of those too?
I mean, not really.
Is that in your blood?
Well, I mean, I did have ancestors that had slaves, but I mean, you probably did too.
I did.
Yeah.
And I acknowledge it, and I acknowledge how bad it is, and the atrocities of it. I don't minimize it. I acknowledge that it not very long ago, that people who are still alive today couldn't vote. Couldn't even sit on the fucking front of a bus. Couldn't pee in the same bathroom, couldn't drink from the same water fountains. There's a guy who just walked on Fashion Week who was famously pictured drinking from a whites only water fountain. He's alive. They're all alive today. This is not ancient history, man.
I'm not saying it is. I mean, it's not ancient history at all. It's very, very close to like now. I mean, it's not that far apart if you look at the broad spectrum. Hold on. Do you see the U.S. or the world as being millions of years old, or do you see it as being just thousands of years old?
Billions. The universe is like 14 billion years old. The Earth, I think, is like 3.
So then how how is what's your time? Like, what is your timeline of the world? Like, why are we in 2000 whatever? Why is it
because a bunch of people first of all, because the Bible was popular during the time period where the printing press was invented, therefore it was like the most printed book in history, and it spread like wildfire. And then it just so happened that some people who were in charge of dedicating whatever calendars each country used liked it because of like Easter. It was a pagan thing, first of all, not even a Christian thing. But you can't just point to the 2020 AD and say, oh, what was that after Jesus? After death of Jesus. It's just what we lean towards. I think it's called the Gregorian calendar.
He's doing his little search. What do you got pulled up there that's green and red? What's that map?
This is just the what each. This is actually a few years old. It's a little different now since Trump cut the DOE, but. These are states that contribute more to the federal funding than they receive. So in short, the red states that are colored red, they are insolvent. They cannot pay their own bills. They need more help than they contribute.
It's an interesting map. Yeah, I mean, I believe Kansas. I don't actually believe Kansas. We pay so much in taxes just for our roads to get fixed. That's it.
Yeah, but we subsidize the absolute fuck out of all the farming.
Yeah. That is true. Yeah, they're paying hell of money to farmers to farm. Do you have anything on agriculture that you would want to debate with somebody who's been in agriculture his whole life, been around it?
Yeah, is Trump good for farmers?
No, not with the imports. Fuck no. Or with the not the imports, but the tariffs.
GG's.
Yeah, he's not good for the farmers at all.
Okay.
And he's kind of fucking the oil field too. I mean, that's what I work in now is the oil field, and all of our oil prices have dropped, everything. But I don't think Biden was not, to my knowledge, he was not drilling more than Trump was.
He was.
We just got 3 new drilling rigs in the state of Kansas. I mean, we just got 3 brand new ones.
I will literally tell you from memory the exact amount that Biden and Trump drilled year by year in million barrels per day. Trump started off in 2017 with 8.8 million barrels per day. He ended in 2020 with 11 million barrels per day. Biden came in, went around 11 million, hovered there for about 6 months, and then directly shot up. And he kept drilling more each year and each month since. And he ended his presidency at 13.4 million barrels per day. If he stopped a year early, he would have still drilled more than Trump.
Why'd he shut the pipeline down?
The pipeline is a Canadian pipeline. You're talking about the XL, the Keystone XL. Keystone XL was stopped in 2019 by Judge Brian Morris because they were being sued by an indigenous tribe and an environmental group.
Building too close to one of their water sources.
Yeah, so Judge Brian Morris halted the construction of the pipeline in 2020. The Supreme Court, Trump's Supreme Court, also upheld Judge Brian Morris's decision. And that's why the pipeline was done. And Biden, when he got in office, he only simply tore up the permit. And that was literally just a pipeline that was Canadian owned. It was 8% complete. It wasn't going to affect our gas prices until late 2023. And it really didn't do anything.
The employment of, I mean,
union workers.
Yeah,
it wasn't millions. It was 2,000 workers, only 100 permanent workers. And those people just went to another pipeline. Like Biden approved the Willow Project, he approved many other things, but that doesn't really have anything to do with input or output of gas. That was just simply helping Canada ship something to the port of like the Gulf of Mexico so that they can export it.
So are we talking about oil or are we talking about gas?
They were tar sands. It was for plastic.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on plastic?
I think it's fine.
Really? Actually,
I'm not excited about plastic. I think we need it though.
Hell yeah! I was not expecting that. Do you have anything else you'd want to debate me about? Not really debate, just have a conversation. I don't like that word debate.
What do you think about Trump and putting the military in our cities?
I think it was a smart idea whenever the LA fires was happening. Shit, was that Trump during that time?
It was half and half. Like the LA fires happened under Biden. Trump, as soon as he got in office, I don't know. He said he turned the water back on. He didn't. He lied about a lot of that stuff.
I don't know. I think it's only necessary to put the military, and I don't think you should put the military. I think you should put the National Guard, the Coast Guard.
Against the will of the governor in the state?
The governor of the state didn't want to accept it because he's a Democrat and he just doesn't want to accept help from a Republican like Trump. He doesn't want to accept help from a person
against
like
the state's sovereign will, against the elected official of that state. That's kind of wild, man. I think that's. I think.
But
did
they not need help? Did they not need help?
No,
they didn't.
I think it escalated things, and I think that's what Trump wants to do.
You think him putting military presence in LA escalated the situation?
Hmm.
What, the rioting,
Yeah,
the looting? You
yeah.
don't
I
think
think it
that helped
antagonizes
stop the looting?
the protesters to start doing things. Like, did you see them just like some of them unprovoked were shooting journalists in the face with non-lethal rounds? Journalists who were just standing there.
Are you
I
talking about the video from the guy up on the rooftop
no,
that was put out like a month ago?
no.
No.
There was another lady who was just standing there politely talking to ICE or no, National Guard, and another guy comes up while she's standing there, like hands down, just very politely. Maybe she was talking the Maz shit ever, but it was very low tone, and someone just came up and just fucking hit her in the face with bear mace. Like, this is absolutely what they're trying to do, and Trump is cheering that kind of activity on. He is not. Have you seen him come out and say, "Listen, ICE, I need y'all to act respectfully," or anything like something Obama would do?
No, he hasn't.
He will never do that. He wants division.
It is because Trump thinks he is hot shit. He's badass, hillbilly badass, fucking Jones, and he
And
can,
people
like,
thrive on that energy. They like to see that.
that is true. That's not good. I mean,
that's
it's
I
just
think that's
because
fascist
people
in
thrive
nature.
for confrontation. That's why, because people thrive for confrontation. That's why there's such a
They're
big
very
deal about
football
politics
teaming.
now.
Like, Trump is very much divisive. He points to one side, says we're evil, says that his side's backed by God. You know, I think that itself is horrible and it divides the country. And him not disavowing any sort of political violence on the right or paying attention to it at all or telling people to pump the brakes is horrible. I think we're in free fall.
Do you, before I leave, because this will be my last thing I say, I just want to answer from you. Do you, bro? Oh fuck! I shouldn't have taken that rip. Do you think that the United States is ever going to get better and see on the same terms? Do you think in our lifetime that is ever going to happen?
I think that it's going to get very, very bad in the next few years, and it might just stay that way for a while.
Okay, branch off of that. Do you think we will end up in another civil war at this rate?
No.
No matter who's in office.
No, I don't know. I hope not. I think the chances are small. I think before that, we'll just have a lot of oppression towards the left and likely have very skewed elections, very likely not see power or equal representation of the people's will moving forward. We see Trump doing this with electoral maps. He's about to do this with Supreme Court. They're looking at overturning the Civil Rights Voting Act, and that would make it to where Republicans could even further gerrymander and take control of Congress. I think they're going to take about 20 seats if they do this, and we will never be able to hold our leaders accountable or anything.
Yeah, well, as I see it, I don't think we can hold any of our leaders accountable as it is.
Well, I think that Trump has definitely done his best to espouse that and cause doubt about our democratic process over the last 4 years. And I think that itself is very damaging to our democracy. And I don't think it can exist with that kind of talk coming directly from the top. I think that is how nations crumble. Like, I have this guy on my TikTok that I watch. His daughter is the TikToker, and he's like a former undercover CIA agent or something. And she asked him, like, in 2021, she's like, how long do you think USA will last as a democracy? And he literally was like maybe 2 election cycles. And he was talking about moving to New Zealand. He's like, we're looking at property. He seemed very chill and very real. And I've been watching this TikToker for years, and this is the first time he said something that chilling. And I don't know. I think this is where we are as a country. This is what Trump has introduced, these vile talking points that dissolve the very foundation of the trust in our government. And I think that you're either going to look to him as the only person who can solve your problems, or you look at him for what he is this horrible person who's just completely overrun the government and is taking a chainsaw to it.
That's fair. That is fair. You know, I learned some things from you. I appreciate that. I always like learning some things. I like what you're doing here. But what are your thoughts on Charlie Kirk and what he did? Because in my mind, it's kind of like you're doing the same thing, almost just not going to college campuses.
I actually was part of the first tour that went and tried to debate Charlie Kirk at a college campus. I was part of the Unfuck America tour. And we showed up, and he immediately told his staff and told everybody that he only wanted to debate students. So I don't think that he was a good faith debater. I don't think he wanted to debate anybody that wasn't like mentally a child to him. And I think he also espoused very problematic stuff like great replacement theory, very sexist stuff, very racist stuff, very anti-LGBTQ stuff. And he wrapped it all up in this very pretty Christian bow, but I think is very harmful because it was so palatable, and it made it normalized like shooting violence, gun violence. It normalized homophobia and transphobia. It normalized like vehement sexism. Like, we have all of these quotes that are just completely biting him in the dick as he's dead. Things such as, like, women shouldn't be, like, leaders or CEOs. Now his wife is taking over his company. And we all get to point at him and laugh and say, look at your wife doing something you wish she wouldn't do. I think he was a very problematic person. And he had his foot in his mouth more than he didn't.
Interesting. All right, bro. Well, you have a real good night. I appreciate you letting me up. Keep doing what you're doing. Seems to be working out for you.
Appreciate you. Have a good night, man.
Talk to you later. You too.
All right. His very devastated wife, right? She doesn't look... She's like very strangely not devastated. Hello?
How's it going, bro?
Going good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am. Well,
what do you like about Trump?
I'm more of a conservative. I'm more of a conservative, but yeah, I call me a Trump supporter just for the sake of the debate.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm 20 years old. I don't know if you need to know my age or anything like that, but
okay. What do you like about Trump?
Okay, so yeah, I do like what he's doing with deploying DHS and ICE into, say, sanctuary cities, blue cities, in blue states, and I don't necessarily see that as a constitutional violation. At least not yet. I'm open for it to be because there's no constitutional precedent yet to say that it isn't. I think it's a really interesting topic to see kind of state powers and federal powers collide, like federalism, because we haven't really seen this before. These are kind of uncharted waters for the courts as well. But
yeah, I know. This is a bunch of legal theory that Heritage Foundation dug up.
Right. So I do think, I do hold, like, I want to have an honest conversation here. Like, I'm not trying to, like, play one side and just be ignorant. But I do think that, I don't necessarily think that the state has veto power over federal officers doing their job and executing warrants on people charged with federal crimes, such as coming into the country illegally. I don't necessarily know where the line is, but I don't think because the states and the municipal powers say, oh, you can't come, that automatically gives them some kind of veto power to stop the federal agents from doing their job.
I think that this is an interesting point at which you start to look at this, because I'm thinking about this entirely from a fact of, like, I don't know, states' rights, like state sovereignty.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah. I don't want to test this legal theory. I don't think it's interesting. I think it's interesting in the fact that Trump has a playbook in which he can exert his federal authority and be as big a government as you could possibly think and still have the right advocating for this.
Right, but it's not necessarily like, I guess you could say that this is an act of big government, but I think it's also just government responsibility.
What is a bigger act of government? What is a bigger act of government than directly intervening with military? Like cutting your power off?
I'm agreeing with you. I mean, it is a big act of government. I'm agreeing with you. But I'm also saying I think it's an act of responsible government in the sense that he's upholding the rule of law, no?
No.
Like,
I think it's very selective and political. And I think he's very dishonest about this too. This is what I have to say. This is what crime rates look like since 93. You see how it's just fucking nosediving?
Mm-hmm.
And we've never needed the military, right? This is when we need the military? When it's at an all-time low?
Well, hold on. It's not necessarily about crime rates. It's about upholding the rule of law. I didn't say anything about crime rates.
All right. Upholding the rule of law is a very fun, virtuous bumper sticker, but we can apply this to things way more meaningful and have way better outcomes. And are way cheaper. This is very belligerent misuse of federal funds and resources, and it's not going to have any actual lasting effect. So if you want to actually resolve crime, you would do legislation to actually overhaul the system, not just create a Band-Aid where when this presence leaves, it just goes back to normal.
I get that. I honestly do get that. And I would be in favor for, say, maybe more ports of entry so that people who actually are trying to claim asylum can come.
You don't even need that. You don't, as an asylee, you don't need a port of entry.
I thought you needed to go to a port of entry to claim a special asylum status. I could be wrong.
Now, Biden wrote an executive order that says that, but I don't even know if it's still in effect. It probably is. The ACLU sued it, but that's not the law. That USC 8 USC 1148 says you don't have to go to a port of entry.
Yeah, I just think, I don't know. I just definitely think that because a crime was committed and coming over the border illegally, I think the rule of law still needs to be upheld and the government needs to do their job. I don't think it's necessarily this crazy conspiratorial thing that Trump is plotting against. I don't really know exactly what y'all's take is, but I would say that the rule of law does need to be upheld. And I know you say it's it's this game of virtuousness or whatever. But it's what?
It's just political theater, right? There's a lot of unsolved crime. There's a lot of crime that takes place in America, right? And we're going to look at probably the most meaningless crime that people commit and pursue
is
that.
It meaningless though? Is it meaningless?
Yeah. What are the bad outcomes?
I think the bad outcomes could be, sorry, in every state, you don't need voter ID, right?
I'm gonna get you on this one, dude. I'm gonna get you on this one.
Get me. I didn't vote yet. I literally just turned 18, so.
Okay. This is a lie from the right. If you look up, if you just Google how many times we've seen undocumented migrants attempting to vote, I think last time it was 6 people. So this is just a lie.
How would they know though? How would they know if they're undocumented?
So imagine somebody, an undocumented person. First of all, you have to be registered to vote. So if you know how this works, you have to register, whether it's by mail or in person. And in the mail, you have to send a photo ID, and you also have to swear that you're a U.S. citizen. And this is cross-checked, and they do register you. I've tried to register, and they've sent me a thing saying you didn't do this right, and I had to redo it. So it is a process that they vet these people. And then when you go to vote, you do have to prove you know your name and address. And think about this, you're an undocumented migrant. You snuck over here. You might be a Kamala fan or even a Trump fan. And you just really want that person to vote. You really going to commit a felony and get kicked out of the country? Risk all of that, losing your family, everything for one vote?
Yeah, no.
Nobody's doing this. Nobody's doing this.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I think that's unrealistic. I would agree with you on that. But I do think it's just the main principle of that there are unvetted people who are living here that we don't know necessarily who they are. We don't know their backgrounds or who they're affiliated with. And I think with every democratic society that has good governance and order, I think you need to know who's coming into your country.
Yeah, and we do that.
Millions of people that you don't know.
Literally 60% of these people are just overstayed visas. So that's 60% we know who they are. That resolves that. And then the rest of them are just people who came through the border and they either they were I'm coming here for the day and doing shopping or working, and then they never came back out, or they snuck across. But we have all of the data. I see. Okay, we have all the data of the actual crimes, the violent crimes or the property crimes that they commit, and it's little to nothing. So they're not inherently criminal. Just I'm not criminal because I speed all the time, which is a very similar offense. I speed all the time.
I don't think anyone is inherently criminal. Actually, that's a whole other debate that you could go into about psychology. But no, I don't think anyone is in the sense of immigration. I don't think anyone is inherently that.
Well, also there's just no pattern that shows immigrants do crime. That's what I'm saying. There is no. In fact, it shows the opposite. It shows that out of the 13 million immigrant or undocumented migrants here, they did 29 murders last year. and we had 17,000. So they should have been
Yeah.
way more than 29. So these people are safe to be around. We should have way more of them.
Well, okay, to be fair, I'm gonna claim ignorance on the topic of how much crime they commit. I'd like to do the research for myself. Loki, I'd probably come back like in a couple days to talk to you about it, if like coming from what I do learn.
Here,
But I'll take your word for it.
This is from cbp.gov. This is Trump's website. Trump changed the title of this from undocumented migrant. Did we already talk about this?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, you didn't bring it up, but like, I think I'm aware of it.
Yeah. This is the statistics. If Trump wanted you to know that there were more, I'm sure he would say so. They would put it on here.
No, I believe it. I just think that, I mean, like, it is a fact that the lives that were lost, they would still be here. Well, there is more of a chance that they would still be here if it weren't for Biden's open border policy. Also, I wanted to ask you. Well, I think there's an element of truth to that. If you look at the amount of border crossings that have happened under Trump, they say it's virtually zero. I don't even know if that's possible.
Now it is,
but it must be low.
This is silly because like there was a woman who was killed during Trump's administration who came over during Trump's administration, Molly Tibbetts. We didn't politicize her. What you're spouting is propaganda, right? Like there are thousands of people who get killed all the time, and you guys want to throw $140 billion at this Lake and Riley thing. When there are far easier things to resolve. It's not like if you want to kick out criminals, if you want to catch criminals, the last place you would look is undocumented migrants. They're not the ones doing all that.
I understand that, but I think an undocumented migrant coming in and killing an American, I think that like if you just
you want to spend more money on that? You want to spend more money on saving the ones that were killed by undocumented? That's what I'm saying. There are thousands and thousands of kids.
I want to spend more money who don't on a secure border so that we know who's coming into our country. Like I said, and upholding
again, this is the thing. You're alluding to the fact that these people who are coming over are bad people, and when they get here, they don't commit any crimes.
I never said they're bad people. I never said they're bad people. I think regardless if they're good or bad people, you still need to be vetted, and the government.
We already do that. We vet people. That's what Biden administration did.
Hold on.
We vet
so
those.
We vetted the millions of undocumented immigrants that have poured over the border, unchecked. We don't know who they are.
No. Trump has. This is the propaganda. This is so sad.
This isn't propaganda.
It is. Like you guys think that Biden just opened the border and that millions of people just came through. There was 1.5.
We've seen the videos of thousands of people rushing over the line, man. We've seen the videos.
I know. And what I'm going to tell you is that that's propaganda, and that. We have the numbers on the Biden administration actually enforcing the border and actually asking for more funding from Mexico and getting $1.6 billion from Mexico to fund the border as well. Like it's just a lie that we wanted all these people to come across.
But they didn't do enough. They didn't do enough.
I know. We didn't politicize it and call them rapists and criminals and like say that they're poisoning the blood of the country.
Politicizing them and generalizing them, calling them all rapists and criminals is not right. Like I'm not for that. I never, like I wouldn't claim to be for that.
That's what Trump is for. That's what
Trump
says.
And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that necessarily. But
so when you point to the rest of your friends voting for this, that's why.
Sorry, say that again.
When you point to the rest of your friends who voted for this, that's why they voted for this. Because they think these people are dangerous.
That's a wide assumption. I wouldn't just assume that.
I talk to them all the time. I literally have to show them statistics, show them how they don't have any representation in the criminal statistics at all, and they just don't believe it. They boldface, just have no idea. This is crazy. If you would ask, I ask these people to blind guess all the time. They think it's tens of thousands. They think that they murder tens of thousands of people each year because of the way Trump talks about them.
Yeah, I get it. And I think people need to be more informed that might not necessarily be the case. Again, I do need to do my research on it.
It's not that they need to be more informed. It's that they were misinformed. It's that they were misled to think this. They were all mass brainwashed by Trump for 10 years about build the wall, about how they're poisoning the blood of the country, the bad genetics.
Right.
All this stuff was
Right,
normalized talk,
politics.
by the way. This is talk that is normalized throughout society. That's even in itself more dangerous.
But you have to, well, then you're opening up a whole other can of worms and saying, well, the left does that just as much too, with propagandizing the left as well into more radical
propagandizing
views.
To like what radical views do we have?
Grammar. What's that?
What radical views would you say we have?
Do you want to keep going? I was gonna low-key wrap that up, but like we can keep going. We can talk about We can talk about DEI, affirmative action, identity politics, gender politics,
Mhm.
that kind of stuff.
So we have no political leaders that are pushing any of this.
Ooh,
So these are all
I don't know
boogeyman.
about
These
that
are all wedge
necessarily.
issues thought of by right wing
socialist
think
programs.
tanks. They have right wing think tanks that think of these issues that stick, like the ones you just listed off, but none of them are espoused by any of our politicians. They're culture war issues you guys fall for. The trans
Yeah.
thing, all those things,
I definitely
fake
would,
things.
I would disagree with that. I don't know if I would agree with that necessarily.
Do you
Which
think
is
the
fine.
trans people and college athletes, the 10 of them, were causing a nationwide outrage, or that's not something Trump just made up?
No, I think that's I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair, but I also don't what's your point? What are you trying to say? What are you asking?
I'm just saying that all these things you just alleged that we believe are nowhere in our politics. They're just normal things our society has organically started to do, and
Yes,
you guys
from the
have
left.
started to demonize it. It's not from the left, right? We have no leaders pushing this. Trump is pushing his ideologies.
No.
You guys knock
It-
on our doors. We have church people knocking doors, trying to push that shit on our kids. But we don't have LGBTQ people knocking doors. We don't have any of that.
Sorry, isn't there a whole month dedicated to them, and they pride the streets and they go up and down the streets
Yeah, because
waving their flags and kissing in the street?
Yeah, we've oppressed them historically, so they deserve a month. We've oppressed them, we've demonized, we killed them, we punched them, we beat them up in the streets. We absolutely do deserve to give them a month. And say, hey, we love you still, and you should be proud of who you are, because you've historically been oppressed, even just so fucking recently that they went through a gay nightclub and shot people up. I have a gay uncle who fucking shot himself. You will
sorry to
never
hear
tell
that.
me that these people do not deserve a month and haven't been oppressed by your side.
I'm not necessarily going to say that, but then I would also make the claim that other people need also months. I would say vets need a month.
They have
I
a
think
fucking
that
month, you silly
They
goose.
don't have a month.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they
do not
do.
have a month.
Yes, they do.
What month?
So they have November. They also have May, and then they also have. Oh, crud! I think I'm forgetting the third.
This is another
Definitely do
culture
not
war
have a
issue. Like the war on Christmas comes up every time. Like all of these things. It's just so dumb.
I know, it
Nobody
is dumb.
cares about
It
any of
is
this.
dumb. No, it is dumb. It is dumb. I agree with you.
Also, really quickly, guest, are you 18 or 20?
You guys are gonna hate me. Listen, man. I'm a
Yeah, that's what I thought. Sorry, pickles.
God damn it.
Sorry, I had a yeah. He slipped up on his age. I'm gonna hop down. We were trying to get your attention in the comments.
Damn, I appreciate you.
Don't hate me.
I-
Come on,
anyway.
MAGA, get up here, debate him. He's so scared. Love ya.
Love you. God damn it. Why does it matter? TikTok will ban me. TikTok, they'll ban me if they find out that I'm platforming people underage. So I do not do that. TikTok. And I enforce the terms of service. I'm 20 from Canada. No, you're not, Gabe. Oh, you're from Canada. Oh, you're Canadian. Gross. Maple MAGA. Oh, why does Pride Month matter? Yeah. Do more age checks. I enjoyed it. I think we were having a constructive convo, Gabe, but let me see who this is.
Hello?
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
What do you like about Trump?
I personally enjoy his policies, to be honest.
What policies do you like?
That you're a fucking nigger.
You did say that you just turned 18, Gabe. Either 20 or 18. You said you didn't vote, right? Because you just turned 18? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Y'all, we have Paranoid back in here, Jon Stone. Do we have anyone else that wants to debate MAGA? Let's get to 200K real quick, y'all. And also, don't forget to follow the stream. Go on. No, John, please. Yeah, I know. Dude, we talk every day. I invited my brother. Hell yeah, Joe. What happened to Trump gaining supporters? Seems like they're dwindling. Yeah. Sheesh.
How you doing today?
What's up, man?
Can you hear?
Uh-huh.
I got really bad service where I'm at, so I don't know how long this is gonna last. But dude, I've been listening for the last like 2.5 hours, dude. God, I just every one of like 90% of those people just make me embarrassed to, because I've made some of those arguments that you've pointed out to me, that some of them were highly misrepresenting the actual facts. But you so many times you have me there at the edge, and it starts making sense, and you keep like bringing up this point with every one of the people who talked about it. You keep bringing up this point. $5 trillion over 10 years is not balancing the budget. But then the next guest you talk to, you'd be like, well, Medicaid for all, those estimates are hugely wild. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
So the thing about universal health care, it will be in place of what you already pay. So as a personal
I don't pay
debt,
anything for healthcare right now.
do you have healthcare, or is it just full coverage?
I don't. I don't have any healthcare right now. So whenever I go to the doctor, I usually go to a quick care clinic, and I'm usually out of there for like $150.
What are you, like 30?
No, I'm 22.
22. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably your best bet.
Yeah,
and that's why it's so sad that that's where we're at in this country. Like, it makes the most fiscal sense to not have anything at all through your 20s. That's what I did. That's horrible. Like,
yeah, I did the same thing. Well, so I'll tell you this: I would rather pay twice a year, $120 or $130 for some Parco 5 and 2 steroid shots in my butt to get my terrible winter sickness away, than pay 20 grand. So I ran the numbers on the low and the high ends of what it would cost to pay for Medicaid for all. This year, last year, 2024, they said the appropriations was 6.8 trillion. That, and I know there's different tax brackets, but that roughly comes out, and this is including, I'm not sure if this includes taxpayers or all 350 million of Americans. It'd be nice if you could check me on that, but it comes out to $19,000 and something per citizen.
Per year?
Yeah, per year. So 6.8 trillion is what we spent in 2024.
Okay.
So that
it would definitely be a progressive tax system in that sense, though. Like people who are unemployed would pay zero, but also the people who make billions would pay more.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's what I was saying about tax rates and for different percentages and whatnot, but that's just from what we spent. So say we didn't cut any other programs, right? Say we kept our defense what it was, and we could argue how much we can cut in defense spending and whatnot. But say we kept everything like it is, and we just added to the budget. At the low end of the estimates of Kamala Harris's 2019 proposal for Medicaid for all, I saw numbers from 28 trillion to 49 trillion over a 10-year span. So that would mean we'd have to double. So the citizen is already paying an average of 19,000 per. Now you're paying 40,000 per, and I don't understand.
This is what it would do. It would be a 4% income tax on your payroll. This is what Bernie proposed. To be 4% income tax on your payroll.
On top of the 14 Fed tax.
No. Oh well, yes. On top of that, yes.
So when I was on a W2, I was working in California. I was making $36 an hour, I think. I was paying 14.7% in tax and 14.2% in state tax, and this was in 2021. So you're telling me it's a federal funded
Yeah,
Medicaid system,
and instead of just dipping out of the like urgency care, you'd be able to like go get a physical every year. You would get checked to see if you have any signs of anything. You'd get all the preventative care that you ever wanted. And instead, I haven't been to the doctor in like 12 years. I went to the ER like 2 weeks ago. They sent me a bill for $2,200. They gave me a fucking shot and some Benadryl. So
I would have just gone to a quick care clinic, and I wouldn't have gone. The emergency room is way more expensive than a quick care clinic.
Well, I was having an allergic reaction.
Oh, okay, I see. That makes sense. But so even when you put it that way, and I don't understand how me only adding 4%, because if you run the numbers for what the Fed budget is already, and it's 14% federal tax rate for my whatever $36 an hour, which is like $75,000 a year. If it's already 14% for that, it would practically need to double.
No, it would just add 4%.
Feds do.
It would just add 4% to that, so it'd be 18. And that's for everybody making above 29K. And then they'd have a 7.5% payroll tax on employers, replacing what businesses already spend on employee health insurance. So like they pay hundreds of dollars into each person's paycheck twice a month. Instead of that, they would just pay the federal government.
Yeah, so I also had I worked out also in Northeast Alabama when I was working for another company there. I was on a W-2 and I paid insurance there. And I paid $160 for whatever the Tennessee Collaborative over there in the South is. I forget what it's called. But it was so not worth it. Like on top of that,
because did you have like a $12,000 deductible and premiums? You won't have any of that.
Yeah, but so I'm glad you brought that point up, because when the guy who at first when he started talking to you, he kind of sounded smart, and then he just totally lost it there at the end, talking about the Indians and Native Americans and stuff like that. But anyway, that guy made a point, and I was going to address this fact that because I suspected you were going to say this, that it won't increase prices.
What won't?
Stopping privatization, stopping private healthcare, and mandating everybody to get on the government plans for Medicaid for all.
You don't think that this is going to? You said that this is like the thing is we're gonna have bargaining power as a country of 350 million. Like Biden did this with I think Medicaid or Medicare. He said, hey, Medicare, if you want the business of these whatever 100 million people or 40 million, whatever it is, of these people to buy all of your heart disease medicine. You can lower your prices. You can lower it to $10 and you'll get all of our business. They said, fuck yeah. Instead of making $300 every once in a while, they get $10 all the time. That's what would happen with almost all the pharmaceutical companies, all of the healthcare companies.
I understand leveraging power.
Yeah, so that's what would happen.
And buying power. I understand that. So you made a point, which I think, you might have an explanation for it, but I want to say back to your own words when you were talking to that guy that I was bringing up earlier, who was talking about the Native Americans and how we didn't steal their land and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, when he was talking about how he got priced out of the job, you said that brings competition to the market. And when there's two illegals who can do, two undocumented immigrants,
thank you,
who replace his job for the same amount of price for unskilled labor, it drives competition. So the same notion that you're making over there, you should apply to healthcare, and we should instill those purchasing powers.
The thing is, the competition,
everybody get on it.
The driver for competition right now is which CEO or which insurance company can make the most money and provide the least amount of services to, and maximize profit. So there wouldn't be anyone like that in between us and our healthcare. So the profit incentive would be gone. It would basically just be the people voting for what would be appropriate as to who gets healthcare, who gets what, and how. I think that's far better than somebody standing in the middle and figuring out how to make billions and billions.
Well, I think Trump already proved with the stuff he did with Pfizer and the stuff he did with Trump RX and like trying and renegotiating stuff for a certain amount of profit. He's already shown that he's willing to address those issues, which is something that because I think at the end of the day, when we're having productive conversation, you're trying to understand why someone like me, lots of these people have talked in the last 2 hours I've been watching you just dumb as shit. And I don't like to think that I'm ignorant. I'm trying to do what I think is best. And that's the reason what I'm trying to get at is you want to know why someone like me is voting for Donald Trump. When you tell me Medicaid for all, when I see these huge budget spending plans, and then on the contrary, I see someone who's saying my taxes will be cut and is still putting somebody like Bobby in HHS and negotiating with
you still like
pharmaceutical
Bobby?
companies to lower. I don't like. I think that title thing's a little far stretched, but I mean, it's really good to have somebody who's finally saying to stop the medication advertisement, to stop the food coloring stuff, all this stuff that he's talking about fast food restaurants. I really like a lot of what he's saying.
Listen,
you don't agree with that?
No, I think it's just I think it's dietitian stuff for people who haven't really heard of it. Like the left has been advocating for all of these types of, these are regulations, by the way, call them what they are. These are regulations that y'all are now pretending that you like. Trump is the most person antithetical to regulations in the food industry, particularly, that we've ever had. We had a listeria outbreak in Boar's Head when he deregulated China.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
And we have all sorts of stuff coming from the right. When Kamala Harris, or not Kamala Harris, I'm sorry, that's racist, Michelle Obama came out and said, we should make kids' lunches more healthy. The right, and especially Fox News, cried about how we were fascist. This is becoming communist China, that you want your french fries and your salt. Now, it's acceptable. As soon as like a white man with a weird croaky voice says it's good. It's very strange. But he is a fucking kook. He is now teaching people to be anti-vax with no science behind it at all. We have entire states devaccinating and taking their entire child vaccination schedule out. He fired the entire board of people who were in charge of child vaccinations and put in a bunch of kooks. And we're all watching them stand by and make insane decisions, fighting over the dumbest shit like in open meetings.
I've watched a lot of, like, not the source meetings and the hearings and stuff like that, but I've watched a lot of stuff when it comes to what he has to say. And I mean, I can't cover everything. It's exhausting trying to cover everything. And I'm glad I listened to you guys for the last 2 hours, because I want to challenge my beliefs and look at what the other side has to say. But again, when I look at the party that was offered to me in 2020, in 2016, in 2024, there's so many, like, you keep telling, like, you keep, every guest that you spoke to, you keep saying balance the budget, balance the budget, balance the budget. But then you want to turn around and say Medicaid for all with huge tax implications, and then all we have to do is look north to huge waiting times in healthcare when it comes to Canada. Like, I mean,
the thing is, Kamala wasn't trying to do that. She wasn't. I wish she was, but she wasn't.
She did. She said it in 2019, dude.
I know, but she backpedaled on that.
Medicaid for all in 2019.
I know, but she was not running on that this time.
She realized she couldn't get the polls.
Yeah, she had to reflect with the people. Same thing with Trump. Same with, he changes his talking points every election.
Yeah, but in my core, and I mean, I'm challenging my beliefs by, like I said, I watched you for the last 2.5 hours, and I've had many doubts over that time of things you pointed out that I never even thought of. But in my core, when I did vote for him, I thought that he had the best interests of balancing the budget, of minimalized government, of implementing those things, where the other side has continuously praised how they were going to tax the fuck out of everybody, Medicaid for all, and all this type of shit. You know what I mean?
I'm going to clarify exactly what the tax plans were, first of all, but this is an overview of how we've handled the deficit, Republican versus Democrat. Every time Republican comes in, the deficit goes up, explodes. Every time a Democrat comes in, it goes down. Every time. Trump came in, spent $8.3 trillion last time, and literally half of it was non-COVID. He still outdid everyone before COVID. And then Biden came in and immediately made the deficit go down. Immediately. Every time. And then here's what Kamala's...
I'd have to take you at face value that huge spike in 2019 was only half of COVID's.
So we can look at, I can show you the breakdown, but $4.3 billion or $4.4 billion was non-COVID, 4.3 was COVID related, which included the CARES Act. And same with Biden's presidency. 2.2 was non-COVID, 2.2 or 2.3 was COVID. But here's what Kamala versus Trump's budget looked like on paper. This is from Penn Wharton, the economics school. This is what Trump's budget looks like, exploding like he just did. And here's Kamala. It was going to go up. It was going to go. See how it like went up here towards the end. She's going to reduce it below 2 trillion.
You can't expect me to believe that for a second when she's going around saying you have admitted so many times. I wish she would do universal health care. There are party lines of everybody who has said they want to do that.
Yeah, we would have to have an insane amount of votes. We have I don't think it's possible. Liz, thank you so much for the 5. Guess is not thinking strategically. We will greatly improve our workforce as well. Yeah, that's another thing. We've seen universal health care.
It's just one more. I mean, you need the executive branch to finally sign the bill on. It's just one less hurdle they have to go over. I mean, and I've heard you talk about the gerrymandering, about the 10 more seats in the House, and I mean, California's trying to do the same thing over there. Newsom wants his Prop 50 to do the same thing that Texas did. I mean,
they're just making up for it.
Either,
so Texas doing it on an off year, so they're like, fuck it, we'll do 5 as well. They could do 10, and they only did 5.
I think it's chipping away at the fucking foundations of our liberty, but it's again, I think I would classify myself as a libertarian when you keep like insinuating that Democrats should have this government control to provide to the people. Again, the point that you made, that competition drives down labor costs, I still believe that when it comes to you trying to implement socialism. You made the same very point to that guy. Oh, well, those two people were just being competitive. But what I don't understand is why won't you take that same train of logic to saying socialism doesn't work?
Wait, what? No one's pushing for social. I'm not socialist.
So what's Medicaid for all? The government providing for the people.
That is a socialist program, but the socialism that y'all are scared of, the one that has been the crux to people in the past, that's not coming. That I almost would say that's great. That would be great, but in this, it's not, because we would look at like the central government completely giving private ownership of all the companies to its people. That would never happen. We do have like policies. We're a social democracy, and there's a lot of countries out there that do this. All of the most developed, all of the happiest.
Stop me right there. Let me stop you right there. You said we're a socialist democracy.
Social democracy.
I thought we were a constitutional republic.
All right, we're also democracy, but we have social programs. Democracy just means we vote, right?
Agreed. Yes. Democracy means we vote. Republic means that there's a representative, that the people that represent us on our behalf that we voted for. Yeah.
So we have social, like the military. That's socialism, right?
No. How's the military socialism?
Free housing, free daycare, free schooling, free food.
That's providing for our troops to make it more attractive to staff our troops. It's not socialism.
All paid for, right?
Well, yeah. All paid for, yeah. To staff our that's to staff our troops, not to home.
It works really good, doesn't it?
350 million people.
Works real good, right?
And who pays for that? The taxpayer pays for that, because
and you guys love that. You guys add so much that every time you're in office, it's insane. You guys love it.
No, don't say that, because I heard you talk to another guy yesterday who you literally said, when Brett was on here, when you were talking before I came up, some guy pointed out about the military, and you guys pointed out a stat where Trump's raises were less than Biden's were. It was an average of 1.something%, where Biden's was 2.something% over year for raises for the military.
He did during Biden's term in office. He did the largest raise since the early 2000s.
Yeah, so you're saying Trump's adding more to the DoD budget when you use the stat I saw you use against somebody else who said Biden actually added more to that budget?
Yeah, that pales in comparison to Trump adding $2.2 trillion to it in the first administration, like with a bill. This isn't just like raising the budget in Congress. Like this is literally just adding new things, like adding the giant golden dome. Why does it gotta be fucking gold?
Again, I think I've conveyed my point. At least I think I've explained it as best as I can. When you have people like Bernie Sanders, AOC, Kamala Harris saying the things that you're saying on here with Medicaid for all. When I see 2.2 trillion or 5 trillion over the, I'm going to talk. I don't know about the 2.2 trillion, but I know about the 5 trillion over the next 10 years. The big beautiful bill. That is way more attractive to me to vote for than putting in universal health care. And that's just the start of it. When somebody's willing to admit that, I know they're willing to go way further.
Like, if everybody in their 20s didn't vote for this, it would still win popularity votes. Still. But, like, people who are having kids, you're going to be one of those people one day, maybe. You're going to want to not have a $20,000 bill. You're not going to want to be trapped at some company you fucking hate working for because they give you great insurance. That wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah. No, I wish I could have kids at a younger age, but I mean, everybody I always talk to, I'm like, I'm not having them until I feel like I'm financially secure enough to where I own my house and I can actually afford the damn things. But,
yeah, or if we had universal health care, boom. You would even get a gift basket. That's what they do in Britain.
I mean, I've seen so many people talk about on the opposition relative to you, about how universal healthcare doesn't work, and they've shown how Canada's wait times and all that for surgeries, 8 months.
Yeah, what they don't show you is the people like me, completely off the radar, who can't go at all for 10 years. Or my little brother, or my older brother.
I'm the same. I'm in the same boat as you, dude, and I'm fine.
So what about the wait times? You're talking about wait time. You can track wait times in those countries because they actually get to go do that. But here, there are millions. There are 40 million people who don't have healthcare here, I think, and that's horrible. People are just dying. People, the number one reason of bankruptcy is medical bankruptcy, and the number one reason people commit suicide would be that reason, right?
I know the number one reason people die in America, I think, is because of obese-related issues like heart failure,
and that would be helped by preventative visits to the doctor.
By food-related things.
But like, imagine going to the doctor when you're 22, going to the doctor and them being like, "Hey, bro, you are morbidly obese. You should do the X, Y, and Z," or "Hey, you're pre-diabetic," or something like things like this that would ultimately save us all tons of money.
Yeah, that's all amazing. But what I'm saying is that in theory is amazing. But then us taxpayers have to pay for it, right?
Yeah, but again, you're the same one saving money.
No, that's not true, because when I look at what I'm spending a year right now, I like I told you, I'm in and out twice, and I'm gonna say I include because I've done blood work too to keep up to see what my test is looking like, my cholesterol and stuff like that, right? But say I think I spend less than $1,000 on my own healthcare every year, whereas when I do the numbers,
you're gonna be 60 one day, dude. You're gonna be older one day, and you're gonna need a lot more than that, a lot more than you can afford.
Agreed, but I still don't think that it should be the taxpayer's penalty to.
This would just be the easiest way. Either way, it's a taxpayer penalty. We have to pay twice as much when it comes time. When you do need that healthcare, you are going to be paying more. You're going to be paying more than what you could have, what you should have, this whole time.
I'm going to sit and listen. I hope more people talk to you about this. And I was also going to ask you one other thing. Are you familiar with that Millie girl who debates the opposition in the mornings?
Mm-hmm. She's come up here a few times.
I got you. I would love to see you debate her, because she is so much more intelligent than I am, and she's got those facts in front of her. And I've seen her made, like, so many people who, the points that you argue, lots of the points that you argue, she's disproven, especially when it comes to the 14th and 4th Amendment violations and all that, which I've already understand that intrinsically. I just never been able to.
It would be the 5th, wouldn't it?
People I usually no, the 14th and the 4th with due process and illegal detainment and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't believe it was the 5th. I believe it was the 4th, 14th.
I think it's the 5th that says all persons.
Right is the right to remain silent. 14th is the 4th is illegal detainment, isn't it? And
it's the 5th Amendment is the one about due process.
Due process. Yeah, sorry. So the 5th and 14th.
Yeah, it's all persons. All persons.
All persons. Yeah. So I've seen her talk about a lot of those points. I'd love to see you talk with her a lot, or Parker or anybody else who debates the opposition, because she's got much more than numbers. I'm doing it. Like I said, I said this yesterday when I was talking to Brett and Thick. I mean, I do this all off just my memory of things I thought I've researched well, but I mean, who knows if that's actually the case nowadays. But no, I'll thank you for bringing me up here. I just want to make that point, and I'm still not convinced when you're able to say privatization creates competitiveness, but you're not willing to attribute that to government programs.
I would say that the same, right? I think my logic holds the same. Like, I think that government programs in the medical industry would also be competitive.
Power. No, I understand what you're saying with the buying power, but I think inherently, if you look at every government program, I mean, the DoD is an amazing example. Everything always goes over budget. Everything always just gets more expensive.
But they're really good at what they're doing. Okay, I also have an echo from you, but here's my example I give for this. I used to do roofing. I used to sell roofs, and our customers were homeowners who got free roofs from the insurance company. Not quite the same, because we could just pretend the insurance company is the government. They're actually backed by government insurance, but the roofing companies had free reign to go just pretty much replace all these people's roofs for free. It was paid for by insurance companies. And these roofing companies made so fucking goddamn much money. And they even ate all of the deductibles and even gave free stuff on top of it. There's so much money to be made. And if this were a doctor, same thing. They would, instead of charging $4,000 a pop for whatever service, they could reduce it to $2,000 and get 7 times more customers because everyone can get serviced. They would figure out a model that worked, that would be profitable. The competitive companies would work. The incompetent companies would not do as well.
Doesn't privatization do? I mean, privatization rewards the people with the best. Well, I guess no. You're saying profit margins. I understand what you're saying, but I think it definitely already weeds out people who don't do a good job.
I think the market would handle that too. Like, if you do a poor job and you get the same service for free at another clinic that's better, you wouldn't have any customers.
No, I'm not saying that wouldn't happen on the government. I'm saying in the privatization model, bad services already is already weeded out by customers moving to better service.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I was just saying it's similar. There's no incongruency there.
Yeah. I'm not smart enough to figure that part out, but I think it's something I want to hear more about. I just don't.
For sure. Sharon wants to come up too. Hello, Sharon. Sharon wants to say something real quick.
Oh, hey, Sage. I have a couple of things. I've got about 30 years of healthcare experience. And one important point that you're leaving out, you keep talking about how much we're spending over a decade for healthcare, universal healthcare. The Mercatus Institute, which is a right-leaning think tank, studied Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All program and discovered that if we move to a Medicare or universal system, we'll save $2 trillion more than what we're currently paying, and we would cover everyone. We spend twice as much per capita than any other country. Every other developed country has figured this out. They may not have great systems, but they sure as hell would never want to trade, with an American and have our shitty system. It's so hard to access our healthcare system. And you had also mentioned people from Canada coming here. Yes, they come here if they have the money, and they come here for elective procedures. Other countries who have universal healthcare systems, they deliver their care based on need, based on medical need, not the ability to pay like our system is. And so, as far as, and then I'll just land my plane and shut up and go on back out down in the comments. But another thing about competition is that right now healthcare costs are insanely expensive. If we have a universal healthcare system, there's going to be so much demand that we're going to have a public sector. Public sectors like, public hospitals, laboratories, imaging centers, etc. Those are going to force the private sector to lower their costs to compete with the public sector. So overall, it's going to be a good win-win-win situation all the way around. A couple more stats. I think Pickles touched on it. 60% plus of our bankruptcies in America are because of healthcare costs. We lose about 30 to 45,000 people, citizens every year, because they can't access health care. And that's just insane. In the richest country in the world, there's no damn reason why we have to let our citizens suffer unnecessarily, you know? So I just wanted to add some more information that hasn't been touched on yet. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon.
You're welcome.
That's really good. I need to learn more about it too, so I won't pretend like I'm the authority on this. But
Yeah, this is my jam. This is. I hope to before I die. I hope that we see some sort of universal healthcare system in this country because we just can't. We
Agreed.
really can't afford not to do it anymore. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll drop down. I love y'all. Take care.
thank you, Sharon. Love you. W. Sharon.
I'm glad you said a lot of that because it fills in a lot of.
Say that one more time.
Yeah, that was very important. That was very educational. That makes a lot of sense. But I think it's something I have to look into much more because, like I said, I'm very uneducated when it comes to it. I can't cover everything. It's it'd be a full-time job times 3 to just know everything when it comes to politics, you know. But
yeah, agreed.
I think at the end of the day, restricting privatization and like saying, hey, everybody has to get on that system is something that goes against my core beliefs. I don't think the government should be able to force people to say, hey, this is what you need to do, you know.
I think the opposite is also inherently violent. I think the opposite, like not having it and having people in the United States, like fellow citizens, if you're really a patriot, what does that mean, right? Like you care for your country, you care for your neighbors. I would like to see.
It's very nationalistic.
I don't know. I think I think that would be. If our taxes do anything, I feel like that would be the first hole we fill, in my eyes.
I definitely think it's something we're capable to tackle, but I think the amount of other crazy stuff that we figure out we can spend money on just keeps rambling on, and then we're like, hey, let's add this too, and the last thing I want to do is elect somebody who says they're going to add more, you know, like I know you point out that bad thing about Vivek Ramaswamy about what he said in regards to Indians and Chinamen, but I mean, I loved what he said about gutting the federal government. I mean, like, why do you need 430? Like, literally, the VA has more staff members than the Army alone. Like, I don't understand how you can't have a more efficient system. You know, it doesn't
That's
make
true.
any
They
sense to
have
me.
like 400,000 people, and we have a 2 million person.
434,000.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think the VA.
I think that's because when you look at the VA, if we had universal health care, the VA wouldn't have to exist at all. That would be nice. And then we could literally just say that each soldier has this fucking soldier, like, I mean, like a file this thick. So when they're dealing with people's healthcare issues and how we've been pinching pennies around this, we wouldn't have to have any. We could eradicate that probably. Universal healthcare. We don't have to check to see if you really were inhaling toxic gas from a burn pit in, you know, the Middle East before we give you lung cancer treatment. We can just say, hey, you're American. You get this.
Yeah. It's everything in my body says don't let the government control more, because if you everything I've looked more, I know more about. At least I spend more time listening to history than I do researching politics, and every time the government has more control, it just leads to authoritarianism, and it goes against.
I feel like this is not a control thing. This is like a service. This is like having a nice front lawn. This is like do you want to have Dixie cups, or do you want to have like nice chinaware? Like, we're in America. We're the richest country in the world, and if we're just having people lie around dead on the streets or starving, I don't feel like being the richest person here exactly means like that much. Would you like to be the richest person in Uganda, or would you like to be the richest person in London?
Definitely not in London.
Okay, or wherever.
I would just say America. I think America.
The richest person in whatever in America. I would rather have a society that is thriving than is struggling, every man for himself, where we have this huge wage gap and this like no existent middle class. I would rather have things that bring people out of poverty.
I agree on the wage cap. I agree on the wage cap bar. I think 100% the minimum wage should be tied to the living wage, the living costs. You know, I think they lobbied the minimum wage to stay low so they can make money off poor people.
That is
I
a tricky
agree with you on
thing.
that.
It is a tricky thing. Raising minimum wage does make the cost of goods rise, so it makes them impossible to sell worldwide. It's a very tricky thing. But I still, I just,
the things we want to export, we've already proven we can subsidize it. I mean, we do that with corn. If we want to make sure our exports are doing something,
that's big
we already
government,
subsidize those.
right? Like that's
I know.
that's a
I
lot
don't
of
agree
money.
with it. I don't agree with it at all. Like the point that you got. South Africa already only grows cash crops when it comes to fruits. Like, yes, farmers are not going to be able to grow soybeans now, but they're just going to grow the next profitable thing. Seeds are everywhere. Like, I don't understand the whole trip up about that. That's a different point.
Like when you invest in something and it turns out to not be a worthy investment as a farmer for an entire year, you owe the bank like 60 grand and you're only going to get 10. You're fucked. And you have to file bankruptcy. You have to sell. You have to liquidate all of your farm equipment. You're done.
One of my best friends farms, and he's explained it to me because I asked him about the soybean stuff, and he was telling me how soybeans have been trickling down anyway over the last couple of years, and then how they flatlined under Trump. I mean, I understand. Anyway, I had a different. That's unrelated, but what he was telling me is about the credit system of how farmers can bet their next crop. So even if they have a bad year or 2 year, you could almost float yourself 3 or 4 years with the credit system based off like putting insurance on your crop and then paying back once the harvest is done. So
yeah, but the tariffs are making it completely unpredictable what you can do.
Agreed, but also when I look at tariffs, I'm thinking about somebody, at least in my opinion, the way it looks to me is it looks like he's trying to re-centralize and control supply chains that we can control. Well, right now we're buying from people who hate us,
Again, this is the big government that you hate. Like, this is very special pleading to big government.
Yeah. Anyway, I can see it. I think I'm glad I challenged my thoughts over the last couple of weeks hanging out with you guys, but I think I need to keep my mouth shut and learn much more before I go around trying to spread an opinion,
You're good.
So.
Ooh, I got restricted for some reason. All right, Siege, I love you. You're a chill dude. Enjoy talking to you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Joe said that Joe, are you still here? You said your brother was here. Live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Shame on us. It's Luke. I don't have a Luke in my box. If you jump in the box, I'll grab you. Hello, Forsaken. Dude, Chino, I see you, bub. I'm sorry, guys, if I don't say hi back. Mosh, thank you so much for all the corgis. Thank you all so much. I have 17 minutes left on this goal. Patrick, you there?
Hey, yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
Well, I mean, as a Malthusian economic deconstructionalist, I think he supports a lot of my ideologies.
I have no idea what that means.
Which part?
As a what again?
So I'm a Malthusian, and then I'm also an economic deconstructionalist.
Okay.
Which part of that you want me to break down first? Malthusian?
Tell me about the first one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So basically, I am a depopulationist, if that clarifies anything.
Does that include people dying?
Not necessarily. It just means like just less people in our country.
What's the idea behind that?
Well, if we have less people, like we're more sustainable.
Wouldn't we economically be stunted?
Well, I mean, that's the second part of my argument. I'm an economic deconstructionalist. So I believe in deconstructing the economy.
And why
I
would
think
you
Trump's
want to
doing
do
a good
that?
job. Well, I think it's so you might call it a regression. I would call it a reform.
An
I think we need to go back.
accelerationist? Is that what you're?
Oh no, absolutely not. No. So I believe we need. So essentially, I think that if we get more back to our grassroots, the sooner the better. I think Trump's doing a great job of getting us there.
I just looked at Googled economic deconstructionalist. It's pulling up nothing. Is it just something you're like kind of putting together? Is it just something you're
Well, I can be more
unique
specific.
to?
So in general, like a deconstructionalist is someone who wants to deconstruct something, right? So I want to deconstruct the economy. As it stands, I think that the economy just should not exist. So I think that
Are
Trump
you
is doing a great
communist?
job of Oh no. I'm an anarchist. So I think the closer we get to a barter and trade system, the better, you know. And
But
the
that's
less
an
people
economy in
will be able to,
itself.
right. And I really don't like that either. But you know,
Okay.
we got to have something going for us.
Why do you want anarchy? Why is that your desired end state?
Well, to be quite frank, I have a strong desire to like kind of live in the woods.
You can do that now.
No, but by myself. I don't want people around. And there's just far
You can
too
do
many
that
people.
right now.
Do you know how many people are in the woods?
I thought you
Everywhere.
said
There are
you wanted to
people
be
everywhere,
alone.
not just the woods.
Do they?
Well, I do wanna
I've
be- I
literally
wanna
watched
be fair.
shows about this where people go live in the woods and they never come back.
No, I know, but like, it's just that I don't want to have to go far to find a forest that is depopulated. I want to be able to go to any forest and have it be depopulated.
Well, that's a really big ask. Why can't you just leave everyone the fuck alone and go find a forest? You're like you want to
Well, I do
burn the
wanna leave
world
them
down
alone,
so
and
you
I
could have
want
you want to burn the world down so you can have your own little quiet space.
No.
You
I
can go
I
right
don't
now
wanna
and do
burn-
that.
I don't want to burn the world down. I just want it to be deconstructed.
Oh, one would say that that's synonymous, right?
Well,
I
not
don't think
inherently.
anybody would just not put up a fight here. I think there would be lots of dying people, maybe famine.
Well, no, it's inherently narcissistic of me, I suppose. You know, I think that with barter and trade, that's me sort of giving into sort of an inkling of socialism, because I am willing to share the product of my labor with other inhabitants of the country. But if I had it my way, right, and there was no one around me, then I would just be in a glorious state of hunting and gathering and living in a forest.
We would be so susceptible to other countries just taking us over. It would take 30 minutes.
Well, that's why I'm also in favor of nationalism.
How does this work? How does this fit in?
So essentially, I believe that we should be a depopulated nation. But while we live separately, if another country tries to invade, then we can group together and drive them out.
All right, no, not going to happen.
Well, why wouldn't it happen? I mean, I think
Because
Trump's
we
right.
would need a military funded so much so that it would take group funding, aka taxes. And if it wasn't funded, all these things wouldn't be maintained. We wouldn't have any actual like military or equipment. We would have nothing. We would have nothing. You think we would be able to wing it in an actual invasion from like China or Russia? We'd be able to wing it on the phone. What would we have, like a Reddit channel? Would we burn 3 lamps?
Well, let's start here. Are you anti-primitive? Are you not a primitivist?
Not really. I am a city boy. I live in a basement with a computer setup built by the gods.
Which gods would those be?
I don't know. Jimmy Neutron.
But do you not agree that, I mean, you might agree with my views, but would you agree that Trump is getting us closer to this sort of society and that he is deconstructing the economy through various things? I mean, let's just look at tariffs alone, right? If you decrease the buying power of the populace of the United States of America, inherently, that is a deconstructionalist viewpoint. If you eventually lower the buying power to null.
This is a fantasy that is playing out. It's like It's like, have you seen Doctor Strange in Endgame when he's like, this is one of a million trillion outcomes. There's only one outcome that comes out. Like, this is a fantasy in which the United States becomes victim to authoritarianism and protective economic policies and protective foreign policies, and we fall to this like dictatorship where Trump is in charge, or Vance, or whoever the fuck his best friend is that day, and we're just stuck like this. And for the next I don't know 100 years, Republicans pretend to have elections, and they pretend to have fair elections just like Russia does, and Trump's pick wins at a 98% landslide, and we just do that for a while. You never get to bear the fruits of your little camping trip that you want to go on, when you could have just doing this the whole time. You can go be poor and live in the woods all you want and be disconnected from society without making everyone else subject to that.
Well, who said I want to be poor?
Well, it would begin with that, right? If the economy crashed?
No, because eventually, through a survivalist economy,
The word is eventually, right? So at the beginning.
Well, we're
You'd
one
be
step
poor.
closer to the anti-revolution.
Yeah, this is just a weird pipe dream, man. It's not happening. We're just going to see something really bad last for much longer. Not this.
All right, hear me out. I have one more argument here that I think you might agree with.
Okay.
Right. So, through a deconstructionalist mindset, I think that through Trump's immigration policies, by removing, and I don't care that they're illegal immigrants, I don't care that they're migrants, by removing these people who have been here for, even if they've been here for generations, right, and they haven't committed any crimes, if they've been removed, you are inherently decreasing the population, which I think is a good thing for my tenants.
For your tenants? It's not good for the economy. Population decline, inherently bad.
But I don't want an economy. That's what you're failing to see. Like, so it's
Right,
great.
well, I mean, I think you've qualified yourself as somebody who's, I don't know, not really seeing the reality of how the economy is going to play out.
Well, it's a step in the right direction. I don't agree with his administration inherently, but I think it's closer than Kamala would have gotten us.
I don't like
Could
it,
you at least
Patrick.
concede to that?
Sure.
Okay.
You're an accelerationist. That's what you are.
Minimalist accelerationist, maybe. I'm just kidding, man. You have a good night.
Get out of here. Fucking. Goddamn, dude.
Just talking about what he was saying, which is eco-fascism, which is the idea that we need to clear areas of people.
Say that again.
Eco-fascism was an idea that Hitler promoted, which is the idea that we need to clear areas of people, which were specifically, you can look it up, but that was his kind of goal with that, and I just thought that was weird. It's a neo-Nazi idea still.
That is a good word. I'm gonna try to put that in my Pokédex.
Which one? The eco-fascism?
Yeah.
Yeah, look into it more because there are some groups online and especially TikTok that talk about this and promote this idea. That was it.
Thank
I
you,
was gonna
Maya.
talk about- Yeah.
You're the bee's knees.
Thanks.
All right. Goodbye. MAGA request up. If you want to debate, hop in the box. Also, I have Cash App and Venmo in the bio, and if you want to get freaky, you can send me a donation. The Bears boots. Patrick, no, Patrick. Boundaries. Boundaries, Patrick. How do I send a donation? Here, I'll do this. If you go to my TikTok, to my TikTok page, this is my profile. You can just click on that link. And inside that link has my Cash App and my Venmo and my PayPal. And if you send a message,
I don't know
I'll
what I'm
read your message. If I don't fuck it up. Send all donations Tic Tac. Do not do that. Hello?
Hey, I just had to say, I have no idea why this guy's trying to make a claim to go back to like a militia kind of world with no government. Like, it makes no sense. How are we gonna, there's missiles now, there's a space war, we have satellite-based defense systems. Who the fuck's gonna take care of that if we're all living in the fucking woods?
Yeah, we
They,
would immediately be taken over. Like, why wouldn't you want like the most strategically landlocked, ocean-locked country, like the most defended like country on Earth? Like everyone would be rushing to come take Mr. Jimmy and his wooden spear that he carved and his and his fucking volleyball named Wilson.
this is true. Yeah, thank you for what you're doing, though. I appreciate you.
Anytime, dude. Smoochies. Sarah, thank you for the $20 for your hatchet to build your hut in the woods. Thank you so much. Bear Grylls sells a hatchet, and I'm gonna buy it. Hello?
Hey, so the last guy, I'll just admit that guy was batshit crazy. I hate the fact that he was representing any of the Trump supporters that are out there. But
I don't think it's fair to say he was. That's fine. I don't think
no,
it's
I
fair.
think that's very fair. You just call a spade as a spade. Or if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's usually a duck. But so the one thing I want to talk to you about is, and I've talked to my sister about this a good bit, is the echo chambers that we can both get into. So, for example, like most of the people that come on here, and I appreciate that you having an open forum to where you invite other people to come on. That's usually not a left wing or a conservative thing that most people do. That's usually a Republican or a right wing. You don't ever see. And Gavin Newsom might be one of the exceptions to where he actually brings people on and actually has an open forum, but you don't see that very often. So I will accommodate you or we'll give you kudos that you actually do that. So,
Thank you.
I appreciate that. But so going back to the echo chamber thing, I feel like that we both kind of get stuck. So a lot of the people that are on social media, once the algorithm figures out, what you like, what you want to hear, and I think we're both kind of trapped in that echo chamber. So me being a Trump supporter, most of the things that come to my feed are things that support, either right wing or Trump or Republican policies,
Mhm.
and it demonizes the other. So I don't understand. I don't know how to fix that. I feel like that and me and my sister used to be very, very close. And the Trump derangement syndrome that I feel like that they are pumping over into, left-wing media. I feel like that is kind of, it's keeping us apart instead of us agreeing on things. So we like to argue about things more than we can like sit down and actually have intelligent conversations. And again, I'm giving you props on you opening it up and Trump sucks, debate me. I appreciate that. And you're entitled to your own views, and so am I. It's just we can't demonize each other, and hate the other side just because they have different views.
This is what I'll say. I guess in regards to that, the TDS thing I think is highly inflammatory. In fact, the guy that wrote a bill, I think it was in Wisconsin, maybe, he got arrested for soliciting a 16-year-old. He had a whole family and kids. But I think this is in itself is a very fascist idea that your opponent's ideas or criticisms of the leader of, the free world are all like hysteria. And I would say that Trump is also at the same time says whatever the fuck he wants. And you guys love that, right? Like you love that he just doesn't give a shit. So at the same time, he's brazen and he says things crazy. And at the same time, we're crazy for saying it's crazy.
Well, yeah, you're right. You're right. I agree. Like we do like the fact that he's a no nonsense. Like fuck you. If you don't like it, you can pound sand. We again on the right. I can't speak for everybody, but in my opinion, I like that no nonsense. Like we're not going to take
That
anybody's
feeling, that
crap.
whole thing, yes. But
Okay,
but
so
now,
here, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute, give me one more second. So, but what I don't like is when there's like just blatant lies to where like we keep hearing the same thing that like Trump said, hey, there were good people on both sides. That never was the case. That was taken so far out of context, and like that in the left has like
I
ridden on it.
always hear that one. That's the only one, though. I always hear that one where Trump was
Okay,
misquoted,
but
but
hold on.
that's the only
Wait a
one.
minute. But when you have Obama saying that, repeating it to the Democratic Party, like repeating it to everybody who listens, because I mean, Obama is, I mean, might have been one of the best, like Democratic candidates you ever had come out of the gate, and might be the best one you'll ever have. But when he's repeating that, and he knows it's not true, how is that fair? To where you're actually spewing stuff that and especially from somebody that you hold in such high regard, is spewing just falsities and like lies.
If you had this same threshold, if you had this
It just
same,
doesn't seem right.
if you have this same level of like criticism for Trump, you would see that he does the same thing. Trump came out the gate saying Obama was Kenyan and the leader of ISIS. So I think Obama had every right to maybe be angry and throw mud, but Trump is way worse. Trump came out and called Ted Cruz's wife a dog, said that his dad assassinated JFK, like in the middle of the debate, when it really matters, right? Like when we say what an ad hom is in a debate, we say it's somebody making the point that you're wrong because of your character or a flaw of your character. So like you're wrong because your wife is ugly is what Trump championed. He's the one who started doing all of that. And that when the media starts coming to you and swarming you because these are the types of things you say, that is not TDS. That is you are crying for this.
Well, I'll tell you this. Like, so I mean, we obviously grew up. I might be a little bit older than you, but like sticks and stones will break your bones, right? So like, I mean, if Trump calls somebody fat, I mean, okay, you know what? It is what it is. But like when you're like blatantly trying to like attack somebody's character, and when you're doing it over and over again, and okay, and maybe he's flawed as a human being. So like, is he the most presidential human being that there is? He might be the least. I will agree with you there. But when you're purposely doing it to, and in my opinion, the left is inciting violence against the right because they're saying that he supports neo-Nazism. He's the second coming of Hitler. Like that, if you want to talk about inciting violence, that is inciting violence. Now, I understand calling somebody fat, calling somebody stupid. Come on. Like we do.
So you would admit that Trump calling all of us radical leftists and communists
in the playground. Their kids do that in the playgrounds.
Okay,
Like,
but Trump calls us radical leftists and communists every chance he gets. So you admit that's violent too?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I can admit that that's violence. But why is like, okay, if you call me a name, I'm going to call you a name back. So this is what I'm talking about. This is why, like,
Someone's got to be the bigger man and like condemn it, right? And he's not doing that. Like as a populist, we can't really do that. I don't have a big microphone.
You can also say that the left's not doing that either. Like neither
We
of
are.
us are doing that.
All of us are on the left are condemning violence on Twitter, and then Elon Musk and Trump and Steve Miller and Pam Bondi and all this, they're declaring war.
What do you mean declaring war? On who?
On Antifa, on the radical left lunatics that are punching and killing everybody. But this is what it actually, Trump removed this data from the FBI website just a few weeks ago. This shows that 70% of all of the political violence is right wing. All of the red, that's y'all, and all of the tiny black things, that's the left. We are so small.
So again, I don't know. I'm not pulling data. I don't even know if this is accurate and where the hell you're pulling it from. I mean, and I'm going to have to take you at your word, but it doesn't look like that on TV. It doesn't look like
that's called propaganda.
It doesn't. Well, okay. Is it propaganda when okay? So again, I think again we live in echo chambers to where in my feed when I am on Facebook, when I'm on TikTok, when I'm on Twitter, it's showing right wing people going into like Trump hate rallies or even going into these like the King rallies or whatever the hell those things are. That they are it is very negative. It's hate. It's like spewing hatred. But when you go to, and again, this is us living in echo chambers, and you're guilty of it. I'm guilty of it. Everybody who listens to your podcast is guilty of it because they're not listening to any. So the reason why I'm on like talking to you now is because my sister is in that echo chamber on the opposite side. And so am I. I'm in an
So
echo chamber.
this is what I have to say about that.
But
This
hold
is
on,
what
but
you
then-
have to
but-
keep in mind
okay, but-
when you're watching
Right.
media. This is how people die. Heart disease, cancer, road incidents, low respiratory disease, all this stuff. And then down here at the very bottom is homicide. And down here is a tiny little marker that shows you can't even visibly see where terrorism is on this. And this is how terrorism shows up in the media. So every time you see an act of violence that someone is virtuing to, saying this one incident calls for us to do this entire new law or depart all 13 million people of these undocumented migrants out of the country because there's one death, Blake and Riley or something. That's when you have to say, okay, I call BS. Let's Google the data. And that's what we do. The data shows that there's no pattern in any of this. The ADL doesn't side with y'all. The prosecution project doesn't side with y'all. The FBI doesn't side with. Nobody has a graph to show me how left-wing violence is out of control. We only see the graphs that show it's right-wing, and it's been 1980s and since that left-wing has gone down and right-wing has gone up. That's the trajectory. Ever since Trump has gotten office.
Okay, well, I don't have the convenience of pulling that up and having that data like readily available. I maybe that is true. I mean, maybe it is. And again, here's where I'm at is if I'm wrong, then I'll be like, okay, I'm wrong, but it doesn't feel like I'm wrong. And can you at least admit this, that we're not doing anybody any justice on either sides. Like nobody's giving anybody any grace on either side. It's either you're a Trump supporter and you're a neo-Nazi and you're a piece of shit, or I think you incite violence and that you are unable to have an intelligent conversation, or like just accept that I have a different point of view than you. We are so far apart. There's nobody in the middle.
Here's why I think that. All right.
Well, I know what you're gonna say.
I'm gonna say it's Trump, and this is why. Trump comes out with crazy claims.
I say there's Trump derangement syndrome because you immediately say it's Trump's fault.
He has the biggest microphone in the world.
I think that is an easy cop out. I think that's easy for you.
Let me tell you why, though. Let me tell you why. Let me substantiate it. So Trump will make claims, insane claims, such as Kamala's not black, or they're eating the cats and the dogs, or that we're having abortions.
Hold on, but they did eat the cats and the dogs. They did do that.
No,
that was true.
Where did they do that?
Okay, well, the Haitian people were eating the. Okay, so do you believe there's parts of this country that have been overrun by immigrants, and that have changed maybe some of the towns and cities in this country?
Yeah, including us, white people. Yeah.
I'm not talking. It can be white, it can be black, it could be whatever. I'm just saying you don't think that like that has happened.
Yeah, sure. But alluding to this is a very nativist, like very far right movement. If you don't know your history, alluding to this is a very like white supremacist movement that you're starting to allude to. It's like watered down a little bit, but that's what you're saying.
No, I don't think. So this is what the problem is with the right has with the left is you go so far extreme. Like you're throwing out like you're saying watered down neo-Nazism or like watered down like extreme. Okay, you didn't say that, but watered down extreme terms. But you can't say that because that's you don't think that that's a triggering.
This is the climate that we're in.
What you're doing.
This is the climate that we're in.
Exactly what you're condemning, but you're doing it in the opposite way because you think you're just.
I know. When fascism finally does show up to a country, what do you think it looks like? What do you think the two sides arguing looks like? Do you think they have these exact conversations? Because I do.
Well, I think the problem is that we're not having the conversations. And again, I'm going to give you, when my sister put me onto your show, the first time I clicked on, you were like feeding your dog or doing something. I was like, who the hell is this dude? Like, why in the world are you watching this guy? But I've watched a couple and I haven't wanted to comment. I just wanted to like listen and just listen to what you're having to say. And you're a smart guy. I appreciate that. And you are one of very few that actually will speak to other people that have different views from you and not be a total asshole. Because and here's my opinion. Anytime that somebody has a right-leaning opinion and they try to speak to somebody that has left-leaning opinions, it is you're a racist, you are a neo-Nazi, you're a sexist, you're just a flat-out asshole.
It's because it's been normalized so much, and that's the climate that we're in. Okay, let me make my point. So Trump says things, and I can just change it to Kamala isn't black. And this is a claim Trump would say with the biggest microphone on earth, and it will echo throughout history for the rest of time.
Joe Biden also said that you're not black if you don't vote for me.
Yeah, I know. That was the slogan of the show he was on.
Oh yeah, but he also said it. I mean, he also said those words. Those came out of his mouth.
That was just, he was on the Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club's motto is if you don't do X, Y, or Z, you ain't black.
$20. Luke, you literally said when Trump calls someone fat, it is what it is. Calling someone fat / your wife is a dog is attacking someone character, but then they attack DJT character. It's not okay. How can you not see the irony?
Thank you so much, Solidarity.
No. I appreciate the irony. But again, I'm talking about, if you're talking about calling somebody fat and you're calling somebody stupid, those are like, I would consider those to be schoolyard insults. Those are like, you're not like, when you're calling somebody a Nazi, like, I feel like that you are inciting people. You're encouraging people to have this point of view on somebody who was elected by over 50% of this country.
That doesn't negate the fact that they're fascists.
No,
I wouldn't say Nazi. I would say fascist. The most accurate thing would be fascist, and he is 100% fascist. His politics are fascist.
So, but everything that you said, then I could call. Then I think you have communist like tendencies. You have.
Can you tell me what communism is? Can you define communism?
Which also has negative
connotations.
Yeah, connotations.
I mean, Luke, tell me. Can you just? I don't mean to bust your balls. Tell me what communism is, though.
I feel like communism is when the government wants to have total control over the economy. So, like for example, like China like is a communist country. They are
okay
embedded in all of business. There's nothing that they don't have their hands or
kind of sort of not really. So you're alluding to central planning. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. No one's achieved communism.
You're going to say that we already have communist tendencies anyway.
No, we don't. We don't really have any of it. No, we don't. We're not communists. Communists are not capitalists. I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism. And to sort this out, I can just draw you the Overton window. Okay, so like, this is.
So wait, just go back to being the communist. Like
this is communism. This is fascism. This right here, this is capitalism. This is the middle, right? This is the tiebreaker. Right here is socialism, and it is a pathway to communism. And right here is just capitalism, and we have like social democracy stuff. So like, right here is where Donald Trump's politics lay. This is like mass deportation. religion and government, basically like corporate protectionism, all this stuff, othering people, all this stuff. That's where Trump's politics lie. This is like the U.S. before Trump. This is, we'll say, like Canada's here. We'll say, like, I don't know, the UK's here. Nobody is communist, right? Like, we don't have a single communist politician in office. We don't have any of that.
You wouldn't say that like Bernie or AOC
Socialist.
is leaning towards that way.
At the very
Like,
most socialist, but they are they're social democrats. So like they're capitalists that with things that have to do with socialism. So as long as capitalism exists, you are to the right of socialism. And they're just doing things like Medicaid for all or Medicare for all and stuff like that.
And
They are
that's-
not.
Hey, and I was texting my sister like while like she was like, just go on and talk to this guy, and I was like, I don't want to talk to him, and she was like, do it, and I was like, the one thing that I do agree on is why do we not have like national health care? That's a dumb no-brainer to me. Why we don't have that? But when I talk about that, I have people who live in like the VA hospital world. Like they're still waiting like to go see somebody. They're waiting to go see like a specialist. And I don't want to get into healthcare because I don't want to talk about that. I think we both land on close to the same lily pad. We're not like really on the same page. And I think there's.
So I think you're literally just the same flavor as AOC and Bernie when it comes to that. I think that's the only flavor of socialism they would even partake in. Everything else, they are capitalists.
Well, right, but I think that the way that they want to do it is you can't force a square peg into a round hole. Like it doesn't fit everybody. So like, for example, like why would I want to give up like my health care to be on the Obamacare program? Like it just wouldn't work.
It would be way better. So you wouldn't jump on the ACA or whatever. It would be just like something so good that you could just walk it. Like VA would instantly get to fire 400,000 people, and everybody would just be able to walk straight into a clinic and get whatever they want without proving.
I think that would be a magical place, wouldn't it? Like if that would work. But I mean, don't they run that in Canada, and that doesn't work so well?
It works very well. Works very well.
I mean, I do have a couple Canadian friends that they say it doesn't work well. Like
so
now
you can ask a few people like, oh, you had to wait a little bit, but like I always say, I've been waiting for 12 years.
Why wait? Why do you have to wait? Why wait?
Because they sort people out by the urgency of their needs. So
what about so for example, it depends on, so the person that gets to decide that is the government on the necessity on who gets to get the proper health care when.
And hopefully our government works in such a way still that if there are things that you want to change, we can make those changes through government.
You trust the government to do that? You trust
I
the
trust
government
them way more than a very rich CEO who wrote an algorithm to figure out a way to deny people healthcare and maximize profits and watch people die.
Has that same algorithm and they do exactly the same things. I mean, the government is a giant corporation.
They wouldn't have a profit incentive. They would have a health incentive. So they would have the nobody's sitting there going, how do we make more money? Nobody would have that fiduciary responsibility or that motive in the government.
But you're asking to go from a system that actually works and kind of works, and it's not perfect, to go to an unknown and to actually
every other developed country has this.
And to trust that our government is going to manage that money properly. I don't trust them to do that.
I think that's just being a little paranoid. Like we have a really good military, for instance, like the best in the world. I don't see why we wouldn't have the best healthcare system.
You don't think that our military, and again, being a Trump supporter, having the biggest, best military, that's the greatest thing ever. But they waste shit tons of money on worthless bullshit. I mean, let's take $1 billion out of the military budget and give it to healthcare. That would be fantastic.
The military spends $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion.
The only way to do it is to add more competition into the market add more competition into the free market, and then that will lower healthcare costs. That will actually competition is what is going to, not centralizing it into one single healthcare provider. That doesn't make a single bit of sense, and that will never ever work.
It wouldn't be one healthcare provider. It would just be one payer. So it would.
Okay, so
Right now,
one person
right now
owning the-
this is what it looks like. We've got we've got healthcare company, and then we've got a CEO of an insurance company, and he's in the middle taking some money. If we just cut that guy out, it would literally, every other country,
look,
they
you
have
can draw
two
all
times.
the diagrams in the world that you want. Like, you can simplify it as much as you want. There's like your six steps to your drawing. There's like 5,000 of them. Like, it's not that simple. The government is going to try to maximize their profits. They're going to try to make
The government's
it as
not going to
simple
try to do that.
that's what I'm saying. Then don't leave it in one person's hands. Give everybody the opportunity to join the market. So like the issue with allow the free market to do what it does.
Right
And
now,
then
the free market has given us $12,000 deductibles and copays that are insane, and $4,000 prescriptions. Like, it's insane. And the reason why it's so much better, the competition's not going to fix anything, is because if we all jump on board in the same insurance company, they would be able to bargain much better with like pharmaceutical companies. So like, imagine an insurance pool of 4 people versus a pool of 4,000 people, and the 4,000 people pool will cost less and give you more benefits. And the 4-person pool will cost more and give you less benefits. That's why having the whole country under one plan is better.
Yeah, I think that makes sense when you're not dealing with the government.
How do you say so? Like, Biden successfully did this already.
I understand what you're talking about. You're talking about like a GPO, like a group buying. Like you get the more buying power that you have. That works in a free market. That doesn't work when it's like the government is in control of everybody's healthcare.
We did that.
Work that way.
Biden did that and negotiated insulin prices. He negotiated like 12 other drugs for like heart disease and blood pressure and all these other things for Medicare, because everybody on Medicare or Medicaid, I think it was Medicare, that were people he was able to negotiate with. So like, he said, hey, if you want Medicare to cover this medicine, you have to give it to us for $15, or else you're just going to have to take the $300 every time, the customer can approve it, which is far less. It is huge negotiation power, and it works. It worked already.
Right. It does work when you have multiple people they're able to say, you know what, I'll take that contract, or I'll take that contract. If you consolidate it in, you're going to lose all those other companies that are going to be able to compete.
Well, I mean, that's what it did. Like, that, the competition made it to where one company stepped forward and said, hey, I'll take that contract. And I bet the next time somebody asked, the other companies will also step forward and offer the same exact price.
Yeah. Okay. I disagree. I don't see how consolidating it into one, like, you letting the government then decide where, like, they're the one negotiating the prices, they're the one doing it. I don't trust them enough to do that. Do you believe that the government has our best interests at heart?
I think the government is just made of people like you and me who were elected. Some of them are shitty politicians, and some of them are just regular people who want to help everybody out.
Yeah, but the people like you and me don't have the power to like make those decisions. Like, we are the cogs in the machine that make the shit happen, but we're not the ones that have the power to like pull the levers that need to be pulled. We're just if we do that, we're then just falling into the machine and just saying, you know what?
I think we vet our politicians far better than we vet our CEOs. We can't choose who our CEOs are of our insurance companies, but we can definitely vet and hold people accountable and elect someone else if they're not doing their job properly. And I feel like that's a far better mechanism than just being at the mercy of some very rich person. Like, again, the like United Healthcare CEO who literally found out a way to deny, depose, delay, and use an algorithm to literally just deny people healthcare so they die before you had to cover it.
Well, whoever that person is should go to hell, and that's shitty. I mean, we
That
can
nobody
all
in the
agree.
government would do that.
You
It
don't
would
think
literally
so?
eliminate all of that instantly.
I don't think that. I think that you have way more faith in. Well, it's funny that you have a lot of faith in the government, but the commander in chief, like you just hate his guts.
Well, we can judge him by his character. He's been on camera for 10 years now.
Okay, but you can judge him by his character. That's okay. You can judge him by what he says, but the things that he's done, I
Yeah,
don't
that
think
too.
that he gets enough credit for. Like
He doesn't.
his foreign policy, maybe, and you can judge him for a lot of things. Like he's not very presidential. He doesn't speak well. He doesn't. Like the way he trolls people on Twitter, the way he trolls people on social media. We've never seen a president to ever do that before. It's a lot of shell shock, I'm sure, but. Like his foreign policy has been immaculate. Like what he's been doing.
I don't care how good he is at patching things up overseas. If he's causing civil war here at home, it's horrible.
Well, don't you you cannot blame that all on Trump. That is okay, so imagine that your significant other and you blame everything that they do, that happens in the relationship on them. How quickly do you polarize the other person?
Again, this is
No,
like
wait a minute, hold
you're
on.
saying it's
This
impossible
is
to
the
call
perfect
someone
analogy.
toxic when they're being toxic.
Analogy on
Trump
why it
is
works.
being like if you're being gaslit by your significant other, you should be able to call them out, and that is what Trump is doing. He is saying things like Democrats want to have abortions 2 weeks after birth, and you either believe that and think that Democrats are demons and infanticiders, or you say Trump is a complete fucking liar. There's no middle ground. That's why we're divided. Trump has thousands of these things that he's done, such as Kamala's not black. They're eating the cats and the dogs. There was one instance where they found a woman that ate a cat. She was a U.S. citizen, and there were 30 bomb threats that came after Trump's claim. That is why he doesn't give a fuck about the repercussions of what he says, and what he says we have to digest as a society. And stochastic terrorism and just numbers and statistics say that when you say the things Trump says, you will have at least one of these people like kill someone or do something bad.
Look, it's happening on both sides. Like if you think that it's again, I'm using the analogy of your significant other. If you polarize that person and you say, you know what, it's all you're the only one doing it, that you have lost that person forever. They are not going to ever trust you. They're going to think that you're.
That's a mindset to have, but what if they are really doing it? What if you sat down with a counselor and they're like, it is you. Listen, these behaviors are real bad. This is not conducive for a relationship, saying one side is bad, that you hate them.
But what if so one person gaslights the other person and the other person is like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm going to turn this right back on you. That's what we're doing now.
Yeah, revenge is not something anybody would advocate for in a conducive relationship.
We're turning the fire hose back on each other and we're just like, you know what? You're a piece
That's
of
why it's
shit,
toxic.
and you're a piece of shit.
That's what Trump is advocating for. That is toxic. So again,
stop
hold
doing
on.
that. Stop
It
doing
is
that.
Trump.
Stop-
Trump, like for
doing that.
instance,
No,
he
that's
was.
not accurate.
It is true. Trump will say things that will come back and bite him in the ass, such as when the government shuts down.
Derangement syndrome. that
No,
you
it's
guys
not.
have. If you're blaming
Coming
it
from the
all on
leader
Trump,
is completely different. When you have the biggest microphone in the world, you have a responsibility to not wrap your mouth out and say these horrible things
I
that
know,
society has to
but you
deal
know
with.
What he's tired of, and 50% of the country voted for him, is tired of the bullshit. They're tired of you saying, you know what, men dressed as women can go into women's bathrooms. Or
Even Trump said that.
Okay, well, I'm saying it too. Like everybody that voted for Trump believes that, and that's not
Trump.
fair.
Trump has said that he wouldn't care what bathroom Caitlyn Jenner used. Like 2016, before he found out that this got votes, he said that there was a non-issue. This was a non-issue. The outcomes, there are no bad outcomes.
So if he did say that, okay, then maybe he did, but and show that to me. But again, I think that people can change their mind, but I don't think that's right. I don't think that is right. And but we're just tired of the nonsense. We're tired of the.
That's not even a
nonsense of,
leftist talking point, right?
Okay, so hold on, but okay, so what about this, like the No Kings rally, right? The No Kings rally, and he put out a tweet that said, thank you to everybody or whatever. I'm speaking out of, I'm not going to quote it properly, but he's saying, hey, thank you for everybody that showed up to the No Kings rally. I was afraid that there was a king that was going to take my job. I appreciate your guys' like due diligence and making sure that like that didn't happen.
He also
Is
tweeted an AI video of him flying a plane over us and shitting on us, like dropping shit on us.
he also put sombreros on people and had them smoking cigars. And you know what? And you know what the left had to do? They had to say, hey, I can't believe that Trump put out AI generated images. That's just like.
And then Trump's own White House releases photos of him wearing a crown. He's also got Trump 2028 hats. If he's at the same time saying how crazy we are for thinking that he wants to just be an authoritarian, and at the same time doing things that says he wants to do that. In fact, he tried to steal the election in 2020.
Okay, you don't think that there was any fugazi bullshit that happened in that election?
I think if there was, you'd have to prove it instead of being a vigilante and installing fake slates of electors and fixing it yourself.
I don't think you think that he tried to fix it.
Yeah, he did 7 slates of fake electors in all of the swing states. In fact, they have felonies.
Was he convicted of those felonies?
He was indicted on this, yes, and then he won presidency, and they had to drop the indictment.
He's been convicted of a bunch of other bullshit too. They also said that for his whole first presidency, he was a Russian informant and he was a Russian plant. And the left preached that.
It doesn't mean that all allegations are wrong now, right? Like we actually have the real people.
It was total BS.
But we actually have these people. This is real. This is a thing that the real people exist. They're unduly elected, just fake slates of electors with fake letters of ascertainment sent to these states. 4 states have indictments on people. Tina Peters, she's in jail for 9 years, prison. 9 years. This is a thing that happened. How are these people in jail if this was all made up?
I don't. And look, some of the stuff I'm sure is made up. Some of the stuff is like exasperated, like it's. And again, I said this at the beginning. When you're trying to purposely like picture somebody as, and he is an asshole. He's an egomaniac. Like I think that you need somebody that is in that high of a position, like in a company, just a CEO, CFO, the president of the United States. They have to be some type of egomaniac. They have to have some type of like mental disorder to where they like.
I think that's what we should keep out of the White House. We've been warning about this forever. But did you think Obama was an egomaniac?
So yes, absolutely, 100%.
When all of his, how many people called his wife trans?
Still believes the shit that he's spewing now, that like the lies against Trump. I think he actually believes that stuff now.
Dog,
like he's convinced
Trump called him Kenyan, a leader of ISIS, and y'all still like. This is how I know he's not a narcissist and Trump is. If someone called Trump's wife trans for 5-10 years, whatever, Trump would have already flipped out on Truth Social. Obama did not say. He took all of this on the chin. He took all of this on the chin, and he knows that people are just going to be stupid. And Trump is the most worried about his character more than anybody. He's the most soft-shelled, spineless person I've ever seen.
I disagree. I think he has the country's best interest at heart, and I feel like that he is more than 50% of the country voted for him, and like
I think he lied to them to get votes.
Yeah. So and again, we could talk about this probably for several hours. I'd rather we do it over beers, but we're not going to agree. But the one thing that I would like to get out of this conversation is what I said at the beginning is I feel like that we do live in an echo chambers. I feel like that and again, I think what you're doing is great. And you having other people on, debating them, I think that's fantastic. This is what we need to do. And this is the only way that you can get your opinions out. And maybe, so say, for example, I'm angry and like I'm pissed off and I got to talk to you tonight and I don't go out and do anything, that I shouldn't be doing. You know what I mean? I feel like this is a good thing. I think we both need to do it on both sides. And I think I think we kind of need to step out of our echo chambers for a minute and listen to what other people's opinions are. because again, there's no way that we're going to agree, and we're not going to agree for the next 2 or 3 years until Trump is out of the office, and then who knows who you're going to hate next. You know what I mean. So, I, again, I appreciate you. Again, kudos to you for having people on and talking to them.
I appreciate you. Well, you're welcome back anytime, man. I appreciate you coming up.
Yep.
Thanks for being chill.
Yep.
All right, take it easy. That was a I think it was a productive conversation. It was good. Yeah, if you enjoy debates, give me a follow. And Luke, your sister is awesome. I know your sister. She's the bee's knees. Yellow?
How's it going?
Yo, what's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
At the start, I really liked. I excuse me. I'm sorry, stutter. I liked how he supports the constitutional right of keeping like illegal immigrants out of the country. I don't like the way he's going about it at the moment, but I do like
Constitutional right?
yeah, like how in the United States we're supposed to keep like we wanted to have in the Constitution we want to have like states that we can't have people illegally getting into the country. I think that everyone I think not constitutional right, but I believe that everyone coming into the Constitution should be excuse me, into the country should come in legally. And there's places like that if you can do it legally, it's the best thing. And even if not, getting like a visa or green card would be the best way to go about that.
Are you over 18?
I am.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What's your month?
January.
All right. All right. So this is the claim that most liberals make is that undocumented migrants are a net positive to the economy, and that the way Trump is handling it, just like you said, is the least graceful way I could possibly think of doing this. The most expensive way. To me, I think it's yielding like the most political theater. Like literally, if you look at it, there's no other way to make this more theatrical than he's doing, and like none of it makes sense when it comes to like the budget or his promises on like maintaining that.
The comments are saying I'm class of 27. I got held back and then I reclassed for football. They're trying to say that I'm not 19.
Mm-mm. 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 It's 11:30. What are we at? 4 hours? Is that a super senior? Are there super seniors in high school? He's going to graduate at 22. That's illegal. I think you have to be 21 by the time you're out of public school. It's like 21 or 24. It's got to be 21. Yes. Sorry. Had a phone call. I'm a Chinese lesbian born in 2006. Love that. It's the most interesting thing I've read all day.
Hey,
What's up?
I asked this question. I put it in the Discord, but it's bugging the crap out of me. Why is it that all of us, when we've worked jobs starting at 16 years old or now even, that we have to be professional at our job and we can't call our coworkers fat or stupid, but the President of the United States can do just that and act like a toddler? I really want someone to answer that for me.
Yeah.
Because it bugs the crap out of me. What do you mean? Like, I think that if they're a rude customer at work and you work at McDonald's, you should be able to tell them off. You would get fired for that.
Yeah. I like somehow in the same thought, you love a man who just says it how it is and trash talks, but you think we trash talk too much.
Mm-hmm. It's just, it bugs the crap out of me. I was sitting here going like, I'm so sorry. I don't think that someone who's leading a country should also have a rattle in his hand and a binky in his mouth and being mad at people when they
Yeah.
don't say things to the others.
Fuck you. I'm gonna executive order you out of business. Like, he's literally that guy. That is not.
I mean, I remember his first term where he was like on Twitter at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Just like,
Yeah.
it's just wild.
Look at
So
this. Dude, I remember reading this thing about what he did to the White House photographer. And I forgot what he did. It was like, usually the White House photographer is usually the same company like each year, and they do this great little thing. And Trump, his first administration, basically like took over the business model and like taxed her, like pretty much charged her money and stuff to use his like image and stuff and sell the, I don't know. It was insane. It was like, God, dude.
Also, one other thing, and then I will drop because I need to try to get to bed. My partner's on a new 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. work schedule. My other thing is like, why is nobody upset about the East Wing being torn down?
Yeah.
It's 123 years old.
Wow.
Last time I checked, he's not permanently supposed to live there. I didn't know that you could just make giant renovations on historical housing.
Technically, it's like Air Bud. There's no rules that say dogs can't play basketball. Like, I feel like that's Trump's entire administration. They found all of the holes in our judicial system and in our laws.
See, now you're making me think that he watches Air Bud like in the evenings because it's one of his favorite movies.
Trump wants a ballroom so he can hear fucking YMCA dance for the 100,000th time.
I'm sorry. Now I just have like images of people playing early 2000s movies for him at night. Just being like, okay, we're gonna put on Air Bud. Yay, Air Bud. Sorry. All right, I'm done. You love you, Pickles. Good night.
I love when Walls was like, "Do you think he knows the meaning of that song?" Did you see that clip? He's like, he doesn't know the meaning of that song. What does it mean? I'm pretty sure it's about the LGBTQ community. Yeah, so ironic. So ironic. Do we do another restart? On the other, it's an underground gay anthem with double entendre and cruising about cruising for sex. So Young Men's Christian Association, mainstream anthem about the camaraderie at the Young Men's Christian Association, and on the other, it's an underground gay anthem with double entendre about cruising for sex. Okay. The co-writer Victor Willis maintains he wrote the song about his youth and hanging out with friends at the Y. He has also acknowledged the use of the double entendre. The song's lyrics, combined with the producer's intent to attract a gay audience and the historical reputation of the YMCA as a meeting spot, have cemented its status as a gay anthem for many. Like, it's... Yeah. Yeah. Did the Corgis help? Thank you so much, Mosh Pits. They did. I also think that my I will no longer be doing tacos on this account. I'm only going to be doing them on my alt account. I think the use of this account for taco nights has killed my algorithm. Taco nights, sometimes we walk to go get tacos. Didn't I just get restricted? It was a 10-minute restriction. It should be good. I haven't hit 1,000 viewers in the last 2 days, so it's kind of weird. Joe, thank you so much. Joe, thank you so much. Joe, thank you for the $250. It's J-O, chat. J-O. It's a girl. J-O, thank you so much. Ugh, Venmo won't open on this. I gotta read the message. You have no idea. First of all, thank you so much. I don't like to usually disclose this, but things are tight right now. So thank you so much. This is especially huge right now. Thank you. But the message says, thank you for talking to my brother. We used to be close, but after the election, continue support. I feel like many others, I imagine, that we've lost our loved ones to lies and propaganda. Thank you so much. DNC money not flowing. Guys, I would love to know where to sign up for the DNC trucks. If they have those, I want in. I'm already a believer. Use it for health insurance. We're going to be paying rent. What would I use health insurance for? What am I using it for? I'm still up. I think we've been off health insurance since like 2012. We're still up, baby. I've been to the hospital like twice. It's been a good run, dude. the WJOW is awesome. TikTok takes a chunk. Doesn't David still need you to pay your medical bills? David does owe me for my last hospital bill. It's true. Do I have Cash App? I do. I do. I promise you'll need health insurance after 40. I'm 37. I'll be 40 here soon. I'll be 40 here soon. I'm gonna figure that out. Hopefully we just get universal healthcare in 2028. I don't know. It's all downhill after 38. Keep exercising. I really need to start going back to the gym. I always think about this, but like right before COVID, I was starting to get into a gym and I was in really good shape. I wish I could find a picture because I look good, but the gym shut down because of the fucking COVID, because of the pandemic. And I started working at home for a little bit and it just fell apart. Muscle's so important in aging. Cardio, yeah. Do granny curls? The thing is, I need the regiment. I need I need the what's it called? Like the process. Like I would get up and I was able to walk to my gym because it was just right there. And it was a really nice gym and like they had like a spa I could sit in and like, you know, it was nice. It was like something that got me interested in doing it, and I don't know, at home just wasn't the same. £550. Shoot, jazzercise. Should I start a new channel doing Zumba? You think I could pull that off? Jazzercise, I can't believe it didn't go anywhere. Surprised Jazzercise is not the biggest thing on Earth right now. Insanity? Diamond, you're insane. I would die. I would die. Typo. Is that the slow punches? In the punching bag? I would go to Pilates, but it's just already filled with so many dudes that I just don't want it to be like a sausage fest. Otherwise, I would. Um, men in the Pilates. I'm just kidding. Nobody. It's all women in Pilates. Zero Trump fans here tonight. I suppose so. We've been live for 4.5 hours. Usually after midnight, we kind of snowball a little bit more in viewership, but we don't get any debates. YouTube phone, there are 30 viewers on YouTube right now. Scott that six pack, he's 50. Sheesh. If I could afford a personal life coach and gym trainer, I would do it. And I would say, hey, you come to my house and you hold a pew to my head, make me work out every day. I would do it. I would sign a contract of I don't know, power of attorney over to them or something. What if it's all of us? You want me to call you? No, when I was in the best shape ever, I just had an app on my phone, and it's like $100 a year, which is still outrageous. I think it's like $40 a month actually now, and it just kept track of your muscles, each muscle group, and it told you which ones to work out, like which exact routines to do. You would just select what equipment you have at your gym, and it would make workouts for you. Pay someone to bring me coffee in bed. I actually used to be so spoiled when I did the gaming thing. People woke me up with Starbucks, Uber Eats all the time. Cake pops. 2 cake pops and a chai latte. Why not just skateboard? Oh my god. That would be insane. My knees, being 40 years old, picking up skateboarding again. Yeah, they would wake me up. I'm 51 and love longboarding. I'm all about longboarding's dope. I would longboard. I used to skateboard, so like I could longboard easy. I could do longboarding. Whoa. Thank you so much for the $100. Who was that? Someone said, "Hope the pillow is so comfortable." Is it? You bought me the pillow last time, and it is, and I love my pillow, and it's right there. Who just sent me the $100? Because it's under a business name. Thank you so goddamn much, guys. WWW. Was it David? Longboard money? No, this is rent money, baby. We're in a home stretch to pay rent this month. Please say it was. What pillow? I got so I have a favorite pillow. This is my favorite pillow. This thing is ancient, okay? This is a Tempur-Pedic pillow. And it is by far the best pillow I've ever had in my life. It was Cheryl. All this stuff, and I'm going to bed. I'm so sorry, Mosh. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. This pillow's making me sleepy, but this is the best pillow ever, and they bought me a new one because this thing is older than my dog. That's how old this pillow is. You know it smells good. You have the same pillow? I'm a pillow connoisseur. I am the pickiest. I'm that princess in that little fairy tale with the pea and the mattress. Describe the scent. Like bean burrito. And chili. With notes of hickory and smoke. And weed. I swear it doesn't. No, I actually. I have like smell good stuff that I spray on my pillows all the time. You can't wash Tempur-Pedic pillows, but you can wash the cover. You should bottle that. I do. It's on my merch website. I also sell bath water. I sell lockets of hair. Belle Delphine, I have huge respect for her. You ain't got hair? That's right. My hair is extra extra rare, extra scarce. So that's why you know it's worth it. Why can't I grow a beard? Because I'm so deeply ingrained with white trash DNA that I just don't grow hair in right here, right here. Sparse. Thank you. I swear you need to sell that. I need to. I do have that. Oh no. Elva, don't say it. 38 and you look 28. Thank you, Josie. Do you know who I am? Peace and love, Alexandria. I don't. Oh my gosh. Good to see you. It's AOC. Soros? You never cooked a steak? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I made steaks right after I got home from No Kings. Oh, well, thank you, Steph. Thank you so much, Steph. It crashed and I crashed. I fell asleep for like 15 hours after that. Because I had been up for over 24 hours. Steak looked delicious, thank you. No kings, but ate like a king. That's right. Don't stay up all night. Guys, I just woke up. I just woke up 6 hours ago. Tacos or sandwiches? I think literally I've heard this before, right? Like everything is either a sandwich or a soup or a lasagna or like a quiche or a casserole. Everything is either a sandwich, a soup, or a casserole. My circadian rhythm be twerking. Let me if you need anything or donations. I know how much. Oh, well, thank you so much. PM me or I know you till you get up. Oh no. I am so careful about who I give my number to, but I don't know. I feel like I traumatized myself doing that once, giving my community my number to wake me up. I can't do it anymore. I started ignoring my phone. Spooky movies tonight? Yeah, that's why I don't have Discord, really? Yeah, it got really weird for me for a while, but I I think it's time. I think it's time. I just need to get up earlier and do debates like at like 2 p.m. But we can do Discord if you guys want to do. We can do scary movies and gaming. We do both at the same time, so we'll just go watch some movies in Discord if you guys want to come. We usually have a dozen people hanging out, sometimes 2 dozen. Did anyone finish the dog movie? I literally didn't even. I didn't pay attention that well. You actually liked Good Boy? We'll do a newer spooky movie. Hocus Pocus is actually a good pick. I know y'all are saying new movie, but the people saying new movie, would you guys be down to Hocus Pocus? That I'm so happy for you, Steph. That is awesome, and I will take all the help I can freaking get. I will take it. I'm always down for Hocus Pocus. I didn't like the last Hocus Pocus. They made a new one? Okay, I love that movie, Jafer. All right, if you're down for that, I'm down for that. I haven't seen it in ages. Do you guys know who that influencer is on TikTok who does like a eerily close impression of that Hocus Pocus witch? With the potions. That chick. She is amazing. I forget her name. What's on your For You page? I used to do streams where I would go through my For You page. We could do that. We could do a stream where we go through my For You page and see what my content is. All right. Let's go. Let's go watch movies. I love you, chat. And I will see you guys in just a second. Smoochies. I'm gonna be down. All right. Good night, Steph. Good night. Much love. Okay. Later. See you. All right.